To the ongoing national fiasco. This is day 6 of our ongoing live riot slash protest slash anti-ICE slash pro-illegal alien slash open border fiasco. That's what it is. Well, I'm getting feedback here. Sorry about that. Yeah, and so folks, right now what we have, let me give you sort of a little bit of an update first, and then we'll kind of get into stuff. Right now, right below me, we have a New York City live cam. The NYPD is out in full force tonight. They are kind of locking down the streets. However, it does seem like people are starting to show up out here. We also have a live feed of an ongoing protest, really hundreds of people. You can only see a couple of them right now. Hundreds of people that have been marching, need to catch my breath, excuse me, marching through Chicago for the last hour or 90 minutes. So there's a lot of people out on the streets in Chicago. Here we're looking at, over here, we're looking at Los Angeles. This is the National Guard. We also have a feed of the U.S. Marines kind of hanging out, waiting to see if anything gets crazy today. But right now, it's still kind of early in the evening. On the West Coast, it is 4:42, not 5 yet. Maybe people are at work. I don't know. You can tell in New York down here, things are actually kind of picking up a little bit. People are gathering, people are coalescing. And in Chicago, you have a zoom out pan shot here. There are hundreds of people out there. However, it looks like our helicopter in Chicago is pulling away to go get some more gas in the tank. Now, what I think we should probably do first and foremost is actually take a look at some of the big news, the big drama of the day. Nick Shirley is live. Okay, we can take a look at Nick Shirley. Before we do that, folks, why don't I actually flip all of these off, and we are going to take a look at the daily, really big news that has been going on all day, and then we're going to double back and continue watching all of the riots and protests. Folks, earlier today, just a couple hours ago, I just received a full video from inside Kristi Noem's presser showing Senator Alex Padilla manhandling, getting pushed. Well, it seems like he was actually the aggressor here. Let's take a look at this video, folks. This really is the absolute breaking news of the day. And then as the night goes on, we will continue our coverage of the riots and the protests. Take a look at this.
Guys, ready? And balancing. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary. Because the fact
Look
of
at him,
the
he's
matter
pushing
is,
back in there.
half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands up.
So, folks, the way this works is during these pressers here, normally questions are kind of held off until the very end. He just barged in here and started asking questions, trying to interrupt Kristi Noem's speech. Guess what? I don't care who you are. If you're a senator, a House rep, doesn't matter. We have law and order. No one is above the law. Remember that, Democratic Party? Remember that? No one is above the law. And I'm going to play this back. Take a look at this.
Guys, ready? And
Kristi Noem is off on the left trying to give her speech here.
balancing. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions.
They don't
for
care. Get
the
out.
Secretary.
So this here, he tries to push back in. He's pushing back in. Man.
Hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary. Because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands up.
Get him out of here. He is. He's being a little bit wild here. Very wild.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you don't my hands, go ahead, put behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir.
So, folks, here's the case. This is a sitting Democratic senator getting handcuffed. Not only do we have radical far left progressives on the streets getting violent, getting aggressive, getting hostile, now we have the senior ranking Democratic politicians, senator in this case, actually senator from California, I believe, alongside Senator Adam Schiff, getting aggressive and hostile in Washington, D.C.
Other hand.
And good, get him out of here.
There's no recording allowed out here.
No recording allowed in here.
No, there's no recording allowed out here per FBI, right? For what I'm sorry? There's no recording allowed out here. That's my boss. I have to
There's no
report
recording
everything
allowed
out
on
here.
You can record. There's no recording allowed.
I'm not a member.
Take a look at that. And then we have a lot of follow-up here, okay? I'm not sure the best order to do this in. We have Pocahontas, aka Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is weighing in on this entire situation. Take a look.
When Senator Padilla gets pushed, shoved, thrown to the handcuffed because he is asking questions, because he is engaging in the very oversight that senators are supposed to engage in.
No, this is not how you do it. This is not the forum or the proper way to do this. He barged in there during an active press release. You're supposed, if you have a question, you're supposed to wait till the very end. You get called on. You don't just barge in there acting like you own the place and demand immediate answers or demand immediate attention. And then when confronted and said, hey, listen, sir, you can't do this, he says, do you know who I am? I'm a sitting senator. Listen, buddy, get out of here.
Then what we're really talking about here is a Trump administration that just wants to shut down the ordinary functions of government.
Oh,
Look,
give me a
I
break.
do a lot of oversight myself. I ask a lot of questions because that's how it works in a democracy.
How do you do it? When you do it, Elizabeth Warren, do you barge in and interrupt a press release, or do you do it in the Senate chambers where you're supposed to do it in a proper formatted way?
Use our words to hold people accountable. We don't use our fists. We don't shove. We don't try to knock people down. We use our words. That's what oversight is all about. And that's what I want to go to the floor of the Senate to talk about. I think it is time for every senator,
Go to the Senate.
every
That's where you're
member of
supposed to do
Congress,
it.
Democrat or Republican, to stand up and say what Donald Trump has done is wrong.
The only thing Donald Trump is wrong is not deport 10 times more illegal aliens. That's the only issue I have with President Trump right now, is that he's not deporting illegal aliens 10 times faster than how fast he currently is doing it. Outside of that, there's nothing wrong. Okay, it is what it is.
When
Her entire tone, this like pearl clutching, I can't believe. Da, 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 da. Come on, give me a break. Really? We all saw the video. In fact, we're going to watch the video from another angle here. We have another angle of the same video. Take a look at this.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is,
Look at him, he's
a
trying to
half
barge
a
in there.
dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
These people. These people.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
One more time, look at that. So you can hear Department of Secretary of what is she? That doesn't matter. She's over there giving her speech. You have all the press, all the media is over here. Okay, and he just barges in, trying to interrupt the show. And so you have to acknowledge what he's trying to do here is bait. He's trying to instigate and provoke a situation like this. What he wanted was this. He wanted to get involved. He wanted to be manhandled and tossed out. He got exactly what he wanted. He got attention. He wanted attention.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
I see a lot of people in the live chat saying that he was drunk and that's why he's behaving like this. Listen, folks, this is, I don't even think so. This is your brain on radical progressivism. Seriously, I don't think we need a conspiracy. We don't need some crazy conspiracy, folks. This is just how radical far-left progressives behave. They're doing it on the streets. They're doing it in the House chambers. They're doing it in the Senate chambers. They just got done doing this in the White House for 4 years. And now they're doing it, I don't know where in Washington, D.C. here. This is just who they are. This is just how they behave. I seriously doubt he was on drugs or drunk or whatever. This is just how they behave always. All the time, this is how they behave.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty? How they have been
Drunk on TDS?
Senator.
Very possible. Let me take a look at some of these super chats here. We have Zero Parody. Thank you very much for the super chat, by the way. Matt, it is a blessing to have found your channel. You do a great job covering the protest riots and other conflicts around the world. I'm also from the PNW, Southeast Washington. To be specific, I have some family down there. God bless y'all. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. You know, it's It's one of my long-term life dreams. I think Washington is maybe too far gone, but someday I need to be a little bit older, have a little bit more money. I don't know what I need, but someday it's one of my dreams to flip Oregon. It's been blue since the 1980s. It's my dream to make it red. So maybe someday, hey, we're going to be flipping Oregon red. I don't know, but Washington, maybe it's too far gone. Thank you very much. Michael P. is back again. Padilla wanted the confrontation, street clothes, charged at the podium, did not wear his Senate security pin. Look at Nick Shirley last night. Those savages all over him called him KKK, yet the savages were the ones wearing masks, not Nick. And we're going to check in with him again tonight. That was a great broadcast. Scary and dangerous broadcast, but wild. It's really eye-opening to show you guys how crazy these people are. They called him all types of names. They were calling him homophobic slurs during Pride Month, even though they are the progressives. I don't know. Explain that. They were calling him a Nazi. They were calling him a KKK member. They called him everything in the book, completely baselessly, right? They don't even know who he is. Okay, take a look at this. This is, and by the way, massive super chat. Thank you very much. Tonight's going to be a wild night. Once again, folks, thank you all for tuning in early. Here we go. So anyway, Senator Alex Padilla, probably Padilla. That's probably how you pronounce it. I don't really care. Democratic Californian senator speaks out after being forcibly removed.
Over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten
increasingly extreme, aka identifying, apprehending, detaining, and deporting illegal alien invaders. Folks, yes or no? Is it extreme to apprehend and deport people that have invaded our country illegally in violation of our federal immigration legislation? Is that insane? Is that extreme? The answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. This is something that we should have been doing for years. The entire time we haven't been. Thank God now we are.
little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information.
Okay, once again, I have a question for everybody in the live audience. Did he go in there looking to listen, put on his listening ears and hear what she had to say? Or did he barge in there like a belligerent idiot, shove his way to the front, try to interrupt her speech, skipping ahead of everybody else? The sense of entitlement is insane.
And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized
at one point,
the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question.
These people, they live in a distorted reality. And what is most frustrating is that they, not only do they live in an alternate, distorted, totally perverse reality, but they expect us to live there with them. They expect us to not believe our own eyes and ears and to instead accept this total distortion of what actually happened. It's insane. It's almost insulting, right?
I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed.
Good.
I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine.
There is a proper time and a proper place. There's a proper time and place to ask your question. You did it the wrong way. Not every time is proper. Not every time is the right time to do it. You chose a bad time to do it. You knew exactly what you were doing. You were trying to bait and manufacture this type of scenario, this type of outrage. The problem is that for the Democrats, this type of stuff might have worked 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Okay, It doesn't work anymore. Now Americans know exactly what they are doing. Americans, right? Back me up on this. Americans are fed up with this type of behavior. We are not falling for these type of manufactured outrage baiting political stunts. We know exactly what they're trying to do. We're not having it anymore.
What they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
You will be deported. Okay, we have some super chats here from Michael P. I see this. Meanwhile, President Trump's polling is like your channel's ever-increasing numbers. Whoa, through the roof, to the moon. And it's because of you guys. You guys are supporting Trump. You guys are supporting the channel. So really, it all goes back to you. So thank you very much, and I appreciate that a lot. There was another super chat here from Otto Saxophone. Cool name. They're trying to manufacture outrage for the 14th. Okay, I like this. This is a great little segue, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for the super chat. I need to remember how to speak English tonight very clearly. I'm hearing all this Spanish, and my brain is getting fried. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, folks, thank you very much once again. Between you and me, I kind of think that tonight is going to be the calm before the storm. We're going to be, for the next 4 hours, 3-4 hours, we are going to be watching protests and riots as they unfold. Between you and me, though, my expectation is that tonight is going to be kind of tame and kind of mellow. So we're going to be a little bit all over the place, but we're going to see what's out there. Okay, I'm sure as the sun goes down, gets a little bit darker, things are going to pick up. Okay, we already had a lot of people, hundreds of people walking around in Chicago. New York was rearing up to go. I think maybe Los Angeles is pretty much on lockdown. We're going to take a look, but it's the calm before the storm. Tomorrow is Friday, and the day after that is Saturday, which is this no King's Day of national riots, national protests. So maybe, I don't know. But, you know, also, I've been saying this for 3 days. That, hey, guys, we're going to have a boring night. Hey, there's nothing going to be going on tonight. And then it's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And guess what? There's been a lot going on. All of these, I thought going into the work week, things would mellow out. Ended up not being the case. So today is Thursday. I don't know. It might be mellow. It might not. But we are here to keep an eye on it. We are here exposing everything that they don't want America to see. Now, Christy Nome weighed in on this. But first, we have another little super chat here. Boxman, thank you very much. I hate it that Senators Adam Schiff and Padilla represent me. Also glad you got my game reference in my last night's SC. I'm trying to remember exactly. You know, you have seen this in the state of California. California is turning red. You've seen it. If you compare, okay, 2016 to 2020 to now 2024, California is being converted back to a red state. We're not there yet. We're still a ways away, but slowly, incrementally, it is happening. Californians are rising up. They've said, I've had enough. It might be another, you know, it's not going to be tomorrow. Could be 4, 8, 12 years. But if these trends continue, if the trajectory continues, California might be flipping back red given enough time. Okay, so who's to say? Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, there was one more, and then we're going to play this video with Christy Nome. Every Democrat thinks they are cosplaying as Martin Luther King Jr. delusional megalomaniacs. Well, listen, Martin Luther King Jr., he has a little bit of a tumultuous history. A lot of people would prefer us to remember him as being this super noble champion. This guy, have you guys ever looked into Martin Luther King Jr.'s history? He was up to some real shady stuff in his personal life. Where was his money coming from? Who was financing him? How was he treating women? Have you looked into that? How was Martin Luther King Jr. treating the various women in his life? Was he being a sexual predator, a little pest? Where was his money coming from? Was it coming from overseas communists? Was he a paid agitator? So guys, listen, this noble Martin Luther King Jr. narrative, I don't know about this. Even back in the 60s, we have the same stories. We have the same antics. We have the same narrative. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Okay, that's what we like to say. Jake Miguel. It says, Trump should make like LBJ and stop the coup ship. We're going to have to see what happens on Saturday. And thank you very much. I appreciate that. Saturday is a big day. Now, Secretary Nome,
You know, what I would say is we were conducting a press conference to update everyone on the enforcement actions that are ongoing to bring peace to the city of Los Angeles. And this man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. So as soon as he identified himself, you know, appropriate actions were taken. But I would say that, you know, I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was. He didn't say who he was, that until he was already had been lunging forward. And
well, also, here's the deal. It doesn't matter who he is. The way he came in, he could be President Trump himself. Listen, she's up there doing her job, giving a speech. This is a press release. There is a way, there's a methodology. These happen. Everybody knows. She gives the info. She gives the speech. She does her little monologue. And then there's questions at the end. Doesn't matter who's barging in, let alone this random Democratic senator. You wait until the end and then you ask your question like a respectful, civil person, like a civil, respectful person with a little bit, just 1% of an ounce of decorum, just a little bit in Washington, D.C. Please, do the Democrats have that? Seemingly no.
people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time, and that this, you know, we're leaders, we're public servants, and if he had requested a meeting, I would have loved to have sat down and had a conversation with him. That
I bet
coming into a press conference like this is political theater. It's wrong, and it does a disservice to this country and the people who live here. So we sat down, had a conversation. We probably disagree on 90% of the topics, but we agreed to exchange phone numbers. We'll continue to talk and share information, and I think that's the way it should be in this country.
That's the way you do it.
I wish he would have acted that way in the beginning. And
keep it adult, keep it civil, keep it professional. Okay, what he did here, barging in like a belligerent idiot, that's not how you do it. And we all know exactly what he's doing. He was trying to bait and manufacture. Oh, look at this. This is Alex, Democratic Californian Senator Alex Padilla, back in 2023, about 2 years ago. What did he say? He said, and I quote, "No one is above the law. Share if you agree." Yeah, I need to share that one. Share if you agree. No one is above the law except him when he thinks he needs to be. Except now that Trump is back in the White House, it is not the case, Mr. Quesadilla. Mr. Quesadilla, adios, muchachos. Okay, here we have Speaker Johnson chiming in on this. What's going on?
Are you comfortable watching Alex
far
Padilla
the way they treated Senator Padilla today? Was that a bridge too far?
I saw the same video, a very brief video that I think many people did. I think the senator's actions, my view is it was wildly inappropriate. You don't charge a sitting cabinet secretary, and everybody can draw their own conclusions. You can see.
Can you respond to some of these people heckling?
I'm not going to respond to that. Let me just hold on. Let me just.
These folks, they're like a bunch of uncivilized baboons, shrieking and yelling and throwing things. Folks, is it too much to ask? Can we just have a little bit of basic respect and basic decorum back in this country? The shrieking, the yelling, the shouting, the throwing, the assault, the violence. Can we kind of get over this? And you know, it's not coming from the right. It's not coming from our side of the aisle. Where is it coming from the left? We're going to get to the Tehran thing here in a minute, by the way, folks.
I think the American people can draw their own conclusions. They saw a senator acting like wildly inappropriate.
But what about the
we're going to cover that.
What I saw was agents asking him to quieten down so that the secretary could continue her press conference. He refused to do so. What were they supposed to do? They have to restrain someone who is engaging in that kind of behavior. They moved him out of the room.
Throw him to the ground, handcuff him.
A sitting member of Congress should not act like that. It is beneath a member of Congress.
That's right.
It's beneath a U.S. senator. They're supposed to lead by example, and that is not a good example. We have to turn the temperature down in this country and not escalate it. The Democrat Party is on the wrong side. They are defending lawbreakers, and now they are acting like lawbreakers themselves.
All right, folks, we have breaking news. It would seem as if World War III potentially is breaking out right now. Israel has just, it seems as if they've carried out a series of bombing runs in Tehran. I'm looking, first off, let's take a look at flight radar here. These are airplanes in the Middle East that are rerouting all around Iraq, eastern Syria. Okay, so they have rerouted I want to show you guys what has gone on in Tehran right here. Breaking sirens going off in Jerusalem. World War III alert. And so, you know, for the last 24 hours, we've kind of been talking about this. It seems like the Trump administration knew that this was coming, that this was going to be happening. Breaking explosions in Tehran. Tehran is the capital city, biggest city in Iran. Take a look. Can I full screen this? Where's the audio? Okay, I don't see anything there. This is all breaking right now as of the last 2 minutes, by the way. Okay, well, nothing is happening there. Unusual explosions heard in Tehran per Reuters. Sirens are blaring across Israel. Breaking news, repeated explosions, sounds in Tehran, and the firing of anti-aircraft artillery. No one has been released yet regarding explosions. Okay, well, okay, so I don't know. All of this is happening right now. I'm trying to take a look around. What do we have here? By the way, folks in the Discord, if you could send me over updates, if you see it on Twitter or anywhere, send it over in the Discord server. That helps a lot tonight. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. This is, what is this here? Can I translate this? Al Arabiya correspondent, Israel has launched an attack on Iran. What is this here? Should I listen to this?
By and have to deal with global allies? Of course we will.
Suleiman, do you have the news report, or do you have the resource, the source for the news?
Al Jazeera has reported it. Explosions being reported in Tehran. We're going to be posting the news out. Al Jazeera is just reporting it as breaking news, guys. It looks like Israel has gone in and attacked Iran. This is major. We'll see the level of these attacks. Remember, this has happened before. It was contained last time.
Initial reports of explosions in the Iranian capital.
Retaliate as well. This is big news. There is no, this is my opinion now, there is no justification for this at all. There is no nuclear weapons there. There's nothing. So Suleiman's just posted it in the nest, guys. Loud explosions in Tehran. Source Al Jazeera breaking news. Please share that. Please retweet it. We've changed the title of the space. Please do share the space. If you've already shared the space, if you go to Suleiman's profile or my profile, you can quote tweet it from there. If you retweeted
I need
it
1
earlier,
minute here, folks. I
please
apologize.
let people know that we're live.
I need to kind of change up my broadcaster too a little bit.
Please make sure your notifications are on for Suleiman.
What a freaking night.
If this space crashes for any reason, we will restart straight away. Please make sure that both myself and Suleiman are followed. Either one of us will start straight away. Thank you so much. I'll pass it back to Suleiman.
Yeah, there's videos coming out now. The Iranian capital is hearing and feeling blasts. It's happening right now.
If everyone's tuned in right now, hit that repost button because this is live breaking news. This is massive news that just broke out. Hit that repost button. This is insane. This is live. This is emergency breaking news.
This could infect generations of people. This is going to be a huge war if this breaks out. Like,
okay, folks, I'm going to try to find some video footage here. So, needless to say, can I mute this discussion I'm in for a moment?
Yeah, who said that? Who just said that? It could affect generations?
Me.
Sorry, I was just...
I'm going to mute that for a moment. Folks, yeah, obviously, you know, so it's a little bit of a rewind here. It seems like for the past 12 to 24 hours that the Trump administration has known that Israel is on the cusp of attacking Iran. Trump was kind of winking, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, that he knew what this was going to happen. In fact, yesterday evening, the Trump administration told every single American embassy in the Middle East, everywhere in the Middle East, and also Eastern Europe to kind of bunker down, get ready, things are going to happen. If you were an American civilian, get out of Dodge, get out of the Middle East. Things are happening. It's finally happening. There's no coverage at all. Well, we're here. I'm going to do my best. This is my first time kind of being live during one of these breaking news scenarios, so I'm going to try to do this here. There's a lot going on. You know, obviously one of the very big concerns with a situation like this is that this will escalate into an all-out regional war, that this will escalate beyond just a couple basic military strikes or missile attacks into Tehran, the capital of Iran, but that this will ripple effect out across the Middle East. America will get involved. NATO's involved. Russia's involved. Who knows? Everybody's involved. Who knows? A lot of people are saying, listen, if this stuff really starts going down, that, maybe World War III type of scenario. So I hope not. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, if these strikes actually have taken place, as it seems they have, hopefully this kind of remains a little bit of a contained scenario. So I'm going to turn up the audio while I try to find some video footage for you guys.
How powerful Iran is in terms of population and how big of a country it is. They think it's like Iraq, where they have no real infrastructure to give us a problem. They do have the infrastructure, and they have an education system which has raised generations of people to hate America. So they have more consolidation in their national messaging. So if we were able to destabilize them from the outside with economics, which is what our strategy was, that would work. But when you have people who went to school, not everybody, there's a diverse population, but a lot of people who went to school under a very strict religious system that literally had death to America in some of the books, that is not a good country to go to war with. They literally are already programming people for decades against us. And
I do have to cut Levi off just real quick, and I know I do that too much, but do they need to be programmed, or I mean, like, at this point, do they need to be programmed? Yeah, like, because, our establishment is constantly bombing nations over there, or proxying something, or funding some ISIS, or some Al-Qaeda, or some. I don't think that anymore. I do not think, I'm not saying it ever happened, but I'm not shocked when people just kind of don't want to.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay, I want to play this video real quick. What is going on? Okay, so it seems like we don't actually have video footage of the strikes happening, but we have video footage at the moment of the aftermath of the strikes. You can see plumes of smoke coming out of the ground here. This is in Tehran. So there's at least, looks like 3 or 4 attacks that have taken right there, or missiles that have made landfall right there. Now, I want to maybe share something with you guys that is obvious, that I didn't know up until about 12 months ago. Iran, like that woman was saying in that phone call there, Iran is not like a shithole of a country. It's not up to American standards, but Tehran is a reasonably wealthy, highly populated country with a lot of people. I don't know. They've got shopping malls. They've got electricity. They've got a lot of people. It's not like when you think of Middle East, you think of Afghanistan, you think of Iraq, you think of rubble and toppled buildings everywhere. Tehran is an actual real country. They have a lot of money. They are a wealthy country. It's a very highly dense, population-wise country. And so, like this woman was saying, things could really just get out of hand.
World War III. This is going to affect other countries are going to jump in. This is going to affect people globally. It's going to affect all of us in the West as well, by the way. And it's going to affect, as Levi said, a whole generation. And we're talking about American freaking supremacy. Please get with it. Let me go to Ian, and then I'm going to go to Truth, and I'm going to go to Sea of Lavender. Ian, jump in. Thanks.
American supremacy is all that matters.
Thanks, Ian. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, no, I bet. And look, I was going to talk about because Gary earlier, and this is not to go backwards, right? He was talking economics and the realities of American prosperity. I
apologize, folks. I'm going to try to stay on top of the super chats here. I don't want to miss anything. If I do, I apologize. Matt, you weren't allowed to say it's going to be the calm before the storm anymore. Yeah, folks, I said tonight is going to be a calm night. It's going to be the calm before the storm, and now we have World War III breaking out. So sorry, I jinxed it. I take complete blame for this entire situation. Sorry, folks.
It's lunacy, and we could point to not only poverty, but we could do homelessness, we could do depression, we could do suicide, we could do drug overdoses. I could go on, and I'll just put it into the purple pill, where basically every indicator of societal wellness has been plummeting for decades. And I say this not to go backwards. Like I said, I'm going to go forwards. The reason for it is the supremacist system that I believe, can't prove this irrefutably, but I can show you a whole lot of data that would suggest it is because of this entanglement with these foreign sets of globalist interests. Let's just put it that way.
Just 1 second, sorry, Ian. I'm just going to keep giving news. Netanyahu has called an emergency meeting, and he said a senior official in Israel has quoted as saying, "We are now preparing for days of battle." Days of battle. Guys, if you know anybody who is in Iran or, and obviously looking at the time now, it's really late in the night that they've started this, speaks on it, is a journalist in that area. Please do send them a link to the space, invite them on, DM Suleiman, let them know who's coming on, and we'll bring them up.
And just some more breaking news. The tweet is in the nest. And the tweet is Israel Katz has declared a special situation in Israel. That's happened right now. Let me go to Truth. Truth, in terms of, because I want to keep this military, like everyone keeps on talking about other things, but people are here for the news about the bombing that's happening right now. So Truth, specifically about what's happening right now in terms of the bombing of Israel. What's your thoughts in terms of what's happening? We heard reports it was going to be Friday. We heard reports it was going to be Monday. They've done it today.
I'm
How
pulling up a
intense is it
live
going to
flight
be? We're
radar
seeing
from you
Iran
folks.
being intensely bombed. Do you think it gets worse?
Douglas,
When does Iran respond? Give it more from that perspective.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. So it is technically Friday in Iran, if we're going to look at it that way. So they did sort of declare when they were going to do it, and they did it. A little, I told you so to Simon because he said when it happened. But that aside, no time for pettiness. What it means, I don't know if they're even done bombing, because if I put up a map under a thread that I'm currently building, Iran's various nuclear sites are decentralized and spread out across many different cities. They're buried deep down, underground. I haven't been able to gather what they've been able to strike so far in Tehran, if there have been any casualties. This is still so fresh, it's breaking news. I mean, there's a lot more to come.
Hey, folks,
and I'm sure
breaking news
you'll
here.
be reporting on it very soon, as information is going to be dripping out very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would seem to me as if every single flight going in and out of Israel has been grounded. Notice you don't see a single airplane flying over Israel. A little bit abnormal here, I believe. Maybe there's a total grounding going on here.
To respond, because they said they would, as you pointed out, they said they will immediately respond. They're not going to wait a few weeks and maybe even go through the usual protocols. Of course, they do it on a Friday when
we're just getting some more Truth. Apologies, and I do want to I do want you to carry on, because I think you're bringing the conversation back to where I wanted it. There is a tweet in the nest. It's not even in the nest, but anyway, the latest tweet is, the latest information is, there's major images coming out of Iran right now. They've been heavily bombed. They've been heavily attacked. This is going to be a long night, but yeah, this is happening right now. Sorry, go ahead, Truth, continue.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the various nuclear sites.
I have a breaking report here.
Good evening, everyone. We have breaking news out of Iran at this moment. We're interrupting your regular scheduled programming because ABC News has learned that Israel has launched an attack on Iran, likely targeting Iran's nuclear sites. Tensions have been mounting in the region for several days. President Trump told reporters today that it could happen at any time. We want to go now to Selena Wang, who has the latest from the White House. Selena, what can you tell us?
Well, Lindsay, earlier today, I had asked President Trump about how imminent this Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear facility could be, and the president had told me that this could very well happen, adding that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, telling me that the U.S. would help Iran be successful in any other way, even trading with the country. Now, this comes as President Trump in his second term has repeatedly stressed that Iran cannot be developing a nuclear weapon, that it cannot have a nuclear weapon. This comes as his envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is actually heading to Oman on Sunday. He's scheduled to have another round of nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran. There have been several rounds so far, Lindsay, of nuclear talks, and the president has repeatedly said that he's confident that the U.S. and Iran are getting close to a deal. But just this week, the president said that he was becoming less confident. He also told me today that if there is a strike from Israel on Iran's nuclear facilities, he was concerned that this could derail their negotiations.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I have a feeling that negotiations are probably off at this point.
Selena, what could this escalation mean potentially for those peace talks?
Well, again, the president, he had actually asked Netanyahu, he said last month, not to launch this sort of strike, worried that this could harm the ongoing U.S.-Iran negotiations. The president today saying that he believes this could, quote, blow up those negotiations.
Literally.
Now, this also comes, though, as the U.S. has already ordered some non-essential staff to leave Iraq, and also as the administration has also authorized family members of military members to leave if they want to voluntarily leave across the Middle East. The president saying that it could become a very dangerous place, and he wanted to make sure that Americans would be safe.
Okay, there you have it. So, hey, it is actually happening. I guess 10 minutes ago, maybe it was a rumor, it was unconfirmed. It is officially confirmed now.
To try to
I'm going to try to
strike
find
this
some more
time
for you
around.
folks, okay?
Were they successful strikes? I don't know. You know, Tehran doesn't operate like they don't have an equivalent of CNN. They have like press news, TV, etc. That's as close to 24/7 news coverage that you're going to get. They so far haven't provided details, and they're going to be a little more diligent and not be so impulsive with just providing live coverage of what's happening. We'll get some reports soon, so it's premature to say much now. I expect more to come because I'm surprised they went for Tehran. I thought they'd do Esfahan or somewhere else where they go for maybe some airfields at first and then aim for what they really want to do. But yeah, it looks like they've struck where I guess Iran least expected, which again, it's a smart play on their part. Go.
Now, folks, we have an update here. Senior officials tell Channel 13 News that Israel is preparing for, quote, days of battle with Iran following tonight's series of preemptive strikes against Tehran. Okay.
From 2002, where it was Israel that was pressuring the U.S. to invade Iraq at that time, and they've been trying to do the same thing, but to no success. So instead, they just went for it themselves. This is likely what would have happened to Iraq over 20 years ago. It was them that would have struck first if they hadn't lured America into invading. But this time, they just don't care. They've just grown more rogue, more bold, more audacious.
By the way, real quick, I want to say this is a Twitter X live call we're in. There are all types of people, pro-Iran, pro-America, pro-Israel, whatever, from all different points of view. Okay, whatever these people are saying, I don't necessarily endorse. It's a round table of people yapping here, okay, trying to make sense of what is going on right now. FYI.
So Israel has had a direct hit on Mehrabad airbase. If someone is from Iran, send us a message. We will bring you right up if you can if you can provide us with on the ground news. So if you are from Iran, do request and we'll bring you right up. But yeah, there is a direct hit. The tweets in the nest in Mehrabad airbase in Tehran. Iran has been hit directly.
Suleiman, they hit on the 13th and it's Donald Trump's birthday on the 14th. Connect the dots, my friend.
Do you mind if I add to this really quick?
That's why it's not because they've talked 30 years for doing it. It's just that you want to bring it around. That's fine.
It's worth noting.
Let's just stay on topic.
Sorry, one second. Hold on. What I was trying to add was the missiles from Iran can go through the Iron Dome. So a lot of people don't know they've already proven over the last few years that they can get through the Iron Dome.
They did it twice last year.
They're the only country that can do that in the region. So what people don't realize is Israel cannot defend against their missile attacks because of the volume of them and the quality of them. And they can punch back, right? And so the reason they didn't think they'd go to Tehran is because they would then activate the ones that can go through the Iron Dome.
Yeah, this is bad.
Escalate this war
this is not
days
good.
Instead of months.
It's worth noting that
just wanna bring in Myron. Myron, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts? There's been that's it. It's happened. Israel's attacking Iran right now. They've hit Mehrabad airbase. They're hitting Tehran directly. Any quick thoughts, Myron?
Yeah, World War III is about to start. It's here. It's here. We've been anticipating this for several years now. Kind of started with the Abraham Accords and killing, Qasem Soleimani, and here we are now. Israel's been wanting to do this for a bit, and Iran's going to retaliate hard. And they have the ability to. I think they've proven already that they have the ability to touch Israel. They proved this last year when they were able to get missiles through the Iron Dome. They have a very strong and refined ballistic missile system.
Now, I do have to say, regardless of your thoughts on Israel or Tehran or any of this, or Iran, any of this, it seems like Israel is pretty much running the show in the Middle East. It seems like Israel, really, as a consequence of American support, is acting with complete and total impunity in the Middle East. And it really doesn't seem like anybody, in my opinion, can touch Israel, can do a lot of damage to Israel. Israel seems very obvious to me, kind of the top dog in the region. We had, I think in April of last year, however, a couple months ago, you had Iran firing missiles across Iraq, trying to hit Israel. They landed in the middle of nowhere. They didn't really do anything. We're talking about whether or not Iran even has the capability to break through Israel's Iron Dome. I don't know. It kind of seems to me like Israel is outpacing everybody in the region. That's what it seems like to me.
Supposed to render a decision. Do we know what that decision was, whether they were compliant or not?
Lenny Jones.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Truth.
Lenny Jones. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So what I was looking at is they actually increased their refinement percentage, and they added more subterfuges as well, so they could refine more uranium. So they're definitely well beyond what the IAEA would have expected, because
I'm
I
looking for
believe
more
they're
footage here,
anticipated
folks.
an attack.
That's
So they're
massive.
going.
Thank you.
They may actually be scaling towards building some bombs, possibly, and to show it as a deterrent. For many reasons, obviously, one, and they want to show nuclear deterrent to try to de-escalate things.
But
Two,
my
they
question, truth
could
is,
possibly use it.
But my question, truth, no, I know obviously that they're going to work towards an atomic bomb to protect themselves. My question is more along the lines of, were they found to be compliant or not compliant?
No, they were found to not be compliant.
No, they're not complying anymore.
Okay, all right, fair. Because I know that
But to be
obviously,
fair, but Myron, to be fair, remember the leaks that came out of Iran. Apparently, one of the guys working for the IAEA was also colluding with Israel. So take that for what it is.
Okay, all right, fair. So
Yeah,
that's
the DIA
that's
that provided the names of the nuclear scientists in Iran that Israel ended up assassinating.
Let me tell you guys why I'm asking this question, because this is more important than like me just asking if they're in compliance. It's not really that if they're in compliance or not. As you guys know, they're supposed to have a meeting. Wickoff is supposed to meet with them this weekend, either
Sunday.
in Oslo or I think Oman. So now, since they're not compliant, that meeting might actually get called off now, especially since Israel attacked. And now it's supposed to be the 6th round of talks. So diplomacy might be off the table now. That's why I'm asking that.
Yeah, it's
I
off
think
the
you're
table.
right.
Yeah, they actually announced.
I think diplomacy is off the table.
Point, when you say
I think so.
comply, when you say comply, like, let's not forget the nuclear agreement got trashed back in.
For better or for worse, regardless of your personal belief, whatever, or mine, it seems to me like Israel is saying, you know what? Listen, Trump, we are done waiting. We are done negotiating. We are carrying out these preemptive strikes. The wait is over. Negotiations are done. We here, Netanyahu administration, we're putting an end to them. We are going in. We are bombing Iran. There's nothing you can do about it. And it seems like they gave Trump maybe 20 hours notice, 24 hours notice, because like I said earlier, Trump was just earlier today kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudging, talking about some of this. Like, yeah, something is going to happen.
Compliant with the IEA, and in return, obviously, they'd lift the sanctions, etc. So what I'm saying is that
Wes Hill,
apparently,
Thank you.
This organization came back and did another inspection
Sky News,
to see if they were compliant or not, and that would kind of weigh in on how the United States moves with them during the 6th round of negotiations. So it's not that I completely understand why Iran is not complying now. But what I'm saying is that I was just trying to figure out what the rendering answer was as far as them being compliant or not. I'm not surprised they're not compliant. Obviously, they've probably been enriching like crazy given what's going on right now. But the reason why I'm so interested in this is because that is going to affect the United States' stance when they come into the negotiation this weekend. That's why I want to know. But now that Israel attacked, diplomacy might be off the table for good, because I did not think that they were going to hit this soon. I anticipated
it is
they would
off
hit
the
next
table
week.
for good.
But the fact that they did it literally today, they're attacking sooner than I thought.
So
just some more breaking news as well. Just quickly, guys, some more breaking news. I appreciate Ivy for he's putting all these tweets under the space as well, because there's just so much information coming out. But the breaking news: Lindsey Graham had just tweeted, the guy who loves more than anyone we know. He said, "quote The game has begun, and we pray for Israel." So he said the game has begun, and we pray for Israel. This is literally a game for them. So he's just vocalizing what he actually believes. Significant bombing in Tehran.
Lindsey
It's
Graham.
significantly bad. We're highly concerned about what's happening.
I don't see that.
Netanyahu needs to be removed from power immediately. The people in Israel and Mossad need to remove this guy ASAP, because if they don't, he's going to fucking cost millions of people lives. This guy needs to be fucking removed, and the fucking Mossad has to do it themselves.
Israel needs to be removed from America. It's decimating the stock market, skydiving. A lot of soldiers are about to lose their lives because Israel and Donald Trump don't care about America, and they don't care about Americans.
Buy gold as a hedge, so at least you can make some money off this. Sick thing to say, but it is what it is.
So the IAEA went in, and Iran actually stonewalled. So we don't know if they're enriching extra.
This is allegedly footage from earlier today.
Advantage for them to show
just
any
10 minutes
sites
ago.
at this point.
They already disclosed that they are.
Yeah, like.
But remember, there was
allegedly
there was leaked documents as well showing that that organization has actually sold out to Israel, and they were colluding with Israel as well. So one needs to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and Truth made obviously a good point. Like, there's no deal to comply with, right? It's just sort of like one-sided at this point.
Got an update for you guys here. This is a damaged apartment building in Tehran. I want to show you guys here. Look at that. So it makes you wonder, did Israel know that there was some senior ranking Iranian military leader, nuclear physicist, something? Because this seems like a very targeted strike here on this apartment building. You know, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to make sense of it here. But anyway, maybe Israel knew that somebody important was staying there. We're calling these preemptive strikes at the moment. Who knows?
United States of America, that the operation in Iran is in coordination with the United States of America. If that is true, then what that means is that Iran already said it, that they will retaliate against the United States of America if the United States of America is in colluding with Israel in order to do the attack. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was speaking.
What's
I
the
think the
evidence
thing
of
is,
that
though,
before we start drawing conclusions that
It's
America?
happening right now, Max.
I
I
put up in the
called it.
nest. This is breaking
Happening
news.
right
Apparently,
before we
a residential home has been struck. Sorry, I put it up. It was Middle East that just reported that a residential home has been struck in Tehran. So
so
looks like they weren't aiming for just airfields or nuclear sites.
they're hitting Tehran, right? Not the nuclear facilities, the centrifuges that they keep claiming that this is about and that they want to do. They might not have the capability to do it, and I think if they're hitting Tehran, it's something that might get them to respond, and then in that case, they can tell the big brother America, oh, we're under attack, we're in danger, it's an imminent threat, it's an immediate threat. And how are we going to hit them back? We'll hit the nuclear facilities. Let's hit them all at once. Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, and they would never hit Tehran if they thought they had nuclear capability.
Breaking news, folks, right here. Where was this? Breaking President Trump in the U.S. has convened an emergency cabinet level meeting as of 4 minutes ago. So over here in the U.S., we are scrambling also. Okay.
Make money. It's
all of this is coming in minute by minute, folks.
So they're wanting to rebuild.
Well, we know
Iran.
who gets those military contracts afterwards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it's
So
the likes of
they would not
Blackwater or Halliburton. There's a very lucrative multi-billion-dollar contracts, or BlackRock, for instance, in Ukraine.
Yes.
So yeah, it's by design, of course. But I mean, Iran's not going to be, contracting out their building. They know how to build their own stuff. What I would also point out, though,
Just
is
some more
this.
breaking news. Truth alluded to it. Basically, major bombing by Israel, but on civilian residential buildings in Iran. You can see this residential building up in flames. The tweet is in the nest. It's in flames. You can see it. It's shocking. It's crazy. It's significantly bad. Like they just done what they've done in Gaza. They targeted civilian buildings. You saw when Iran responded with True Promise 2, they directly
Oops, my bad. Apologize.
What we're seeing here is basically the opposite of that. They did attack an airbase, but they've also attacked civilian buildings. It's significant, and it just shows the psychopathic nature of this regime. Truth, go ahead, jump in. You were saying something, but look at the video. It's mental.
Oh, do you mind if really quick I point out, so their greed might actually save them, because if they want to rebuild Iran, where they make all the monies and the rebuilding, they don't want to nuke everything, because then you can't rebuild.
Folks, I do want to say real quick, as all of this is breaking news right now, literally minute by minute, okay? I wouldn't take anything anybody says as gospel. Okay, you're hearing a lot of opinions. I'm in an open chat channel here. There are dozens of people from all over the world that are weighing in. You just heard an Irish guy. You had all types of people, okay? Nothing is confirmed. Nothing is gospel. People are trying to make sense of what's going on. This is a topic that is very divisive. Everybody has a bias. We're just here along for the ride, trying to see what the hell is going on, folks. And I'm trying to bring you everything that I can as this is developing.
Of the Capitol
today. That's on commercial. Okay.
Residential properties in attempts to decimate economies and real estate markets. People to leave from there so that they could genocide the rest of the world. So this is what Israel does. This is no surprise. They're going to try to do it everywhere else in the world. They started in Gaza, Palestine, and they're going to keep spreading and spreading and spreading until someone stops them. And this is what I've been trying to warn about for literally 2 years straight on social
Just
media.
some more breaking news. We're getting more images of civilian buildings being hit. We're getting more images of civilian buildings being hit. Oh my God, I've just got another report. I'm just going to tweet out. But yeah, more reports of civilian buildings being hit.
So just to make the point, like this appears to be a bait and switch strategy, because all the talk was about wanting to disable the nuclear program, research facilities, whether refining uranium or even the missile manufacturing facilities.
Oh,
now they're
folks.
striking residential homes. So you see how deceptive they are.
Take a look
on the
at
one
that.
hand, they're like they pose the threat because of the nuclear and also their missile manufacturing abilities that they provide for their allies. But instead, now they're doing terrorist attacks on civilian infrastructure, similar to the Dahlia Doctrine. I'm not saying they're going to go that far, but what this did, though, is then got around and concentrate its efforts and its alerts, its alarm systems.
So let's try to real quick do like a military breakdown. I don't know. Do we have any military strategists in the live chat here? So I'm just going to try to kind of think through all of this. Israel's been talking about engaging in preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. I highly doubt that Iran has any nuclear enrichment facilities in Tehran, which is the highly dense, highly populated capital of the country. It's, as far as I know, all of their nuclear enrichment facilities are off kind of in the mountains, buried in bunkers in the countryside, off away from the city. So I would guess that what we are seeing right now, these preemptive strikes, as we're calling them in Tehran, why are these happening? What is this? I would guess that that Israel is trying to take out key specific individuals. Somebody important was in this building, somebody important was in this building, or at least somebody that Israel did not like. We got to take them out. Who knows? Also, at the same time, this very moment, they might also be carrying out preemptive strikes on the nuclear enrichment facilities off in the bunkers, in the bunker complex in the mountains. Who knows? That could also be happening at this exact moment. You know, obviously, we're not going to have live streams or pictures of that being taken, so we're not going to have that confirmation yet, I suppose. This broadcast is just nothing is happening, but I would bet that a lot is happening on the ground in Iran right now. That's my suspicion.
So they could try to drag America into this so that they could use U.S. soldiers, they could use American soldiers as toy slave soldier goyams, and they could try to extend this war as far as possible so that Satan Yahu Milikowski could stay in power. This is what a lot of people have to understand. This is by design. This is why a lot of us on stage knew that.
We've got more images coming out of civilian areas being hit. The tweets in the nest. There's more images. Look at it. There's cars just completely wrecked outside civilian buildings. This is significant, and it's extremely bad.
Iran is getting ready. We say, you know what? I'm totally clueless. I don't believe that Iran has the capacity to carry out serious retaliatory strikes against Israel. I don't think Iran can do that. I don't think they have the capacity to seriously pierce the Iron Dome. I don't think Iran has the cards in this situation. I think probably Israel has all of the cards in this situation. Here's another attack going on in downtown Tehran. It is unfolding.
No, they don't know. That hasn't been covered in Israel. So that the missile program of Iran.
Also, Americans are going to hate them because the
Levi,
stock
but
market's
that's
skydiving
not
right
true.
now.
Levi, that's cope. That's just not true because in true promise to Iran did use a few hypersonics and it was all ballistics. They know exactly what Iran can do. They're fully aware. You can't give them a pass on ignorance.
Oh, the civilians.
Not the case.
The
whole country knows. It's widely reported. I mean, there's still
I want to
videos
put out there real quick
that have been
though.
played of the trajectory of those missiles.
Breaking news, though, the markets are skydiving, so this is going to make Americans hate Israel even more than they already do as well. I just want to add that to what Myron was saying earlier.
Not necessarily, Mofit, because there are those who knew about it in advance, just like 9/11 and 10/7, who've already placed their put options, who are going to profit off of this.
So, folks, real quick, back to America. As all of this is unfolding, the White House congressional picnic is happening right now in the U.S., so all of these American politicians sitting in Congress, the senators, the House reps, Trump himself, they all have to go to this picnic, potentially as World War III is breaking out right now. Is this a cancel the picnic scenario? This might be a cancel the picnic scenario. Who knows? Well, by the way, so folks, let me rewind. The reason why I speculated that Iran does not have the capacity to pierce Israel's Iron Dome is because I want to say April of last year, Iran fired several ballistic missiles towards Israel, and none of them did any damage. None of them connected, if I remember properly. So maybe that's by intent. Maybe Iran didn't want them to connect. Maybe Iran didn't want them to do damage or really do too much. Who knows? You can get as conspiratorial as you want. We got to see what happens. Anything could happen going forward.
And by the way, I cited this earlier today.
Way too much propaganda. Folks, you're not going to find news anywhere right now covering this topic of all topics regarding Israel and Iran without some amount of propaganda, okay? This is one of the most controversial, divisive topics in the entire world. As this is breaking, as this is unfolding, we are not going to be able to find anything that is purely unbiased. Everything is going to be biased here. That's the first thing. Second off, this is happening minute by minute. Like minute by minute, this is happening. Folks, we don't have some beautiful, well put together broadcast to sit here and watch. This is minute by minute, ladies and gentlemen.
Near enough to be able to disable or even slow down their nuclear facilities. Plus, let's not forget they're decentralized. It's going to be very difficult to try to strike them all
And I'm
at
trying to
once
find some more
without
for you
Iran,
guys.
essentially defending itself, which I think they'll have to do immediately now. There's no time to go to the UN. They're under attack. This looks. I'm just surprised at this point. Why don't they just declare war? We're going to war. I mean, they're already striking civilian infrastructure and they claim nuclear research.
Video from Alex Jones here.
Does not seem to me like it's just an isolated attack. And I'm wondering if Israel's waiting on America to join. We'll see.
Just a small break.
President Trump has said earlier today that he is not going to help he's not going to help Israel carry out their missile strikes. President Trump said that 8 hours ago. So maybe Israel's on their own right now. This is Alex Jones posting this moments ago. Israel strikes Iran's capital of Tehran. Take a look. You are in the info war.
نزدیک پادگان قلمرویه.
Fox is now live. Let me take a look. Bear with me, folks. I'm looking for that Fox Live broadcast here. We do. We have something. Okay. Can I get audio here? I'll reload this.
But it is also targeting senior politicians and senior military figures in Iran. That is where I get a lot of these news. I look, for example, at Twitter or X, whatever it's called today, and I look at different things I follow are Israeli state media and Iranian media and Al Jazeera and international sort of Middle East media reports. Most of the things, though, that first come out are reports on the ground. So, for example, again, I'm going to try to actually show this. This is a picture of a building that is on fire. This is a building that is on fire in Iran, and this is a report again from Israel. And the report then says that apparently houses are also being targeted in this attack, not just nuclear facilities. So when I say that, like I say, I don't know. I don't know. That's an image that was uploaded right now. When you follow news that is breaking like this all the time, you have to distinguish between the official statements. I don't expect to see any official meaningful statement from Iran at this point. Iran at this point, the most it could say, because their sort of national pride has also been hurt with this attack, the most they could say is, we will retaliate as we see fit. Israel has violated international law, etc. It's not going to tell us anything. The more important state publications that I'm looking at actually are in Israel, because Israeli publications right now, Israel knows what it's planning. So, for example, the fact that air raid sirens went off across all of Israel, 100% of the country, went off at 3 a.m. So that was the indication, right, that Israel was bracing itself for a missile retaliation from Iran and wanted the entire country to wake up. Then, state media in Israel put out, the IDF in Israel, the military, put out another message saying, actually, we do not expect missiles right now. You have to stay near bomb shelters, but we wanted to make sure that everyone was awake. We wanted to make sure that everyone knew. So that tells me, okay, so right now, as far as Israel is concerned, it's not expecting immediate missile retaliation from Iran. Again, lending some suggestion that maybe Israel's not planning a full-on escalation at this point, but it wanted people to be alert of that. Iran doesn't know what Israel's planning necessarily. So from Iran, I expect more generic things at this point.
So, Alona, I just want to reiterate, because the reporting is somewhat sounder now than when we first came on the air with this, we were questioning what Israel was targeting, what they were striking. The Associated Press, with the dateline in Dubai, has it that an Israeli military official has confirmed to the Associated Press the attack has targeted Iranian nuclear sites. So very significant there.
That's what we said a minute ago.
To
okay.
The Associated Press. And now to my question.
So not just strikes in Tehran, but also against the Iranian military sites as well.
It's inside Iran kinetically. Have they ever done that?
Andrew, I need to cut you off for 1 second. Very initial report, not substantiated, coming out of Iran. Again, this is bloggers in Iran that are reporting rumors that they are hearing that Iran's chief of staff may have been assassinated. The chief of staff of the military may have been assassinated. That's a news blast that I just got. Again, I cannot confirm that. I'm going to be looking into it right now.
All right, and yes, we'll wait for the official confirmation.
When I see a news blast like that, then I start to say, okay, let me see what else people are saying.
Yeah, that's my question about something like that, is you follow these stories as they break all the time. You're always a news hound when it comes to breaking news out of the region. How often are reports out of there credible?
So typically, when something like that breaks out, it's not unsubstantiated, but that doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. So likely there was an attempted assassination of the chief of staff. Typically when something like this breaks out, and it comes from sources that I follow, because it's not just anyone on the ground, it's people who usually are more credible. Usually they have heard that there was an attack on, for example, the home, the house, the office of the chief of staff. Do they actually know that he was killed or not? That, I'm going to check. But typically it's not just out of the blue that nothing like that happened. One more thing that has just come out in Israel, again, is being reported. This is reported in one of the news sites. It says that the reason for the operation is that Iran broke through the point of no return that Israel had said that it would strike a couple of days ago. That means that Iran started enriching uranium to a level that it can create a nuclear bomb within a couple of days. And in Israel, it was said that Iran was trying to do this while stalling negotiations, and that's why they decided to launch the attack. Again, that is what is being stated in Israel right now from different sources as the reason for the attack right now. I'm trying to see if that's an official statement or not. What is important, again, is I'm again going to say that I am surprised. There's a lot of
I'm trying to put something together here, folks. Give me just 1 minute here. I
Israel's preparing for several days of escalations.
Sorry.
But there's still no reports of explosions going off anywhere else in Iran. That unto itself is very surprising to me at this point. Israel is sort of giving Iran a opening volley of the attack in Tehran. Tehran does not house the main nuclear sites. And I'll just say that may lend more credibility to the story. If the chief of staff was assassinated, maybe Israel's launching its preemptive attack actually against the political figures or the military figures in Tehran.
Yes, and we'll wait for any confirmation, possibly from the Associated Press or Fox, on that specific piece of information that you just brought us here. We do have a live picture there outside the White House in Washington. I have a statement in front of me from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He says this, quote, "Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense.
There you have it.
President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be..."
Like, I will give you folks my opinion, my take here. You guys can get as mad at me as you want. I am aggressively America first. I will die on the hill of America first. I think the last thing this country needs is more war in the Middle East. We have tons of problems in our own country. Young Americans do not need to be getting blown up in the Middle East. I don't want it. Absolutely never again. Cannot happen. Catastrophically bad. At the same time, like if Israel wants to do what it does and defend itself or do whatever it wants, it doesn't really bother me a whole lot. They can do what they're doing over there. I also think that America really shouldn't be involved. I think financially or with young men and women on the ground. I think America should not really be involved at all. So Israel, have fun, do what you want, take care of business, whatever. But I just think that it's really none of our business. That's kind of my opinion.
Talk about why Iran's nuclear
you can get mad now. You can hate me now.
Is important.
There
Ultimately,
it is.
What's the threat that's posed from Iran developing their nuclear program further? What's the worry from the West and from Israel's perspective?
So for that, we have to sort of take it back to a time that most of us don't remember, which is prior to 1979. Prior to 1979, Iran was actually the almost biggest Western ally in the Middle East, bigger than Israel. Iran was allied with the United States. It was allied with Israel. It was seen as an entity that is not associated with the broader Sunni Islamic world. And it really was a westernizing country, so to speak, under a ruthless dictatorship, but culturally and from its political allies was much more of a westernizing country. That came to a radical halt in 1979 with the Iranian Revolution.
Okay,
the Iranian
I'm officially
Revolution
back.
happens,
Now I'm looking for breaking
the
news,
Islamist
folks.
regime takes hold.
I'm browsing around.
Ayatollah Rouhani at that point
I had to make a new thumbnail for this live stream, so I apologize. We are back, though.
Israel and the United States and the West, all the great Satans, the little Satan, and etc. What is important, though, is that Iran sees as an ideological mission the spreading of the revolution, exporting the revolution from Iran out towards the Shiite world.
Okay, this is the official statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. I'm going to be honest, if I was Marco Rubio, I couldn't have put together a better statement than this. I think this is about, given what's going on, this is probably about as good of a statement as can be made. That's my opinion here. I think so.
Nuclear weapons very often as an insurance policy. Once you have nuclear weapons, it is a lot harder to mess with you. It's a lot harder to launch attacks against you. And if you have interests that are constantly spreading out more and more, see this with China's economic interests, we see this between Pakistan and India. If you have interests that are constantly spreading out more and more and more, but you are backed with nuclear...
Turn on slow chat. Do we need slow chat? I think chat is fine, probably, right?
Because eventually, if I am actually threatened, if actually I am with my back against the wall, I
It's up to you
have
guys.
literally a nuclear option, all of a sudden the game changes a little. Imagine, for example, Israel invading
Official
Lebanon
statement
a
from
year ago.
Netanyahu. Folks, as of 10 seconds ago, we have a breaking news statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. He says, "We are at a decisive moment in Israel's history. Attacking Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missiles. Strikes will last until the threat is removed." This is from Netanyahu himself just like 15 seconds ago.
Power would shift so greatly. It's not just Iran.
We're just
protecting
getting going,
itself,
ladies and gentlemen.
It's Iran's spreading interests throughout the Middle East and the world.
Yes, Alone, Austin, we do have now confirmation, a statement in from the IDF. I do want to put it up here. I want to read it in full here. So it goes as follows. The IDF launched a preemptive, precise, combined offensive to strike Iran's nuclear program. Dozens of IAF jets completed the first stage that included strikes on dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in different areas of Iran. Today, they say, Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are an existential threat to the state of Israel and to the wider world. The state of Israel has no choice but to fulfill the obligation to act in defense of its citizens and will continue to do so everywhere it is required to do so, as we have done in the past. So, confirming there from the IDF, this is what they call, Alone in Austin, the first stage. They said this included strikes on dozens of military targets, and then with the conditional caveat, including nuclear targets. So both military targets, nuclear targets, not just in Tehran, Alone in Austin, in different areas of Iran. Extremely thorough, extremely comprehensive. Austin Westfall.
Alone, how often do we see Israel claim responsibility for something like this?
Then this quick, this immediate.
This is the second time in history that Israel's claimed responsibility for an attack in Iran. I remind everyone that in April, when there was the first time ever that Iran fired openly rockets and missiles against Israel, Israel officially never retaliated. There were just spontaneous explosions that happened in the nuclear facilities, the air defenses in Natanz and in other areas in Isfahan. Israel then still contained it. Only in October for the first time, November for the first time, 2024 in history did Israel openly say that it is now attacking in Iran. Now, the situation here is a little bit different. The situation right now is that unlike those situations where there might be clandestine operations, here Israel seemingly has an interest in this going public. The fact that Israel, again, set off its own air raid sirens throughout the entire country. Iran has spies throughout Israel, just like Israel has spies throughout Iran. The fact that Israel set off all of its air raid sirens immediately when it launched the attack, it is not trying to hide that it is doing this. Seemingly on the contrary, it is being very, very public about what it is doing and why it is doing it. While you were reading that report from the IDF, I saw another tweet that came out from Israel saying that the attacks are coordinated with the United States.
I see people are starting to tune in. The view count is going up here. Yeah, about 45 minutes ago, Israel carried out, they're calling them preemptive strikes on Iran. According to Israel themselves, they've taken multiple strikes against key military figures. Maybe the Iranian head of state has been assassinated in a missile strike. And also, according to the IDF, multiple Iranian nuclear facilities have also been hit in the last 45 minutes. They also said the strikes are probably going to continue, is what it seems like.
Maybe
we're just getting going.
They do have those planes, but that could also be indicating, again, we've completed now our initial fire. Now what do you do? Now let's see where you go. Possibly, and again, this is speculation, but I'm looking at the relationship between Netanyahu and Trump. Possibly Trump said to Netanyahu, you know what? Launch one strike, and then let's see if Iran comes begging to me to stop, and we'll get a good deal.
This is legit, yes.
I can see that as a possibility.
Yep.
I could see it possible that Netanyahu said, look, I have no choice. We have to attack right now. Iran has gone past the point of no return as far as we're concerned. And Trump saying, okay, but I don't want World War III. The one thing that Trump is very consistent about, he's unpredictable. He changes his mind all the time. But the one thing he's quite consistent about, whether it is in India and Pakistan, Israel and Hamas, Israel and Iran, Russia and Ukraine, he does not like wars. He does not.
Speaking of that, we have big drama here. According to Disclosed TV, Israel media N12 came out and publicly said that the operation in Iran is in coordination with the U.S. Folks, that is a big problem. This is big drama. We heard American Secretary of State Marco Rubio about 5 minutes ago issue a statement saying, we have no part in this. We are not involved in this. And then allegedly the Israeli media company N12 is now publicly saying, actually, Israel is working in tandem, in colleague with the U.S. to carry out these strikes. So it seems like the Trump administration is like, hey, I don't want anything to do with this. Hey, you guys bomb them. We're not a part of this. But Israel's like, actually, they're with us. So once again, all of this is coming out minute by minute. We're trying to make sense of this. We're trying to make sense of all of this, okay?
And you see it there. Okay, so this has been validated and authenticated by the Associated Press. We're going to see if they keep re-rolling and re-racking this. They are. You see one of the explosions there. This is a video of the Israeli attack on Iran. So you see there, and that's kind of the restrictions for some of the other international media outlets.
That's
we're going to play this kind of on loop. It gives you a sense, and it looks like this is in multiple vantage points. I'm not sure if this is the same location.
Once again, here's that statement per Marco Rubio, in case you guys don't believe me. Once again, this is for immediate release from the White House just 20 minutes ago. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and to remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear. Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. He said, we are not involved. Okay, so the U.S., we don't want any part in this.
I've seen something like this before, and so Austin Westfall joining me here in the Live Now newsroom. Alon Burstein on with us. Alon, we're going to come out to you in just a moment, but Austin, we're approaching the top of the hour. It's almost 6 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost 9 o'clock there on the East Coast in Washington. And we just got that statement in from Secretary of State Marco Rubio telling us that the U.S. had no direct involvement with this, that Israel took unilateral action, saying we're not involved in the strikes against Iran, saying Israel advised the United States they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. Austin, we also are getting this statement in from the IDF saying that Israel today is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon, which is why they decided that today was the day that they were going to do this. So we are at the top of the hour, and this is going to be our main story throughout the course of the evening. Austin?
One question that I have for Alon is, when we talk about the calculus that goes into military activity like this, is part of the calculation, hey, we want to be able to hit, but we don't want to do it in a way that means that they have to hit back.
ساعت الان
decision making with something like this alone?
So that's something that we've seen very often throughout the war. You and I have often talked about what we call tacit agreements. That, you know, it's very clear what are the borders of what you're allowed to
Explosion
do
in Baghdad.
and not do, and
Take a
how
look at that.
far
Thank
do
you,
you
Dick.
go? Like, and do you break those tacit agreements or not? Again, Israel, you know, Israel's never admitted to this, but it is very well known that Israel has nuclear weapons. Yet, October 7th happens. Israel's attacked by the Houthis, it's attacked by Iran, it's attacked by Lebanon or by Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel doesn't use nuclear weapons. Why? Because it has tacit agreements. It has a situation where, like, okay, but it's very clear you can do that, but I am not going to break the bank. Now, if you take it up a step further, I'll take it up a step further. And can we absorb this retaliation and spiral down? That's what we saw between Israel and Iran the last two times. You know, the two countries have threatened to annihilate each other multiple times, yet they attacked, and both sides declared, and now we're done. We consider our retaliation complete. So that is a way of both sides to say, and we can spiral back down. In all that Israel is publishing right now, it is not giving any of those indications, except for that one statement that said we've completed our first round. In all that it's publishing, that it wants to remove the Iranian nuclear threat, that it is preparing for days of combat right now. So it's finished the first strike, but it's
Super
preparing
chats
for days
here.
of combat. Israel also just issued a mass draft order of thousands of reserve soldiers to report to military duty. Israel is indicating that it is ready for this to spiral further.
Israel's going to war.
Not giving any indication that it wants this to back down.
Yep. Okay, real quick, I want to take a look at these super chats. Did you have this on your bingo card for today's stream? There was maybe like a 20% chance of this happening. You know, you never know. That's the way the world is. But also, you know, like I said, Donald Trump was kind of hinting at this happening about 8 hours ago. If you guys were following the news cycle earlier today, okay, he was kind of hinting at this. He knew something. He got a tip. And Grandpa Barney, thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat here. The world cannot have one because the evil would use them on the world. Nuclear weapons? Well, you guys know President Trump's one of his big goals is nuclear disarmament, nuclear de-escalation. That's why he's been trying to push these peace talks.
Natanz is,
and
again, the main nuclear site in Iran. If that is true, again, Natanz has the nuclear facilities are buried deep into a mountain. It's going to take mass explosions to happen.
Now, folks, I want to say something. Okay, if you guys think that these illegal alien immigrant riots have been bad in the U.S. over the last couple days, if it comes out that America, listen, I'm serious. If it comes out that the U.S. is involved in these attacks, we're going to have riots in our streets here in this country that are 100 times worse than anything that we've seen in the last week. Okay? All of these Palestinian rioters, all of the stuff, the people wearing the headdresses and stuff, whatever they're called, okay, it's going to be bad here in the U.S. if it gets out that we are a part of this in the U.S. We have so many... Oh, take a look.
To be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
There you
Israeli
have it.
leader Benjamin Netanyahu with a message to
From
his
Netanyahu.
people about why he made the ultimate call, the ultimate decision.
I'm gonna say it again. Like I don't really care if Israel does this. I just don't want America to be involved. I just don't want America to be involved in another war in the Middle East. I just think that this is none of our business. That's kind of my opinion here. They can
Our
do what
main
they want.
story
Though.
throughout the course of the
Need to time
evening
this
is
guy
so
out.
much more reaction coming in, and we'll have to wait and see
not our
when
business.
the sun does come up over the skies of Iran, what the damage Israel has wrought against its sworn enemy. You heard there from Bibi Netanyahu say, when he said, when an enemy threatens to kill you, threatens to destroy you, believe them. And that is what Israel has done there. We still have so many of these live vantage points in and around Israel, there in Jerusalem, there in Tel Aviv.
We have
also
some stuff
in
to read
southern
through
Israel,
here.
looking into the Gaza Strip, and really.
We have some things to take a look at here, folks. First off, real quick, one of the Israeli strikes earlier on, about an hour ago now, on the Iranian capital of Tehran reportedly targeted Iran's Chief of General Staff, General Staff Major General Mohammad Bagheri. So one of these apartment buildings that you guys just saw get blown up a moment ago, allegedly he was in one of these buildings and he might have lost his life. Targeted strike, allegedly. Then what? Okay, great. We're on a commercial break, so we can kind of go through some of this stuff here. Oh, wow. We have a whole statement here. Is this?
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the state of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past...
Matt, you're underestimating Israel's influence on American politicians. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But still, regardless, I think America should not be involved.
Few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future, and for our children's future.
There's a guy spamming in the chat. You obey Israel. You do what Israel wants. So I'm just going to say something real quick. America, little American history lesson. America was built on the principle of no foreign intervention back in the old world, back to the east, across the Atlantic. The reason why this country was built is because our future is to the west. The Manifest Destiny, the Monroe Doctrine, Washington's Golden Rule. George Washington, at the end of his 8-year presidency, he issued his final proclamation to America going forward. His final words of advice to the country moving forward, it was, never get embroiled in the struggles of the old world. Your future, my future Americans, heed my advice. Do not get embroiled in the struggles of the old world. This is like the most fundamental, like component of American foreign policy ever, is we came over here to create this country because we didn't want to be involved in any of that stuff. Okay, we have no obligation to police the entire world. That's just not really why this country was built.
The state of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people, and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted.
And by the way, once again, it's not hate for anybody else. It's not hate for Israel. It's not hate for Iran. It's not hate for anybody. It's not hate for Europe. But it's just not really what America's all about.
Significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared, both in defense and offense, to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the state of Israel.
There you have it. So we have a very long statement here. We can read through this. We're still on commercial break. Oh, no, they're playing this right now. Okay, let me take a look at this. Was that video AI? Yeah, I don't think that was AI. Not everything is AI. Okay, a short while ago, following the directive of the political echelon, the IDF launched a preemptive, precise, combined offensive based on high-quality intelligence to strike Iran's nuclear program, and in response, the Iranian regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. A short while, dozens of IAF jets completed the first stage that included strikes on dozens of military targets. Okay, so this is actually, it's not just like ballistic missiles coming from Israel or long-range missiles coming out of Israel. They carried out airstrikes. They had like Israeli military jets also flying over Iran, dropping bombs. The public is requested to follow the instructions of the IDF home front command, which will be updated as necessary, and act calmly and responsibly. The IDF and the relevant authorities are prepared for a wide range of scenarios in defense and offense that may be needed. For years, the Iranian regime has been waging a direct and indirect campaign of terror against the state of Israel by funding and directing terrorist activities via its proxies across the Middle East. I mean, that's just true, right? While advancing toward obtaining a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is at the head of the axis responsible for all terrorist attacks against the state of Israel since the beginning of the Sword of Iron War, including by arming and funding the Hamas terrorist organization, which was responsible for the October 7th massacre. During the Swords of Iron War, Iran even directly attacked Israel twice, firing hundreds of missiles towards the state of Israel. The Iranian regime has proclaimed that its objective is to destroy the state of Israel. Senior officials in the Iranian regime have publicly declared their intent to destroy Israel and are operating to achieve this together with their proxies in the Middle East. Today, Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are an existential threat to the state of Israel and a significant threat to the wider world. The state of Israel will not allow a regime whose objective is to destroy the state of Israel to obtain a weapon of mass destruction. The IDF has conducted a process of preparations for a campaign on the front line and on the home front. Folks, this is a war. This is not going to be a limited series of bombing runs or missile strikes. They have been getting ready for like an extended on the ground, soldiers boots on the ground war. That's what they're saying here. The IDF is ready to continue to act as required. The state of Israel has the obligation to act in defense of its citizens and will continue to do so everywhere it is required to do so, as we have done in the past. The IDF is conducting an ongoing situational assessment and will update on any developments. There you have it. That's from the IDF.
Were attacked. The head of Iranian's Air Force, the commander of Iranian's Air Force.
This is World War III. Well, folks, keep in mind, Iran is very, very closely linked with Russia and China and other terror groups in the Middle East. Who knows how this entire situation cascades? Maybe it doesn't really escalate and America doesn't get involved and everything just kind of works itself out. If I had to make a bet right now, if I was at a Las Vegas betting table right now, I would bet that this thing is going to spiral and escalate and just get worse. Tomorrow, it's going to be worse than it is right now. And 2 days from now, it's going to be even worse. That's my sneaking suspicion at the moment, at least.
The first airstrikes, the ones that would catch Iran off guard, to be targeting those top military figures. Again, the only reports that any of these were assassinated are possibly the chief of staff of Iran, Mohammad Bakri.
I'll take a look
but
here.
At this point, again, unconfirmed. It is just reports from different bloggers on the ground. In addition to that, there are a couple of very important things that were said in the speech that was given by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, that you played just moments ago. First of all, he also confirmed that there were attacks that were carried out in Natanz. That is Iran's key nuclear facility. If attacks were carried out there, that is a very, very big development. He also said that Israel attacked Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and explicitly said that Iran was building up its ballistic missile strength. I want to connect this to something else.
How are we doing so far, folks?
A week ago, on June 6th,
how's the show?
It was reported that Iran signed a deal with China
taking a look at Twitter here.
To supply it with components for ballistic missiles in the amount, some reports of tens of thousands. So very possibly, this is also connected to that Israel saw that Iran was going to be building up its ballistic missile capabilities and tried to target those different facilities at this point. Another important facet is,
ladies and gentlemen, we have a video coming out of, maybe this is an Iranian missile site off in the countryside right here, not in Tehran. This is outside of the capital. We're starting to have footage come in from across the countryside here. Look at that. So not just nuclear facilities, but also various Iranian military bases all across the country were the targets of tonight's attack.
Of the United Arab Emirates, of Bahrain, of, it depends who the regime is in Iraq at that point, of Qatar, on the one hand. On the other hand, all those countries also really fear a regional escalation. They would like to see Iran neutralized, but they also really fear regional escalation. In the past, Saudi Arabia has cooperated with Israel. Some reports are that Saudi Arabia even allowed Israel to use its airspace to attack Iran in the past.
So this is actually a nuclear
on the
facility
one hand.
here.
On the other hand, Saudi Arabia also very publicly said a few days ago it does not want Israel to attack Iran. It does not want to see this escalation. So Netanyahu is clearly trying to frame this as Israel is working for the moderate Arab states throughout the Middle East, but their response is going to be critical. Are all of them on the phone with Trump saying, Jesus, stop this. This has to stop, and maybe that pressure will bear fruit and Trump will call Netanyahu and say, stop? Or are they actually saying...
Well, you folks know that for the last several months, President Trump has been engaging with Iran on nuclear de-escalation deals. The fact that these attacks are happening right now, I'm not sure if that's because the deals have completely fallen through. As far as I understand, this upcoming Sunday, they had another round of negotiations. Israel, I guess, has just gotten tired of waiting. Israel is going in.
You've been talking about the likelihood of increasing that the Iranian general staff, including the chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were killed in Israel's opening strike. This is per an Israeli security source. Again, as this information continues to come out, it's just so important. We're getting these confirmations, and what this is going to do to the region is still yet to be seen.
So, Alon, one thing I will ask you is we've been having the word precise up on our banner for the last little while here. What are precise?
If anybody is spamming in the chat, don't do that. Okay, this guy, I'm going to time out. Hey, listen, stop spamming. Don't do that. You're going to get timed out. I'm going to keep an eye on it now. Okay, thank you.
This back to the vast distinction between Israel's actions in Yemen, Israel's actions in Lebanon, and Israel's actions in Gaza. Gaza should have been the biggest intelligence site of Israel. It should have been prior to October 7th. Israel should have known anything that was happening in Gaza. Israel controlled Gaza's airspace, Gaza's electricity, Gaza's internet. It should have known about the October 7th attack, and it didn't. In turn, Israel planned the pager attack in Lebanon. It planned the walkie-talkie attack against Hezbollah. It knows how to attack the sites in Yemen. Israel has invested over the years, clearly, I'm saying like we're seeing the results, has invested over the years far more in its regional intelligence, in developing informants, in developing its intelligence network, and planting agents on the ground in Lebanon, in Syria, possibly in Yemen, certainly in Iran, maybe in Iraq. It has invested a lot more than it did with the Palestinian organizations in Gaza and to some extent the West Bank. We saw the unfortunate results of that on October 7th, when Israel was caught off guard on the one hand. On the other hand, we did see also the benefits of that when it came to Lebanon. Similarly here, I want to remind...
We do have to say here, if Iran, for whatever reason, in retaliation to these strikes, starts attacking American military bases in the Middle East or American presence in the Middle East, that would be the most unbelievably incompetent thing that they could possibly do. Our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has just about 45 minutes ago publicly said, we had no part in this. Iran, you should not attack our bases or our members, our service members in the Middle East. If they do, that would be almost unbelievably incompetent, because then that would force our hand. Then we would have to do something.
Within Iran,
they've got to know.
From within Iran, drones were launched, and they targeted Iran's S-300
false flag. It would be almost
air defenses
unbelievable.
Around Natanz, Isfahan, and the different nuclear facilities.
What about nuclear contamination as they bomb the facilities? I have a feeling that Israel doesn't care a whole lot about nuclear contamination in Iranian nuclear facilities. I think they probably are not that concerned about that.
That is a result of precise intelligence. That is a result of someone on the ground who probably, I'm going to just say, didn't even know that he or she were reporting to Israel. Probably they thought that some news agency told them, hey, when this guy comes home, give us a call and tell us. And then all of a sudden Israel launches this attack. That is how these arrays of spy
networks work. This is in Tehran here.
At this point, we're not hearing about a lot of, vast explosions of collateral damage that are happening within Tehran. All we're hearing about is the possible assassinations. But again, we don't actually know. I am really anxious to hear what happened in Natanz. If Israel carried out a major attack in the nuclear facility there, that is going to be a big game changer. And the big thing that I'm constantly scouring the news for, and I'm
when are they going to learn you don't mess with the IDF? Yeah, I'll tell you, man, like I would personally not want to be an enemy of the IDF or Mossad. I'd be worried my phone gets hot. My phone's a little bit hot. Man, why is my phone so hot? And then the next thing you know, your brains have been blown out. Oh, hey, my brother is tuning into my live broadcast. Hey, Jack. Hey, brother. Hey, Jack. Guys, everybody say hey, Jack in the chat. He's tuning into the live show.
Israel now. And very possibly that's why Israel carried out this first attack against those
text.
Senior figures, because this was its only chance before that would happen. Again, that's all speculation. I just am very surprised that we are not seeing that retaliation yet.
So, Alon, one thing that I'm going to be watching for as well, not only a response from Iran, but we've already heard the IDF go into detail about this. We've seen Netanyahu go into detail about this as well. You reported it to us before we even got the official updates from the news wires that there might be some higher-ranking officials that have been either killed or targeted in this attack. Reuters is seeming to indicate that the likelihood is that what you were reporting is going to in fact be the case. Can you expand on what we know about who these people are, why they're important, and what use they had in Iran's nuclear program?
So the actual identity of the different people were reportedly targeted, and again, the only one that there is some speculation that may have been assassinated or some confirmation that may have been assassinated is the chief of staff.
Okay, concerning post right here. Just moments ago, the IDF chief of staff told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear sites would not succeed without direct U.S. participation. Okay, well, folks, let me ask you a question. Our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, about 30 minutes ago now, has publicly issued a statement saying, hey, we are not involved. America is not involved in these attacks. I'm asking you, do you believe America is involved in these attacks? Yes or no? Was America involved in these attacks? Personally, I trust Marco Rubio. I believe the Trump administration is not involved. I believe that we are not involved. I think we are not involved. I think potentially we have people out of Israel trying to say that America is involved, but I don't think we were. I don't think we were.
Is an interesting organization. It is an organization that in the past has been declared a terror group by the United States, then removed from being a terror group by the United States, then come back. That's all political games. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard is one of the most active and potent organizations in the Middle East. It has two tasks. One, protecting the revolution in Iran. So what that means is actually securing the top leaders in Iran and making sure that anyone who might be thinking that they would like to have a freer regime is targeted. They, for example, operate the morality police that is supposed to go through the streets and make sure that anyone who is acting in a way that doesn't go according to the revolution, whether that is women displaying their hair or men that are, listening to Western music, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever it is, they target. Then there's the Middle Eastern factor. There's exporting the revolution. That is also the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Qasem Soleimani, the chief of the
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The Israeli Air Force has reportedly begun a second wave of strikes as of 2 minutes ago against Iran. Why is this guy trolling harder, just spamming the chat? Okay, you, buddy, are getting timed out for 24 hours. You are getting deported from this chat. You are an illegal alien, and you are getting deported, buddy. This is what happens if you spam. Anyway, a new series of strikes as of 2 minutes ago, folks. What is this? This is a nuclear facility in the countryside of Iran, far away from Tehran, the capital. We've seen that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just getting going.
Is saying very, very explicitly we are breaking all of those tacit rules. Again, those rules
I saw
of the
that,
game,
Kimberly.
we
I
are
saw
breaking
that.
them.
Maybe we can
But
talk
that
about
said,
that soon.
Israel's still abiding by some of those rules of the game. For example,
Vintage.
there's no report that Israel attempted to assassinate.
Mr. Vintage says the CIA is completely rogue. I would bet money therefore we are involved. You know, you might have a point. That actually probably is true. That might be the case. It is yet to be determined the degree to which Trump has been able to rein in and seize control of the CIA. They are a little bit rogue. They have that history. Curtis, real quick, also, direct involvement, no. Supportive involvement, possibly. Well, you know, even if we are not directly involved, there is sort of this implication. It's like, hey, you're not allowed to punch Israel too hard. Maybe you can punch Israel a little bit, but if Israel really is facing existential crisis, if Israel really is in trouble, we're over here standing on the sidelines with a crowbar. We're like, hey, don't do it, okay? So even if America is not directly involved, there is the implication that we will get involved. And you guys remember, there was this island about 2,000 miles off the coast of India in the West Indian Ocean. I forget the name. It had some Spanish, Latin American name, where a couple months ago, President Trump actually relocated a bunch of B-2 Spirit stealth bombers to this island with bunker-busting bombs. And the reason why is because that island is right out of the ballistic missile range of Iran. So it's a safe place that we can, stage against Iran if we need to.
The entire Middle
I'll show you
East.
on the map where that is.
Trump doesn't want that. So likely he's offering Iran, come to me with
Diego
something
Garcia.
and I'll stop
Yep.
Israel.
Thank you.
At this point, we'll see. Also very important, by now we're about half an hour, 45 minutes after that initial attack, or the initial attack ended. We're not seeing a second wave. We so far are not hearing about another wave of attacks. So right now, the Middle East is surprisingly asleep. All the images that we're seeing.
So folks, I'll show you the map here. We have a military base right here, this red pin right there, southwest of India, south of India. Obviously, this is Iran. This is Tehran right there, and Israel is right there. We have a military base right here, just out of range of Iran's ballistic missiles. They don't have the capacity to strike this. However, we have a military base right on this island. We, right this very moment, we have numerous B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. You don't see it on Google Maps, but in real time, these B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, American, are there on the base, and they are ready at a moment's notice to fly up to Iran and start dropping bunker buster bombs, like 20,000-pound bunker buster bombs. If it comes to that, we have that capacity at this moment.
Those nuclear facilities as well. But as we're looking at this, Dr. Alon Bernstein, you've been watching the Middle East for so many years. How is it expected to look at this point with this type of attack that was put out?
So I'm a little bit surprised at the...
You know what? Here's my official opinion. I just think everybody should be peaceful. Can I just say that? I just wish that everybody involved, all the Israelis, all the Iranians, everybody, us here in America, all these illegal aliens, I just wish everybody would be peaceful and get along and be happy. Can I just say that real quick? That's my official opinion.
Also said that Israel attacked Natanz, so maybe we'll see images from there soon. Iran would be a lot more guarded on anyone taking video footage around that area. But the fact that residential buildings were attacked in this broader attempt of actually carrying out attacks against nuclear facilities, but actually attacking residential buildings, seemingly Israel wanted to start from those major assassinations at that point. Sorry, I'm being distracted because there's actually a report that's coming in right now that says that the Mossad, I'm hesitant to say this because again, it's unconfirmed, but it says that the Mossad may have carried out some assassinations on the ground in Iran alongside those attacks. So maybe, and very, very early reports that someone is saying that this is a military correspondent in Israel is putting.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible that Mossad is in our live chat at this very moment. Everybody say hi, Mossad.
To carry out assassinations.
They're everywhere. They're on the ground.
I'll report more about that if and when that comes in.
Carrying out assassinations.
So I said that at that moment.
No, we appreciate that. And that's part of why we love having Alon on during these times. If you see him looking down, that's because this is a guy who can read the news sources, not only that are writing in English, but he's checking those that are in Hebrew,
and
those that are in Arabic.
That right now, there are reports coming in that there's a second wave of attacks in Tehran right now.
That's right.
Don't know. Initial report, I'm looking at it right now, but that is the flash I just got.
And we did hear in the statement put out from Israel that what we've already seen, they alluded to it as the first phase. So we, in some ways, were expecting there to be some sort of second round of, and we'll hold off on calling it anything for now.
If they are calling this the first phase, the implication is that there will be subsequent phases. That is what that means.
One thing that we always like to do here is give people an idea of Israel itself. The last time we saw Israel and Iran trading attacks directly at each other
is in April.
As you've alluded to, a volley of missiles was sent from Iran to Israel. Is that the only means of response that they have? You alluded just a moment ago, you said likely proxy attacks could be used in order to respond. Can you go in depth as to what that means? Are we talking the Houthis in Yemen? Are we talking about a diminished Hezbollah in Lebanon, or perhaps Hamas in Gaza? There's also some angles to this. Out of Iraq alone, what are the possibilities if Iran does choose to retaliate?
So there's a vast array of possibilities. First of all, there's the direct attack from Iran, and that's what you mentioned. There's the possibilities of the ballistic missile retaliation or cruise missile.
Real quick, I would suspect that a huge part of these preemptive attacks from Israel is to destroy Iran's capacity to retaliate, right?
Response, if it
That's
wanted,
kind of the point of preemptive
which is
attacks.
to affect world commerce. If Iran were to close the Straits of Hormuz, which are the main straits that Iran actually dominates, the international waters from which most of the oil in the world that comes from Saudi Arabia and other regions of the Middle East is exported, Iran could block that off, could declare a naval blockade, and that would affect international commerce to a very, very high degree already. Since this attack started 2 hours ago, the oil prices of barrels of oil have gone up 5%. So that could affect international trade also. That is another retaliation that Iran itself could launch. Then there are the larger proxies in the Middle East. Iran has a vast array of militias throughout the Middle East. The biggest one used to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah right now is in its weakest point possibly since 1991. In 1991, Hezbollah's chief of staff at that time, Abbas Mousavi, had been assassinated, and it was at a very low point politically in Lebanon. Since then, it grew in strength exponentially. Its political strength in Lebanon, it was the tiebreaker voice in Lebanon's parliament. Since then, and especially since the war with Israel, its strength has diminished radically. It still has between several hundred long-range missiles and several thousand short-range missiles. It could still launch a retaliation against Israel, but that would probably be the end of it in Lebanon, because Israel's retaliation would weaken Lebanon so much.
This is big news. Take a look at this. Wow.
And something I just heard from a senior Israeli official who says that according to Israeli assessments, there are very high chances that the entire Iranian general staff, including the head of the Iranian general staff of the Iranian military, and several senior Iranian nuclear scientists were all eliminated in the Israeli strikes tonight. I hear that again from a senior Israeli official who says that several senior top Iranian military commanders, including the head of the general staff of the Iranian military and senior nuclear scientists, have all been targeted in those strikes. And according to IDF assessments, there's a high chance that they've been eliminated.
Incredible. Amazing. We've seen in the past, especially with this pager attack a couple months ago, maybe 6 months ago, Israel is totally capable of carrying out highly precise assassinations, whatever you want to call it. They've done it before.
Again, at this point, not yet. The last option that Iran may have after its direct retaliation, and
Second
then
wave now?
after
I'll
those
take a look.
proxies, is activating agents within Israel. The two countries, Iran and Israel, have been working for years to plant spy networks throughout each other's countries. In Israel, we've seen this with the Mossad being very, very active within Iran. We have also seen an increasing attempt of Iran lately to develop spy networks within Israel. So far, they have seemingly been less successful. However, there was a newsflash that came out an hour ago that all of Israel's leadership has been moved to secure locations. That could be defensive from ballistic missiles, but
I'm going to take a look at this broadcast and see what is going on here. CBS News Face the Nation.
East visiting other countries. The relationship that the U.S. has with those other countries and with Israel is going to be a precarious
Change it up here for a minute.
Given these circumstances that Israel has now invoked.
Well, remember, this is now a region absolutely on edge, watching what happens next. As basically the two most powerful militaries in that region are going to be fighting each other. You now have, at least in terms of aerial strikes, Israel attacking the Iranians, and as I say, they will be expecting a counterattack. And so everyone in the region now is going to be extremely anxious when it comes to the Gulf states, and particularly Saudi Arabia, who have long had an enmity with the Iranians, but had been beginning to sort of see a thaw in that relationship.
Okay, folks, this is something I tweeted last night. Nobody even liked it. Very few people liked this tweet of mine last night. I said, if the U.S. gets involved in another conflict in the Middle East, you can expect to see riots across the country that are 100 times worse than what we've seen recently in Los Angeles. You guys need to go like this tweet right now. This is absolutely true. I might be vindicated on this within the next 12 hours. Okay, everybody go follow on Twitter. Go like that tweet. Make sure to subscribe to the channel right here, right now. Thank you. This is our first time here on this channel really doing live breaking news coverage like this, so thank everybody for tuning in.
Stay with us.
If you give me 1 second, there is a new video that just came out that the nuclear facility in Natanz, smoke is being seen above it. That's a video that's come out.
And so we've seen that video. That's right, it is.
Trying to do everything it can to contain and stay out of this, but also it will be drawn into the extent that it will see the need to defend its ally Israel in terms of the defensive capabilities there. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear that this could go on, for days in terms of what they're striking. And so, as I say, I think everyone in the other countries in the region, and you're asking about,
this is Iran, folks. This is Tehran, right here.
Gulf Arab allies. They're going to be very nervous tonight.
No, they certainly are. Thanks very much, Tom, for that context. Tom Bateman there in Washington, D.C. Now, we're going to carry on the conversation here in studio with Michael Daniel. He's Managing Director of Aviation Insight. Thank you, Michael, for coming in. Now, we're still waiting to see more reactions and response. It's still in the very early hours in the Middle East, but this will have some immediate
Israel, I'll take a look at that too.
For airspace in the region. Now, what do you expect that we can see, given that these airstrikes have just happened in the last few hours?
Well, the International Civil Aviation Organization has issued guidelines for flying
military capability. And people keep asking, why is it important to stop Iran? Why did Israel have to attack?
And Newsmax.
Let me say it this way. Iran isn't just another country. It isn't the UK that has nuclear capabilities. It isn't the French. It isn't the US, and it isn't Israel, according to foreign press, which we are, I guess. This is a very, very different situation.
Folks, I'm sorry. We have Ted Cruz live here on Newsmax.
Or Los Angeles, and the casualties could be in the millions. And so that's why Israel is acting tonight.
Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas, a privilege to talk to you this evening. Thank you.
Okay, I want to rewind and hear everything he had to say because we just caught 10 seconds of that. Let me flip back through this if I can find right here. Okay. Frick.
Dismantled through warfare. And this morning, Iran put out a statement, said they would not dismantle their centrifuges. They were going to build more. They were going to enrich more uranium, and they were charging towards a nuclear weapon. And the effect of that was a giant middle finger to President Trump. And it was also telling Israel, you had better strike now, because if you wait any longer, we will have a nuclear weapon and we will use that to murder millions of your citizens. And I think we're seeing the direct consequences of Iran's defiance and their genocidal desire to murder as many Israelis as possible.
Now, I do want to say something real quick, okay? And I don't have all the information. I don't know all the details. I have no idea really, genuinely, sincerely, how close Iran is right now or was 4 hours ago to having a nuclear weapon. I do need to acknowledge something, though. And anybody that's old, a little bit older than me, you can back me up on this. We have been hearing for 30 years that Iran is 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Iran has been 2 weeks away or less from having a nuclear weapon for 30 years. And you can go back and find all of the press releases, all of the interviews, all of the commentaries. That has been the narrative for 30 years. Okay, so really, how close is Iran to having a nuclear weapon? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
To get all the details, or at least the
30 years.
details that are available.
Well, I would anticipate that there might be some briefings that we'll have in secure facilities at some point over the next couple of days. So stay tuned on that one. Obviously, this is a situation that's evolving very rapidly. So the number one thing that we want to make sure is that critical information is not shared, frankly, with people who should not have it. So I'm quite sure members will be able to get a briefing at some point. But I would stress that we should not do that on a phone call. That should be done in a secured facility where we can review the material.
I also feel that the entire operation, the world just seems on much more solid ground, and the United States, Israel, the relationship seems on solid ground with Trump as opposed to Biden. This would be a very different feel of a night if Biden were still in office. And we had some give and take between Iran and Israel when Biden was around.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like President Trump for the last 6 months has really been very stern with Netanyahu. You hear rumors they don't get along. There's some beef between those two guys. You hear all these rumors swirling. I feel like Trump has been very stern. It seems to me, correct me if you disagree, let me know. It seems like Israel would have liked to have done this 3, 4, 5 months ago. Trump said, hey, no, wait, we're going to pursue a path of diplomacy, peace. We want to try to negotiate with these guys. I guess that has now fallen through. Israel is tired of waiting. They're done. They're going in.
Clear. He wants peace, he wants peace in the region. He wants peace around the world. But Iran is a direct danger and threat to Israel. There is no doubt about that. And the Israelis obviously had enough information at this point where they decided it was time to go. So the biggest thing we want overall is for cool heads to prevail. But Israel knows.
Israel has
ask.
Nukes, yeah.
They know that the United States is going to continue to support them. We have their back.
Congressman Byron Donalds, we appreciate it very, very much. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again soon, all right?
All right. Thank you.
You bet. To be continued.
Thank you, sir. It's a rough day.
Once again, folks, we are watching this all unfold tonight. It will not be over tonight. We have been told that this will be going on for a matter of days. Some information we have. A recent report that Iran had enriched enough uranium to build nuclear bombs within days. That was confirmed, and the go-ahead was given. To reiterate, America is not involved in this. Officially, we are not involved. We hear that from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who emphasizes this is a unilateral action. Okay,
let me take it. They've never been, let me do super chats here. Okay. They've never been 2 weeks away from having nukes. For 30 years, they've been in a technological position that would allow them to produce a nuke in 2 weeks. Isn't that the I feel like we're maybe kind of splitting hairs here. They've never been 2 weeks away from having nukes. They've always been in a tech position that would allow them to produce a nuke in 2 weeks. I feel like that is like pretty much the same thing, but okay. All right. Hey, thank you, Curtis. Thank you. Okay. I appreciate that. Lenny Jones, thank you very much also for the $50 super chat. Matt, remember HW sent NOCs to Iraq to find their weapons of mass destruction and came up empty-handed, so we just invaded them. Yeah, you guys know the war in the Middle East was pretty much built on false pretenses in the early 2000s. All of that ended up being totally bogus. You're right. You're right about that.
Are quite significant, and I want to try
Thank
again
you,
if you
gentlemen.
can turn up the volume on
Thank
any
you,
of
folks.
this.
Thank you very much.
I'm afraid there is.
I'm trying to find more
no
breaking updates
audio.
for you guys.
Meanwhile, Israel is preparing for a counterattack if one hasn't started already. I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Yeah, hey, we haven't even talked about the Iranian counterattack. Any minute that could totally happen. Who knows? Now, we do have a breaking news update real quick. Israel attacked at least 6 military bases around Tehran, including Parchin, and residential homes at 2 highly secure complexes for military commanders and multiple residential buildings around Tehran in what appears to be targeted assassinations, according to 4 senior Iranian officials. Okay, well, here, let's try to break this down real fast. Here in the U.S., we knew Israel was going to carry out these attacks 8, 9, 10 hours ago. President Trump was talking about it. President Trump was hinting, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Actually, it was last night at the Kennedy Center Gala, or the play or show he went to. He was kind of saying, yeah, you're just going to have to wait and see. Something is going to happen very soon. That was Trump last night. So I'm thinking, if Trump knew, and he told all of us, if we knew probably 20 hours ago, most certainly Iran knew. They were probably scrambled. They probably had all of their key personnel living in bunkers for the last 24 hours. So who's to say whether or not these attempted assassinations actually were successful assassinations? Because I'm thinking, if we knew, they probably responded accordingly. They're going in the bunkers. That would be my guess.
The Prime Minister and the King, and as well as our armed forces. It was very clear that this was
I heard that, Jeremiah.
Potentially imminent.
I remember hearing about that.
Obviously, Israel has taken the steps it has today. Prime Minister Netanyahu said one thing to me that really stuck with me, which is, we fight or we die. The fact is, Israel is constantly under threat, and it's hard for everybody around the globe to fully understand or appreciate this. But while we were there, the Houthis were launching missiles at Israel. The fact is that Iran's goal is to eradicate the state of Israel, and they will use any means necessary. And I don't blame the Prime Minister one bit for taking preemptive action here tonight.
I've got news for you guys.
And striking at Iran's nuclear facilities. And frankly, if the shoe was on the other foot, if America was attacked on October 7th, like we were on September 11th, nobody would be questioning our resolve or our response. And so I don't question Israel's. I stand with them. I stand united with them. Iran.
Once again, I want to reiterate my opinion. You guys can hate me if you want. That's fine. I'm sorry. I am America first, maybe to a fault. Okay. I don't blame Israel for responding or retaliating. That's on them. Personally, I just don't want American taxpayer money or America boots on the ground facilitating that. I don't think young American lives should be lost in a desert halfway around the world. I don't think we should be spilling American blood over there. And we have so many domestic issues in our own country right now at this exact moment. Listen, we've got Americans that aren't taken care of. I think American taxpayer money should be spent here at home on Americans, making sure we are taken care of. And frankly, we are not. We got to do that. America first. Once again, Israel, though, do what you need. Okay, that's my take.
Of emergency declared around 90 minutes ago. The country was alerted via push alerts out on everyone's cell phone here, saying that there had been a shift in the home command instructions. People are being advised to keep very, very close to their nearest shelter in anticipation of what could be a fairly major...
The accelerationists are creaming their pants right now. Talk about timing pre-planned protests and an unpopular war in the same 72 hours news cycle. Yeah, they say it never happens. Well, maybe it is finally happening. Thank you very much.
Confirming that the IDF has launched this operation. In his words, dozens of Israeli fighter jets right now up in Iranian airspace carrying out this wave of strikes. We are being told they are targeting both military bases as well as nuclear.
I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to interrupt here for a minute. Another war in the Middle East right now amongst Americans, both on the right and the left, is probably the single most unpopular thing that we could do. Young left people, young right people, old left people, old right people. Nobody in America wants America to be involved again in another never-ending Middle Eastern conflict. If Trump takes the bait, if Trump gets this country involved in another war in the Middle East, not only will his personal political legacy be ruined and besmirched forever, history will look back on him with disdain for getting us involved in the Middle East again, but also the America First, Make America Great Again movement will also be, I would say, entirely destroyed. It is such an incredibly unpopular thing for America to get involved again. It would, everything that we have, all of this political momentum that we have right now, America First, Make America Great Again, would be destroyed just like that if we were to get involved again in the Middle East. We absolutely cannot let that happen. Screw that.
And Colonel, welcome, sir. Any thoughts?
Hey, Greg.
Anything you want to share? I'm particularly interested in what you've heard about what they're using as far as weapons, what Israel is attacking with.
So, Matt, you're saying we should not have been involved in World War I and World War II, Korean or Vietnam. Yeah, we should not have been involved in Vietnam or Korea. We also should not have been involved in World War I. World War II probably wouldn't have happened if World War I didn't happen, but it did. But in this hypothetical, we would not have been involved. In my opinion, in World War II, we should have waited. We should have let the Nazis fight the Soviets another 5 years and then came in much later. That's my opinion. Controversial, hate me if you want. That's my opinion. Yep.
The primary airfields in Israel tonight. This was a good use of a sneak attack of aircraft. Secondly, they said they have Mossad, they have other special operations forces out trying to go after the deep underground. That is to say that they have special operations teams. We have the same thing. They can go out and deal with deep undergrounds without having to use heavy munitions. Greg, if you can defeat a deep underground by essentially eliminating its access to the surface. So there's a number of ways of doing that. We've done this as well as the United States. And also, third, and probably what we saw a lot of via the B-roll is the missiles and other drones coming in, which were already pre-staged also forward. The first wave, I think, hit primarily.
Matt, I wish you were better educated. Keep in mind, listen, you want to talk about educated. Woodrow Wilson, the reason why he won his presidency just 6 months before America got involved in World War I was because his campaign was an anti-war campaign. Woodrow Wilson campaigned on keeping this country out of World War I. That's why he won the election. Look it up. Fact check me if you want. Within 6 months of winning that presidential election, President Wilson reneged on his campaign promises and got us involved in the war. Okay, he lied to the American people. He scammed the American people. He was the anti-war candidate, and he got us involved. You want to say that I'm not historically educated? You are wrong. I know my history. We should not have done that. The reason why he became president is because he campaigned to keep us out of the war. And then he lied. We shouldn't have been involved. Americans didn't want to get involved.
For allowing for open access to the target. So I think we're going to see right now over the next 2 hours, second, very hard-hitting, very precise strikes on everything from the mullahs to aviation, missiles, as well as the deep undergrounds. This is going to go on for at least another 2 to 3 hours. Then they're going to make an assessment of what to hit next, and then they'll continue probably a third and fourth strike within the next 12 hours.
Anyway, it's
Tony
unrelated.
Schaefer, thank you very much. And we have much, this kind of confirms a lot of what we've been talking about. Let's see here. Iranian TV confirms the Revolutionary Guard headquarters in Tehran has been hit by Israeli strikes. Israel has hit.
It's because you are young. Listen, I thoroughly, wholeheartedly believe in the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine guided American foreign policy for the first 150 years of this country. I believe until the day I die in Washington's golden rule. After his 8 years as our president, our founding father, George Washington, he said, Americans, my advice to you, look it up, fact check me, he said, Americans going forward, you should never get involved in the embroils of the old world. To the east, that is not the future of America. Look to the west. Manifest Destiny, Monroe Doctrine, Golden Rule. We should not be involved. America should not be involved in the struggles and the broils of the old world. We should stop doing that. I believe in George Washington. I believe in Monroe. I believe in the ideology that this country was founded upon. That's what I believe in. I'm a founding father American. I'm a Washingtonian American. That's my opinion. If that's a problem, then I don't know what to tell you.
Been reported is what the Israeli intelligence has determined that the Iranians had the capability within days of having enough uranium to put on 15 nuclear warheads, to create 15 nuclear warheads. And what you're seeing is a comprehensive attack. It's a decapitation attack. We know that most of the general staff is probably dead now.
Okay, I'm looking for updates here.
The Iranian general staff, you just reported that the head of the Revolutionary Guard is dead. They've taken out many of the senior scientists. This attack involved not just the Israeli Air Force. The Israeli Navy is in the Persian Gulf as we speak. It's submarines. And then the Air Force, which has free access over the skies of Iran. What Netanyahu proved a month and a half ago was that with just a handful of planes, he could take out the entire Iranian air defense system. And we're seeing that. They're being able to attack the Iranians any place in their country with impunity. So this will go on for a while. And I hope that the United States does everything it can to support the Israeli people, and particularly Netanyahu, and you hit into something earlier, Greg, that what Netanyahu represents is bigger than Israel. He represents someone who is, on a day-to-day basis, defending the best in Western civilization, what is good about all of us, 3,000 years of heritage, and he needs the support of the United States, because we know what's going to come from Europe. It's probably already started. The attacks, blame Israel first, the anti-Semitism that's always under the surface of Israel, of European politics, that'll raise its head again. But proud to compliment the Israeli armed forces for another operation like this.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, Secretary Wilkie, we thank you very much.
Folks, I was thinking tonight's going to be kind of a chill night. The protests were maybe going to be a little bit relaxed tonight. The calm before the storm. We have big riots coming up this Saturday, maybe Friday night. And now we have World War III breaking out. So here we are. I think I'm going to be live with you guys for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 hours covering all of this. So folks, settle in, enjoy the show. Thank you very much. Make sure to subscribe and follow on Twitter if you appreciate the content also. Thank you, guys.
And the IDF is also preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to this. But again, this is also a move that Israel has taken. The U.S. also reacting to this. Marco Rubio putting out a statement a short time ago as well, saying that Israel took unilateral action against Iran, that the U.S. was not involved. And saying,
dude, we have those military bases because of previous wars, South Korea, Philippines, etc. I agree with you, but glad we have those posts. At the end of the Spanish-American War in 1898, when America took the Philippines from Spain, that was one of the single biggest foreign policy blunders that our country has ever made. America taking the Philippines from Spain at the end of the Spanish-American War in 1898 was one of the single biggest mess-ups we have ever made in the history of this country. We absolutely should not have taken that.
Too close, and of course refusing to comply, talks falling apart. Again, an emergency situation declared in Israel after striking Iran. Let's get out to our first reporter there on the ground for us. Jody Cohen is inside a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv with more. As we know, residents have been warned to stay inside as Operation Rise and Line is underway.
Hey,
Tell us the sense you are feeling right now when this began just over about an hour and a half ago, Jody.
Hi, Bianca, and everyone watching. So I would actually start a bit earlier than that and just say yesterday, as I was reporting on the news and what was going on, I was receiving phone calls from friends throughout the day saying, should they stock up their bomb shelters with food and with water? And I was advising them, yes, obviously we didn't know what was going to happen, but there was certainly a tense feeling in the air. There was increased police presence around, and obviously with the news and what was going on.
Why do you know about our country's history? Are you a Fed? Real quick, I'm gonna all I do all day is read American history and foreign policy every day. You read an hour every day. You got to read.
Everyone's phones to set off the siren to alert everyone to go to a bomb shelter, and we received a notice from the Siren app saying that this was sent to the entire country. So we knew that this wasn't a regular attack from, for example, the Houthis in Yemen, where you might get a siren for the whole of Tel Aviv across to Jerusalem, which is still millions of people in the whole of the center of the country, but not the entire country like this. So we knew that this was something on a completely different level. Now, that warning said that an Israeli attack on Iran was imminent, and also that Israel was awaiting a potential large-scale missile strike from the east. Now, when they say from the east, what they normally in the past months have referred to has been missiles, ballistic missiles and explosive drones from the Houthis in Yemen. But tonight they are also awaiting potential strikes from Iran itself. Now, this would, of course, be the third direct attack by...
Here is a conspiracy. What are the odds that Israel aided Ukraine with the bomber fleet attacks to sideline Russia from this conflict? You know, I feel like I'm giving my opinion a little bit too much. Maybe I'm being too controversial. We're not going to go into Israeli conspiracies. Let's just talk. Let's try to keep the coverage about what is actually going on. Okay, maybe I even personally need to reel it back a little bit. Maybe I'm being a little bit too bombastic here.
Right now,
we're reeling
the
it back.
Ministry has basically said that this is all happening because Iran was enriching uranium at such a scale that very shortly they could develop enough enriched in uranium for several nuclear bombs. And they also talked about a plan by Iran with Hezbollah, with Hamas, to invade Israel. And also they warned of a potential plan by land for an invasion by Iranian proxies, even through Egypt and Jordan. So an assault on all sides. And as you said, the IDF have said that this was really the last moment and they needed to strike.
Jody, obviously very tense, but this is something that Israel understands full well. There has been, since October 7th, the sense of what would happen next. We know Benjamin Netanyahu made some comments as well earlier this evening. This is also Defense Minister Israel Katz said.
So, folks, this right here, heavy strikes are being reported now against the city of Tabriz in northwestern Iran. I want to find Tabriz on the map. Let's see exactly where this is happening.
That update will continue to monitor the situation this evening through the hours. I want to bring in my colleague now, Ed Henry, who's standing by with our special coverage this evening. Ed, it was pretty clear President Trump earlier today signaling that something could very well happen. Indeed, now it has.
Yes.
We also saw the pulling out of some of our personnel from Iraq and Baghdad. There's early reports tonight, too, of the success of this mission already, that some of the top leadership, perhaps, in the nuclear program were taken out with Iran. So here we have it, a strategic window, Israel going in, and in some...
I have to say, everything that I have seen coming out of Iran in the last 12 months indicates to me that they are way weaker and less competent than they would have us believe. Like I said, I'm not. Like I said, I don't think America should really be directly involved in this conflict. I think that's a bad move for us. At the same time, I said this earlier, it seems like Israel is totally running the show in the Middle East here. It seems like they are untouchable. They are leagues above everybody else. And, in part, well, really almost entirely, that is because of American support. But I don't think that Iran really has a lot going for them right now. So I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if Iran is able to mount a successful, highly effective counterattack. That would blow my mind. I don't think we're going to see that.
What does the U.S. do to support? I think the statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio makes very clear that the U.S. was not directly, and I underline the word directly, involved in these initial strikes on Iran. But indirectly, were we providing intelligence, support? Obviously, the United States has many billions of dollars invested in air defense systems inside Israel. We've been pre-positioning all kinds of more support for potential responses from Iran. But again, if their military leadership has been wiped out tonight.
Oh, hey, you know what? Check this out. Today actually is the end of the 60 days of negotiation that President Trump gave Iran. 60 days ago, President Trump gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. A deal has not been made. Sunday, there is another round of negotiations. That's 3 or 4 days from now that were planned. I would imagine those negotiations are off the table now. It seems like Israel actually made their best effort. To be fair to Israel here, seems like Israel gave Trump his 60 days to try to make a deal with Iran. 60 days have come and gone, and Israel said, all right, we're done waiting. We're done waiting now.
Party on a number of issues is saying tonight that the U.S. and the Trump administration, quote, must provide whatever is necessary for Israel to wipe out Iranian leadership and nuclear personnel. Meaning, okay, Secretary of State Rubio, in the initial hours, there was no direct support from the United States, but at least one prominent Democrat.
Isolationism. By the way, guys, America has never and will never be isolationist. Isolationist is a pejorative. It is a slur. It is an anti-American slur meant to browbeat and gaslight America into engaging in terrible anti-American foreign policy. America has never been isolationist. We will never be isolationist. There's not a single moment in American history where we have been isolationist. There's a difference between good foreign policy and bad foreign policy. That's something to remember, okay? Not all wars are worth engaging in. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in. America has never been isolationist. This is a word that certain people use to say, oh, you're an isolationist. You're an isolationist. We have never been isolationist. We're not isolationist right now. We never have been. This is a word that's meant to beat you into engaging in bad foreign policy. Never buy it. Don't listen to it.
Involved in these initial hours.
No, and markets are also reacting, the economic angle to this. Oil prices jumped more than 7% after Israel launched these unilateral airstrikes. Crude oil's jumping more than 7%. So there is a lot of volatility as we look to what happens next. But you're right, with Iran at such a weakened state, it was interesting to notice the tone shift in the past few days, where the 6th round of talks, which was scheduled for Muscat, Oman this weekend, now obviously up in the air with this attack. But Iran vowed to build a new enrichment facility. President Trump today saying, we were hoping to do it peaceful. We want Iran to succeed. They can never have a nuclear weapon. And this was just hours after he had signaled, President Trump, he was not as sure that the deal would happen, and Iran really doubling down. And the fear was, how close are they to getting 15 potential bombs? And Israel said this is a crucial moment. Netanyahu, the operation is intended to damage Iran's nuclear infrastructure and will continue as long as necessary. But it may have done so much more than that as we talk about wiping out leadership.
Breaking news here. Okay, this is from the U.S. State Department. Israel, as a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. This is provided for your information to make your own security plans. The U.S. Embassy reminds U.S. citizens of the continued need for caution. So, hey, security alert. We have an official U.S. State Department security alert for Israel. If you are an American, bunker down or leave, get out, go home. It seems like Israel has shut down all flights. Every single flight going in and out of Israel is on lockdown. No planes going in, no planes going out. So if you're there, you're stuck for now.
Inside of Israel. There's no doubt Israeli intelligence suspected there was a third uranium enrichment plant that would push them closer to those 15 nuclear bombs you mentioned. But that, could be a pivot point where Benjamin Netanyahu said, look, enough is enough. We need to act unilaterally. Number two, you also mentioned that the U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks to try to defuse their efforts at a nuclear weapons program was supposed to move forward this weekend in Oman with Steve Witkoff, the president's special envoy. Now, on one hand, maybe the U.S. was in the dark and Witkoff was signaling, hey, we're still going to talk to Iran this weekend, so there will not be an attack between today and Sunday. There are some reports tonight, though, Bianca, that the U.S. may have been involved in some subterfuge here, and that Witkoff was telling Iran, we're going to meet with you on Sunday. Everybody calm down. It's all going to be good. And there was also some indications by Netanyahu that he was going on vacation for a couple of days.
Listen, folks, if it comes out that America was directly involved in this, let me ask you a question. Do you think that Iran or various radically Islamic terrorist cells have terrorists in our country right now? Keep in mind, 20 million illegal aliens snuck in our country over the last 4.5 years. Do you think that we have radically Islamic, anti-American from the Middle East terrorists in this country? The answer is yes. There are probably hundreds or thousands of them. If it comes out that America was involved in this in any capacity, not only will there be riots and protests all across the country, as we've kind of seen over the last couple days with the illegal aliens, but terrorist attacks as well. God forbid. Listen, guys, this is not a situation we want to be involved in. I'm serious. This could go very bad for America very quickly.
Interesting news. Again, this is the fog of war. The Iranians could be putting out whatever they want to put out right now, but they are reporting the top nuclear scientists are dead, and we are seeing more and more reporting coming out of Iran that would suggest nearly all, if not all, of the Iranian senior leadership in the IRGC, their military apparatus, may be dead at this stage, or at least have been targeted. That was the first wave. It was explosions ringing out across Tehran, the capital city. targeting apartment blocks and homes in different locations that you could obviously surmise were personnel trying to hit at the key figures.
Real quick, breaking news from OSINT Defender. If reports are true, this appears to have been an almost perfect decapitation strike executed by Israel against Iran's armed forces and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. I don't think the Iranians even know what to do right now. They might be in total disarray. This might be a highly effective attack. Who knows? And we saw a very similar thing with the pager attack against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, however many months ago. What is that, 7 months ago or something?
Phone that can show us that some of these deep underground facilities have been hit. But the scale of this is remarkable. We're learning more that the potential Mossad involvement was key in the element of surprise, as you were both discussing just there, and also potentially in knocking out some of the air defense capabilities. I think at this stage, what we can surmise at this point in the night, this attack is now 2 hours old. And although I'm wearing my press vest in case we do have incoming, we have not had any incoming here. And from what I had been told by a senior Israeli source last week was that there is a very rigid, calculated plan that Iran, they believed, had in place should they be attacked by Israel, and that they would initiate that plan almost immediately and begin to retaliate. That has not happened yet. So something very critical inside the Iranian regime, inside that decision-making apparatus, certainly seems to have faltered at this stage. And with every passing moment, the Israeli jets are still in the sky over Iran. In fact, we're seeing some
You know what? This is related to that point we were just talking about. Take a listen to this.
How could Iran respond? And what do you have to say, Jack, to this idea that there might be Iranian sleeper cells in America that Joe Biden allowed in the country? We had 10 million people come into the country. Are there Iranian sleeper cells right now in America that then could be activated by the mullahs?
Well, Charlie, of course, the answer is yes. That could Iran have gotten sleeper cells in the United States? I think that's increasingly likely, and almost certainly they have operatives within the United States. Also, Iran is famous for having the IRGC or Quds Force. This was formerly headed by Soleimani, that they will pay operatives who are already in areas that they can't get into themselves to conduct attacks or conduct sabotage type operations. Look, we just saw the Ukrainians launch this huge kamikaze style drone attack deep within Russian territory. It would be very easy for Iran to do something like that, or to have smuggled such types of things across the U.S. border in the Biden years, where there was no operational control of vast swaths of the U.S. border other than by the cartels. So it'd be very simple for them to just pay the cartels to allow them to do such a thing. When it comes to direct retaliation, though, I think more than likely at this point, unless more information comes in, at this point, it seems as though their retaliation will be directly and solely against Israel. Remains to be seen, of course, if they wish to.
It seems to me like the Trump admin doesn't want anything to do with this. Keep in mind, the very first thing we heard from the Trump administration was from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that explicitly said, we had nothing to do with this. And also, very clearly, Iran, if you retaliate, you should not attack any American military servicemen in the Middle East. Marco Rubio tried to make that very, very clear. The Trump admin wants nothing to do with this.
Strike any U.S. forces within the region. They certainly can. They have the capability to do so. They have a robust ballistic missile program. They have two, by the way, the two militaries in Iran, the nominal Iranian forces, the regulars, as well as the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Those are the forces that are directly subordinated to the Ayatollah. So there's the Ayatollah's forces and the country's forces. It's a little bit different than we do in the United States, as it would be. But certainly they have ballistic missile capability, and I would expect that that is what they use, again, in strikes on Israel. Obviously, we'll see. I think Israeli Air Force bases, potentially whatever bases were used to conduct this strike, would probably be the most likely attacks.
So, Tyler, let's talk. I mean, we're
there you have it. We were just talking about that.
Response, the flights are grounded, the skies over
By the way, with breaking news, Israel is about to carry out a third round of airstrikes. We did round 1, we did round 2. We're looking at round 3 coming up very soon, or now.
Monitor the situation there, Zach, and go back to you if anything happens. It's remarkable. The head of the snake here, Iran, and you've got to imagine, Ed, how the Middle East is feeling as President Trump just struck all those deals, his big trip with many major players. And we also are hearing, I mean, if this is true, the Iranian National Guard Major General Hassan Salami may have been taken out. I mean, if he has been eliminated, the reverb from that, there's a statement here. He was quoted yesterday in Iranian news saying, our next confrontation with the Israelis will be far more crushing, devastating, and destructive. It looks like there is a very good chance he is no longer here on Earth. So if he has been eliminated, along with what has just been confirmed, and Zach passed along, senior nuclear scientists killed. Also, Iranian state media, Ed, saying that Israel did hit the Natanz nuclear site. We have the map there of all these sites. They're deep underground, but we also know Iran's been smart enough to take some of their capabilities and scatter them, because they knew at one point, perhaps, Israel would do indeed what we're seeing happen this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is why Israel relies on the U.S. as well for those bunker busting bombs, because some of those nuclear materials that you mentioned are below the surface, far below the surface, in underground tunnels. And so Iran, even if this is a devastating series of attacks, could still have some of their nuclear materials underground and safe and sound, at least for now. I would also add, what the U.S. does next is what the world is going to be waiting for and watching. Axios is now reporting, Bianca, that at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, President Trump is convening his National Security Council at the White House. So obviously, since Michael Waltz has now left to become the nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, is basically the acting national security advisor. You've got Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. All of the principals, including Vice President Vance, Bianca, would be expected to either be at the White House or on secure communications from somewhere around the world as the U.S. gets a handle of what's next.
Yeah, and Israel's patience was wearing thin. This is a strike that many say felt that it was coming. Even earlier today, President Trump intimated that, knew the talks were falling apart. And our Alana Austin is actually live at the White House. She's been tracking some of these developments for us for our special
breaking news, folks. Actually, this is coming out of the Wall Street Journal. President Trump told Israel not to strike Iran on Monday. What is that, 3 or 4 days ago? The Wall Street Journal reports today Israel has struck Iran. So 3 days ago on Monday, President Trump told them not to strike. Today they went ahead and did it. According to the Wall Street Journal, who knows? Who knows? As we all know, by the way, 3 days from now, this upcoming Sunday, the Trump administration had another round of negotiations, another round of peace talks with the Iranian government scheduled for this Sunday. So Trump was still trying to pursue this path of peace talk, diplomacy, negotiation. Israel got tired of waiting.
U.S. Embassy staff in Israel have been told to shelter in place. All government employees, as well as their family members. Iraqi military also reportedly issuing its highest level military alert. This has been a top line issue we've been following all week, how President Donald Trump is responding. He made clear this evening that the United States is committed to a diplomatic resolution to Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We had heard it was quickly accelerating. Trump says their leadership must first completely relinquish the hopes of obtaining nuclear weapons, as the Trump administration had planned to participate in a 6th round of talks this weekend in Oman. Now, we're hearing tonight as well from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and he is making clear the United States was not involved in those preemptive strikes. Let's take a look at part of that statement issued tonight. Rubio says here, quote, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. He also says, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Now, last night, I asked President Donald Trump.
Now, real quick, we have a breaking news update. An Israeli official has told Fox News, quote, "We are just getting started."
The temperature down in the region.
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simply. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
And really quickly, Bianca and Ed, we're also hearing tonight reaction from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who is issuing his support for Israel. He says he is ready to stand with President Donald Trump and work on what that response looks like from the United States. Back to you.
Alana, thank you for that.
Now, folks, I do want to say real quick, if you are enjoying today's news broadcast, please do me a favor and follow on Twitter and also subscribe to this stream here. This is my first time being live with you guys, covering really breaking news as it is unfolding. So I want to say, hopefully I'm doing an okay job. Hopefully we're doing okay here. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I appreciate that a lot.
Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes
for updates here
to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before. Steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
Thank you.
Now, as Prime Minister,
Aaron Worley,
I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never
folks.
allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization.
This is a replay. So, you know, there is a very controversial discussion we can have right now. So bear with me, folks. We have been witnessing for the last 5 to 10 years, really picking up in pace very recently, really after October 7th, whether or not you think this is good or bad or right or wrong, American domestic support for Israel has been plummeting. And this is just undeniably true. We look at the stats, we know the polls, almost everybody on the left, a lot of young, sort of like America First Republicans also are like, hey, listen, Israel's fine, but we don't really need to support them. The point is, support for Israel amongst Americans is at the lowest it's been since World War II. That's just the undeniable truth, better or for worse. So what might be the case is that Israel, Netanyahu's government specifically, he might have kind of seen the writing on the wall and said, listen, if we want to get rid of the Iranian regime, we have to do it now. We have to do it soon because we're not going to have the support from the Americans to do it 5 years from now. Okay, we're not going to have support from Americans 5-10 years from now at the rate things are going. So if we want to do this, if we want to, you know, take out this colossal threat that we have, you know, staring us down a couple hundred miles to the east, we got to do it now while at least we still have some support amongst the Americans. I think that is probably a component of this dynamic as well. Do you guys agree here?
Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons.
World War III now guaranteed. Do you agree? I don't think World War III is a guarantee as a consequence of this, but it could be. It really, really depends how things unfold. You know, if you had to put an estimation out, 10, 15, 20%, I don't know. Is it 100%? No. In fact, I think it's very low, but it totally could happen. Totally could happen.
It's led millions in the chance of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were... I'm
going to go ahead and pause that here. That's a replay from about an hour ago, so we've heard that. So we have, what is this? 6 at a minimum, probably more, but these are 6 guaranteed, locked in, confirmed strikes against Iran. Tabriz, Kermanshah, Iraq, Isfahan, Natanz, and Tehran. Residents reported seeing Israeli fighter jets. Israel attacked Iran's main enrichment facility. And then these, we know that these are at a minimum bases, Iranian military bases, maybe nuclear facilities as well, happening all across the western side of Iran. And as we now know, at a minimum, 3 waves of Israeli aerial strikes have been carried out, and we might be looking at 4 here pretty soon. Israel is not, they're not taking a break. They're just continuing on. We'll take a look at what they're saying over here.
Boardrooms over retaliation against Israel. What happens after the initial response and what happens, that already will be up to politics. But right now, both countries, Israel and Iran, are very likely going to be unified behind now striking against the other one.
So Israel strikes Iran, as you mentioned, and as we just saw on the screen there, Christina, maybe we can bring that up one more time, about Iran saying that they will have a decisive response to Israel's attack. The AP saying that Iran's state-run news agency,
there you have it,
quotes an anonymous official saying Iran will have a decisive response to Israel's attack.
Response
As
inbound.
you alluded to, Alon, Israel knows that a decisive response is likely after such a strike that we're seeing tonight, at least 5 rounds, as far as we're hearing from you so far. How does that work into their calculus when they carry out something like this? They know that a response is expected, but ultimately, all the people in charge of the Israeli government, the Iranian government, is it commonly understood throughout all these entities that World War III is not something that anybody wants it to escalate to? There's always a sense of cooler heads will eventually have to prevail. There's a want for that, correct?
In theory, yes, but where most cases, I'm going to take this sort of, back it up a notch to look at warfare in general after World War II in the 20th and 21st century. In most cases, wars have not ended with a decisive defeat or decisive victory of either side. In most cases, we have not seen, like in World War II, with the enemy army, so to speak, completely taking over your country and dismantling it. The forces on the ground literally occupying your entire territory, and that is why you surrender. What we have seen mostly in warfare throughout the 20th and 21st century post-World War II has been countries that go to war and pound each other until a diplomatic resolution is reached. Sometimes that happens as a result of one country obviously being the victor and a diplomatic resolution is reached based on what that country wants. Sometimes that happens because both sides realize, okay, enough's enough. But even in the cases of the United States and Iraq, for example, the United States took over Iraq, but then it didn't do what it did in Germany and Japan.
JD has given a speech. Okay, I'll take a look at that here in just a second. Trump to Netanyahu, you are on your own if Israel strikes Iran. Trump told Netanyahu, if Israel attacks Iran, it's flying solo. Reports have surfaced that the U.S. won't join Israel military strike, even as nuclear talks teeter to a collapse. Pentagon canceled CENTCOM chief Israel visit, signaling sharp distance. Trump says Israel strikes might very well happen, but warned against spoiling a last shot at diplomacy. The attacks have been carried out. Where is the JD Vance stuff? Can I find this? Where is he talking? I'm looking for this here.
Of that blast. State TV also reporting on the blast. Now, Israel's defense minister announced what he called a, quote, special situation in Israel over its attack on Iran. He said schools would be closed in that country tomorrow. So let's bring in CBS News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley. Courtney, tell us again what we know at this point.
What we know is the Israelis have confirmed that they have launched airstrikes into Iran. We don't know where. We don't know if it's Tehran, and we don't know if it's at some of these nuclear power plants. Also, we don't know if it is against one of these nuclear sites, which Iran says it maintains
folks,
for
this is what we know
purposes,
so far.
how deep that could go. And we are waiting to see if Iran will retaliate in any form. It's just after 4 a.m., just a few hours ahead of sunrise in Iran.
Thank you, Emily.
And trying to reach sources there to hear what they're hearing, and if the explosions did rock through and reverberate through Tehran itself. We know that today President Trump was wary of potential airstrikes launched by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He did caution that could.
Got Real News K. I'll flip us back over to Newsmax, folks.
Need to be discussed there. What are the objectives of such a meeting as the U.S. navigates? What are the steps ahead, sir?
Well, they'll bring in the Joint Chiefs. They'll certainly will have the president, the vice president, his entire team there. But they'll look at three different things. They'll look at what happens if Iran makes the drastic mistake to actually counterattack U.S. interests. They will also look at what happens. What is our response?
Do you folks remember, it seems like it was just yesterday, all of us were unified in our hatred of illegal aliens. And now things are so complex. Israel, Iran, what should we do? What is America's involvement? Things have gotten really complex. It seems like it was only yesterday all of us were on the same side, unified in our unbridled hatred of illegal aliens. Simpler days, better days, simple times. We had no idea how good we had it, really.
Well, if the president had just given them another week, another 2 weeks, another month, they would have been able to come to a deal. Ed, you're a veteran of this. You know it better than almost anyone. I can tell you another few weeks would not have produced a different result. How do we know that? For over a decade, they've been stringing the United States and Israel along, saying, well, if you just give us a few more centrifuges and a little bit more time, we may come to the table. We saw clearly they're not doing that. So now is the time for Israel to strike.
Matt, how bad is this? Okay. It really depends on whether or not Russia and China want to get involved, I think. China gets a huge amount of their oil from Iran, by the way, in case you guys don't know that. So China is really, oh, hey, we have breaking news here. It says China is very energy dependent on Iran. Russia is militaristically very closely tied with Iran as well. They're big supporters of the Iranian regime. It really depends on how they decide to respond to this. It also depends on whether or not here in America we start having terrorists blow up American shopping malls and shooting up schools and whatever. Most certainly, we have sleeper cells here in America from Iran. It depends on whether or not they are activated. I don't know. totally. This could go one way where, Israel has been able to effectively cut off all the heads, put down the beast, so to speak, and Iran is just kind of kaput, and now they have to get a new regime or a new leadership, I guess. And the current or old Iranian regime has come to an end. Who knows? This could go 100 different ways. It really, really could. This is a very, very hard to predict situation, but it most certainly could go very bad very quickly.
Not sharing anything that I have personal knowledge of, but looking back at previous situations, here's what is probably happening. They're assessing the damage that has been done. This strike was not just a token strike on behalf of Israel. It was very voluminous. As you mentioned, reports are coming out. I think the chief of staff was taken out. Others in the nuclear facility was taken out. And so they're scrambling to try to figure out what their response is going to be. But at the same time, everybody is regrouping to look at this tactic.
Too many anti-Semitic comments on here. I'm shocked. Free speech is not violent speech. To be frank, I'm not really heavily moderating chat, so I apologize. And there's 11,000 people in here, so I apologize if someone says something crazy. Obviously, I don't endorse everything in the chat. Personally, I really am a very, very aggressively free speech guy. As long as people are not inciting violence or wishing death or illness or terrible things on someone, personally, like this is my personal opinion beyond YouTube terms of service. I don't know. Personally, I don't really care a whole lot as long as people aren't wishing death or violence on each other. That's my personal opinion, though.
Well, I just want
Pop, thank you.
Yeah. In all of this, what they essentially do is go to the different embassies, the different military installations. They put the military installations on high alert. They indeed, as Bianca was saying, say shelter in place. But the non-essential personnel in surrounding countries that would be in potentially, whether it's a Scud missile or a ballistic missile, they will actually try to make sure that those civilian and civil service personnel are not in harm's way.
Absolutely. What I wanted to get to, Mark, is what it's going to be like in the Situation Room tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time when the president convenes this team, as you laid out all of the principles that will be there, because it's not just about what's happening between...
Matt Morris, good call, reeling it in. You are misinformed on a few things. The best channels on YouTube are not biased, just report the facts. I am biased. I'm not, I am biased. My channel is my opinion. I don't know if there was any confusion about that. My channel is me giving my opinion on things that are going on. I'm not some unbiased, above it all, looking down. I have my opinions. Just to let the record show. I'm not even trying to be unbiased. I have my beliefs. I have my, in fact, I am very biased. I am incredibly opinionated. That is my channel. So I'll just be totally honest. If you want a totally unbiased channel, that is just frankly not really what this is. I'll be honest with you.
And one of his senior advisors, I'd stay up all night prepping for the questions he's going to get from President Trump, because as he looks at that, they're going to look at not only Russia and China and others in the region, but they'll look at contingency plans in terms of Lone Wolf and what might happen in terms of terrorists. So they would have AG Barr, AG Barr.
And also I can say, at least I'm honest about it. You have a lot of channels out here, they try to say, I'm so unbiased, I'm above it all, I'm just reporting the news. They are just as biased as anybody else is, but they're lying to you about it. At least I can be open about it. I have a bias. I have my own political beliefs. That's what I talk about. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm upfront with it. I'm not going to try to deceive you. It is what it is.
It looks like also some Mossad also targeted some of the buildings and residences potentially of where some of the military leaders were. So we want to share these new images as they come into us. Mark, Ed brings up a really, critical point as we're looking towards 11 a.m. tomorrow. We know now also that this was very clear that there was a window of opportunity for Iran to make a deal, or for Israel then to go in.
They had 60 days.
The time came, so now
By the way, worth noting, today's attacks on Iran carried out by Israel, this is day number 60 of the 60-day window that Trump gave Iran to work out a deal with the U.S. 60 days have now come and gone. in Israel's credit, we can say that Israel waited the 60 days. There was not a deal. Negotiations were ongoing beyond the 60-day window that was originally given. Israel said, you know what? Okay, we gave it 2 months, 60 days. Now we're going in. They tried to wait. They tried to wait.
We knew he would.
They did.
But this really is a lot of. We look at Joe Biden and what it's led to, and this is it right here tonight, Mark.
Well, it is, and sadly, what happens is a lot of times they think that each administration is going to deal with their non-action.
If Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, the world will get pinched, and most definitely the U.S. will have to. Well, the Strait of Hormuz has already been closed for the last 6, 7, 8 months. That's why President Trump was about 2 or 3 months ago carrying out targeted bombings against the Houthis. It already has been closed. 95% of maritime trade through the Strait of Hormuz has already been closed. So that wouldn't really be a new development.
Time you go to try to get the deal, they would move the goalposts. The Iranians is who I'm referring to. And so, listen, the president's negotiated all his life. He knows when there's a deal that can be made and when a deal can't be made. And this was one that it couldn't be made. And the outcome, sadly, has resulted in an airstrike into Iran tonight. That
First channel,
probably
right.
will escalate
aggressively. America First,
and yet at the same time, it would be to Iran's peril if it does.
Yeah, Mark, last thing before we let you go, we'd be remiss not to mention the other breaking news tonight. We want to stay on this, obviously, this international conflict. But back here at home for almost a week now, we've seen these riots on the ground in Los Angeles, in the Newsom v. Trump court decision out there in San Francisco.
Okay, we have breaking news coming out of Iran. Check this out. Breaking. Iran says Israel and America will pay a very heavy price. So Iran, as far as they are concerned, America is complicit in what has gone on. America says, listen, we saw your statement, Marco Rubio. We know you said you're not involved, or the U.S. was not involved. That's too bad. America's going to pay a heavy price for this, according to Iran. Okay, we'll see what happens. Breaking news.
In from Iran, while the president is also dealing with this threat of illegal immigration, the millions of illegals who could be terrorists who are here that Joe Biden let in, as Bianca was referring to. There's a mountain of issues for this president to tackle.
Well, there are. General Bondi will actually certainly be filing an appeal to that. But there are a number of tools in President Trump's toolbox where he can deal with this. He's going to deal with it. Governor Newsom is, this is more of a political rhetoric for Governor Newsom. He knows in the end that the presence of National Guard actually saves lives. How do we know that? Because in the first Trump administration, when National Guard were not deployed, lives were lost and lives were put in danger. And he's not going to allow that to happen just because Governor Newsom wants to reinvent himself and run for president in 4 years. And so I can tell you they will be aggressive there, but they will also, listen, the president he's a great multitasker. He will have someone on that. Pam Bondi is going to be very busy because she'll be dealing with this and with what's happening in Los Angeles. But I can tell you, he wants the streets of Los Angeles and every main.
Iran ain't going to do shit. They are done. I'll tell you what, listen, if you're an American, this should be really your prominent concern at the moment is that, folks, how many dozens or hundreds or thousands of Iranian IRGC loyalist, sleeper cell, would-be terrorists are currently in the country right now? How many? Keep in mind, over the last 4.5 years, over 20 million illegal aliens have entered this country. How many IRGC sleeper cell terrorists are in this country, embedded in this country right this very moment? Okay, a lot. If they are really pissed off, if the Iranian regime decides, listen, it's time to go, figuratively nuclear, maybe that's the wrong word to use in this context, it's time to activate the sleeper cells, folks. Breaking news.
I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement.
This is actually old footage from about 10 hours ago. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think that would blow it.
Yeah, and you hear the president there making very clear that he doesn't believe Iran will get.
Okay, folks, I need to call it like I see it, okay? I need to be honest here. We have a breaking news report. Israel notified Washington before striking Iran. An Israeli official told KAN, fully coordinating with the U.S., the official added. Folks, it seems to me like Israel wants to publicly send the message that America was involved in this. Am I being a schizophrenic conspiratorial person here? Because this is the third report coming out of Israel that is saying this. They're saying, hey, everyone, America was involved. Now, on our side, our Secretary of State is publicly saying, we weren't involved. We were not involved. We were not a part of this. That's what Marco Rubio is saying right now. Okay, this is a little bit concerning. I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is a little bit concerning here.
And Iran and the mullahs there and the supreme leader have been stringing the rest of the world along now for decades. They have never had any intention of a peaceful nuclear program. They have never had any intention of giving up their militarized military program. Israel knew it, and Israel simply can't allow them. They're right next door. They simply can't allow Iran to have a nuclear.
We have a breaking news update, folks. As all of this is going on, France has already surrendered. They're not even involved. Okay, well, guys, France has already given up. They have surrendered officially.
Space and time, but Israel does not.
Congressman Perry, Bianca here. I just want to get your reaction. You have Democratic Senator John Fetterman coming out really strong today as well, saying our commitment to Israel must be absolute. I fully support this attack. Keep wiping out Iranian leadership and the nuclear personnel. You know, Democratic Senator there, very strong from your state here. And Israel is obviously in a position now where they feel they've had no choice. Your reaction to Fetterman's strong comments as well, and perhaps what you think we'll hear from Democrats. That's one of the ones that stands out tonight, at least with those who support Israel, stand with Israel.
Well, he is an anomaly now in the Democrat Party. Of course, unfortunately, there's a lot of anti-Semitism that exists within the Democrat Party and its members, certainly in Congress. But Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania has been an outlier on issues like this. And, of course, most recently on the issue of the Los Angeles riots where.
OK, if you folks, someone said, what is the worst this can be? Like what is the worst case scenario here? OK, well, let's go down that route. I'm just going to make this up as I go and try to make this make a little bit of sense. OK, so Russia and China decide to back Iran. Iran is getting a bunch of Russian and Chinese drones. Iran, alongside China and Russia, start going balls to the wall, so to speak. Sorry, they become very aggressive, engaging in counterattacks against Israel. Russia takes the gloves off with Ukraine. They go all in. Ballistic missiles are raining down on Ukraine. NATO gets involved because Ukraine is getting decimated. American military bases are getting attacked in the Middle East. America's now directly involved. China decides amidst all of this to invade Taiwan. North Korea invades South Korea. You know, like this is your doomsday World War III scenario where it's just everything is going on at the same time. That is the absolute worst case scenario. Is that going to happen? I think probably not. I think not even close. I would actually bet against that, but that's your doomsday scenario.
Nuclear capabilities. And tonight, Israel launched a preemptive attack to make sure that Iran will not have the capabilities, not only the nuclear capabilities, but also the ballistic missiles that they used to attack Israel in the past. You know, what we have seen, it's only the beginning. It's not going to be a short operation. We know we will have to be in a special situation in Israel. We prepared the population tonight that we expect retaliation from Iran, but we are determined to make sure that Iran is not capable to threaten Israel, the U.S., and the Western civilization. You know, we believe them when they say they want to eliminate us. We don't take chances anymore.
Ambassador, I'd love to get your perspective. President Trump had been offering an olive branch, and these nuclear talks, 5 rounds had happened with Witkoff. And even as recent as just hours ago today, he said it's very simple. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon ever, but We want them to be successful. We would even trade with them, he said today at the White House.
We have a Washington Post report coming out right now. If Iran launches a significant counterattack on Israel, as is anticipated, U.S. officials believe Israel will request American assistance in its defense per the Washington Post. This thing is, listen, folks, this thing can spiral very, very easily.
With everything we're hearing tonight,
very easily.
This may be an attack that
and
they
Googly
cannot
Bear,
come back
you are
from.
absolutely right. You're totally right.
Well, that is the way of Iran for the last few decades, you know, the way of deception. They are talking, but at the same time, they are continuing with the nuclear program, and we revealed the new information about the intention to continue to build a military.
We need to say this, folks. We are, what, $36 trillion in debt? Our deficit is $1 trillion a year or something like that, or more, whatever it is. Guys, this just has to be acknowledged. Even if we wanted to really, really help Israel, send a bunch of American soldiers back to the Middle East, another war in the Middle East, American boots on the ground, even if Americans unanimously wanted to do that, guys, we can't afford it. We don't have the money. Like, we just, like, quite literally, we're talking trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, okay? We couldn't even do that if we wanted. We cannot do that. We can't afford it. We don't have the money.
If you have a radical regime who threatens to eliminate the Jewish people, you don't just wait and see whether it's serious or not.
Ambassador Danny
Yeah,
Danon.
absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. We certainly appreciate your insights tonight. Thank you. General Blaine Holt is also a Newsmax analyst for us,
Bruce Rice,
and we always appreciate his
and
insights.
also Bruce Rice again.
General
Thank you.
Holt, your
Thank
thoughts
you.
tonight on what may be a devastating attack on the Iranian military and potentially civilian leadership as well, sir.
Yeah, it's good to be with both of you. What looks to be emerging out of the fog of war here is pretty much a phase one deception and a decapitation strike. They went after these scientists, political leaders. A lot of the generals we're now hearing were killed.
Yeah.
And it does look now from the aviation aspects of this that their air defense systems are almost completely gone, that they didn't have anything to throw back at the Israelis.
Wow.
Iranian jets, some of them took off, also were downed. We're seeing a lot of Mossad-type groundwork. So, yes, Natanz nuclear facility got hit, but there's secondary explosions. This indicates other types of activities are on the ground. So what I think is happening now is if Israel can provoke a revolution or a revolt of some kind, they're going to take that path. But there's no reverse gear in this. This is going to happen now. And it's very dangerous. My concern, and you both have heard me say it before, there are Iranian terror cells here in the United States from 4 years of open borders.
That is
and
right.
We have to be very, very careful here at home. We can't just be complacent.
No, and you just mentioned Natanz. We have the Iranian nuclear sites map we were showing there, but there's a good chance that the Iranians have also moved some of their materials to places. We know Israel has great intel, but also the concern that they were getting closer. Ambassador Danon just talked about those ballistic missiles. I think there were about 300 the last time. They were really testing, provocating here. I mean, when you have ballistic missiles, they're firing into Israel. You have to wonder, where they were potentially now.
I have to say, folks, once again, over the last 12 months, well, really several years, ever since October 7th happened, I have just been in a continuous state of shock at how feeble and ineffective and incapable of executing anything Iran is. Iran, we're all supposed to be super scared of Iran. Okay, I get it, but like really, when you actually look at what they are doing, what they are capable of, they're idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. Like, they're not really successfully doing anything at all. They're not. And then you look at Israel, and Israel is running the show. Israel is dominating out here, for better or for worse. So I don't even care. The fact of the matter is, Israel is calling the shots. Israel is just untouchable out here, pretty much.
So they have to get at it by other means. That would be humans on the ground.
Absolutely. General, before we let you go, just widen the lens a little bit, because if you think about since October 7th and that awful, tragic terror attack on Israel, led by the Iranian terror proxy Hamas, since then, Hamas has been all but devastated, as has Hezbollah, another Iranian terror proxy. Syria and the Assad regime fell. And now maybe the regime in Tehran is maybe not down, but it's being devastated. What's the big picture in the Mideast tonight?
Well, the balance of power has completely shifted, and Iran finds itself isolated. There's been a lot of talk about, will the Russians do something to put their support behind Iran, or the Chinese? And I just don't see signs of that at all. So we're seeing a complete shift, and you're absolutely right, Ed. The proxies have been largely nullified or eliminated.
That's right.
And Iran was already going broke because we're laying back onto the sanctions. So this is a golden opportunity for the Iranian people to reclaim their country.
Blaine Holt, we appreciate
All right,
your
General
insights.
Blaine Holt.
Yeah, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Got a brand new hour of our special breaking coverage. Ed Henry and Bianca De La Garza will be going late into the evening here, as you see. Some breaking news as Israel has launched.
I found this earlier. The fastest growing religion in Iran is Christianity. Go figure. Huh. You know, back in the day, way back in the day, Iran was Zoroastrian. That was during the Achaemenid Empire. That was when Alexander the Great pretty much conquered them. Zoroastrian, they say it's the very first monotheistic religion, Zoroastrianism. The great Ahura Mazda is their god who they worship.
Be a somewhat devastating attack on several military bases and other sites, nuclear sites, and other civilian sites inside Tehran and other spots. And much of the Iranian senior military leadership, Bianca, has been taken out tonight.
And some of the nuclear scientists said, who has been reporting, and Iranian state TV is confirming that, so we know it to be true. And you're right, the strikes there also on the Natanz nuclear facility. We expect to see more images as daylight comes. So this was in the middle of the night, around 3:30 a.m. in Tehran. So the element of surprise there, as you mentioned too, was part of Israel's plan, and albeit, again, very, very successful in these early hours. We're pleased to bring in now, as we continue our live coverage, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer. Tony, we've been talking about the lead up to this, and great to have you with us. You know, Iran just said yesterday they'd be targeting U.S. bases if conflict breaks out over nuclear enrichment. Not sure they even have the capability to do it with what we're hearing with the losses they're suffering tonight. Your take right now on Israel's window here and going in at this strategic moment, as they felt that there was no other point that they could go in. And
you know, here's a great question here, a great concern. You know, we have a lot of these pro-Palestinian protesters, rioters here in the U.S. They've got even more of them in Europe. Over in Europe, they have 10 times more of them. I would suspect that whenever the Europeans wake up here pretty soon, because it's nighttime right now, I would suspect that in Europe, they're going to have protests, they're going to have riots, they're going to have anti-Israel protests, they're going to have pro-Palestine, pro-Iran, pro-whatever. I think we'll have a little bit of that here in the U.S., but over in Europe, man, you know, it's not good. And so go figure, this is what happens if you start importing a bunch of immigrants from the third world. They bring their third world problems with you. We recently, over the last week, we have had illegal alien protests and riots, a little bit of the pro-Palestinian stuff. If you import people like this from the third world, they bring their problems with you, and it manifests on your streets. Your buildings are getting destroyed, defaced, cars are getting blown up, people are getting attacked because of that behavior they're bringing with them. It's true.
And then missiles and drones very effectively, which were also forward pre-staged in desert locations, which we'll learn a lot more about over the next few days. But with that said, we made it very clear, Marco Rubio made it very clear, we didn't do this. And Bianca, that puts the Iranians in a strategic dilemma. What do they do? Because they threatened us. They said, if something happens, they're going to attack us. Well, we didn't attack them. The Israelis did. And so if the Iranians now go after us, our folks deployed in Iraq, in Syria, or in any of the regions we're in, we have the right to go after them directly. So they have to make that choice. Do we go after the Americans, and allow the Americans to take shots at us, or do we try to limit ourselves to the Israelis? And that's where they're at.
I have to say, man, if Iran decides to start attacking Americans in the Middle East, it will be so stupid, I almost won't even believe it. If we start seeing the Iranians attacking U.S. military bases or U.S. military personnel, that is the most inconceivably incompetent, brain-dead thing they could do. It's so stupid, it would almost make me conspiratorial. I would say there's no way they're doing this. There's no way they are stupid enough to actually attack U.S. military bases, because if they do, you know what's going to happen. We're breaking out the B-2 Spirit bombers and we're dropping bunker buster bombs, and we are obliterating you off the face of the map. It will be unbelievable if they do that. It would be so incredibly beyond stupid. By the way, real quick, we have some of these super chats here. Israel took out a nuke plant, Lantern, in Iraq in 1981. Nothing really came of it in retaliation. An Iraqi nuclear plant? I guess I didn't hear about that. I'll look it up. Hey, thank you for the super chat, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I haven't heard about that. I'll look that up. Thank you. Paul Jamie, what's up with the Philippines? What you said, Matt? Oh, about the Spanish-American War. Maybe we can come back to that later. Okay, that's a really big, entirely different conversation. We can come back to that later tonight. Okay. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Telling us that the impression, if there was to be an attack on Iran, is that Iran has a calculated plan in place that they would begin to retaliate immediately, because if the Israeli jets are over their skies, that also gives the Israeli jets the capability to start hitting out those positions that Iran would use to launch the ballistic missiles, which is what they've been doing apparently throughout the night, without any of those ballistic missiles, to our knowledge, having been launched at this stage, which is truly remarkable given what we know is a vast arsenal of these weapons that are located in bunkers deep underground, hard to locate in some instances, need to be trucked out, brought onto mobile.
Did the U.S. win the Iraq war? Let me just say something. Maybe this is controversial. Our war on terror in the Middle East, Iraq and Afghanistan, namely Afghanistan, guys, we spent God knows how many trillions of dollars, thousands of young American lives. We spent 20 years trying to replace the Taliban, and you know who replaced them 20 years later? The Taliban. We spent trillions of dollars and thousands of American lives in order to, over 20 years, replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. It was all a complete and total waste.
Iran been either ineffective, unable to,
Everybody
or
lost.
has not fired back in retaliation, because every minute that passes, more and more of their forces are being degraded, and the Israeli jets are still over their skies. We're now getting daytime images with the sun coming up here. The sun is already up across the Middle East in Iran. The daytime images show that the strikes are still coming. Now, we'll zoom out and go macro for a moment. This started with targeted strikes on personnel. We saw buildings being hit in Tehran, apartment complexes.
Done with these wars in the Middle East. I mean, I agree, man. Listen, as long as we have illegal aliens in our country attacking American citizens, as long as we have homeless veterans, as long as we have mentally ill Americans, as long as we have all of our an open board, as long as we have all of our domestic American issues, we have no business giving a single dollar to any other country around the world. We have no business deploying American troops to foreign countries to fight wars in other places that we have no business being involved in. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and the U.S. Marines in the streets of Los Angeles over the last couple of days, that is the most responsible, justifiable U.S. military deployment that has happened in decades, in generations of Americans, okay? Right now, the progressive left are saying, oh my God, he's deploying soldiers, he's weaponizing the military against U.S. streets. That's the best military deployment we've had in decades, okay? That is exactly how the U.S. military should be used, to repel foreign invaders that are in our country, to root them out of our country. And these are foreign invaders, they're terrorist gang members, they're cartel gang members, whatever. Get them out of the country. The U.S. Marines are doing much better work rooting out terrorists and illegal aliens in the streets of Los Angeles than they are sitting in a military base in Afghanistan or whatever the hell they're doing over there, okay? Or in Syria. Seriously. We cannot afford, for 10 different reasons, we cannot as a country get involved in another war in the Middle East. We cannot tolerate that. We cannot condemn another generation of young Americans to get deployed to the Middle East, to have their legs and arms blown off, to get PTSD, to get cancer from all the shit that's going on, to get mental health issues. We cannot condemn another generation of young Americans to those issues. We are better than that. We cannot do that.
Chinese
we
and
owe
Russian
them. We owe them more than
systems
that.
and components, with the Israelis using American-made hardware, jets and bombs. It does appear like this morning it's the American-made hardware that is coming out on top. But again, it goes back to potentially what we're seeing with the Mossad element. Is there some other? Was there some other key moment here that was able to knock out these air defense systems and allow an Israeli operation of this scale? When we're talking about scale, too, Iran is a massive country in the Middle East, almost combined Texas and Alaska, and that's about the amount of land that you're looking at with Iran. So there.
Maybe we should surrender. We're not at war. Hold up. By the way, this is not America's war. Do not get this twisted. What do you mean we should surrender? This is not our problem. This is not our war. This is not America's war. Just to be very clear about that. We should not be involved in this.
Where?
Israel can do what they want. That's great. They've got a right to do what they want to defend themselves. This is not America's war. Do not get that twisted.
Here shortly, you would think that you would see something soon, a statement, a video address, some kind of efforts to placate the public, the Iranian public, and let them know that they still have a leader or they still have leadership, because there are massive factions in Iran that, given an opportune moment like this, could be taken to the streets as the sun comes up and define or adding pressure to a regime that is certainly suffering some of the most severe losses in their history. This, again, is remarkable. And I'll finish this as, again, the sun is coming up here, and we're now 2+ hours on from the initial wave of attacks. We are still anticipating what could be a potential Iranian response. It's not coming. It just has not come yet. And that's not to say that it won't. Again, you're talking about a massive amount of real estate. U.S. estimates pin their number of ballistic missiles at or above 1,000 in their arsenal. And reports coming in within the last week that they had been ramping up their production to 50 ballistic missiles per week, trying to meet this moment and be ready to try and overwhelm Israeli air defense systems. Again, none of that is happening. With every passing minute, more and more of those launch posts, those ballistic missile posts, could be taken out as we speak. But for here in Israel...
Does this guy not understand how alliances work? Wake up, man. We could be dragged in any moment. So I am a George Washingtonian American. I believe in George Washington's golden rule. He said, you should never, Americans, you should never get involved in the struggles or embroiled in the issues of the old world. That's the first thing he said. He also said, Americans going forward, over here in America, you should never maintain long-term foreign alliances. Things like NATO. Let's use NATO as an example. America's involvement in NATO is antithetical to the vision that our founding fathers had for this country. It is the exact opposite. It is anti-American, our permanent foreign alliances, because what these things do get us involved in never-ending foreign conflicts that, frankly, we should not be involved in. This idea that it is America's job to solve and be directly involved in every foreign conflict around the world. Listen, even if we wanted to do that, and we don't, but even if we wanted to, guys, it's unsustainable. We have been trying this for decades, and it has caused nothing but chaos and strife in our own country domestically. We are in almost $40 billion of debt. Our country is deteriorating. Our country has been invaded. Do you really think, with all of the issues we have in our country right now, that we, on top of all of that, that we should get involved in another war in the Middle East? That is nuts. I'm sorry. If you think that we should go to bat in the Middle East again, with all of the freaking problems we have right now, guys, if we don't solve our problems, we're not going to have a damn country in 5 years. In 5 years' time, we will not have a country unless we focus for the first time in over 100 years, unless we focus on ourselves. We need to put America first. That's what this is all about. Okay, that's why we voted for Trump. Stop sending money abroad. Stop sending young American soldiers abroad to get blown up in desert shitholes halfway across the world we have no business being involved in. Hey, here's a novel idea. Let's take care of young Americans here in America. Let's spend American money here in America. Let's just try it, because it's been 100 years since we've tried that. Let's just try it once for the first time in generations. Let's just see if it works, because this other thing we're doing where we've been operating as the world's police for generations now, it doesn't really seem to be working. It's not, listen, we are a dying country. We have to fix the damn country. If we don't, we're not going to have a damn country. Let me take a look at the super chats here. Sorry, I'm getting heated here. Let me take a look here. Excuse me. Man, I just choked on my spit. Okay. Let me see. Okay, Paul James. The war in Iraq was a war machine agenda that was a conspiracy, and the motive, we all look at it like Disney World, like they wouldn't do that, but if quack like a duck. Yeah, no, we were lied to about why we got involved in Iraq. Yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Yeah, remember the whole weapons of mass destruction, the yellow cake, all of that ended up being wrong. And you're right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Listen, I have this maybe crazy idea. America as a country ought to exist for the betterment of Americans. America ought to look out for what is the best interest of Americans, first and foremost. We haven't been doing that for generations. We haven't been doing that for decades, okay? We've been so busy, pushing regime change and toppling governments and sending billions of dollars abroad and getting involved in foreign wars. And while we've been looking abroad, our country has been invaded. We have given away all of our national wealth. Our coffer is empty. We're in $40 trillion of debt. We're probably never getting out of that. Unless we actually care about ourselves first, we're done. We're screwed. It's over. So I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, people don't get it. It hasn't hit them yet. Our country is facing an existential crisis, genuinely. If we don't solve the issues we have now, we are not going to have a country. And I can't be, that's not even being hyperbolic. I'm not even overstating the reality. If we don't actually care about ourselves first and our country first and our countrymen first, the people in this country, we're not going to have a country. We cannot get involved in a war in the Middle East. We can't. Even if we wanted to, we can't. We can't do it. We can't do it. It's not possible.
The meetings in the Defense Department at the Pentagon, and they called me last night and said, we can't meet in the afternoon for several hours. We
Thank
can
you,
meet you at 9
Moses.
o'clock in the morning
Thank
for
you.
20 minutes. Something was going on.
Thank you.
Donald Trump
Thank you very much.
Told the truth. 2 months, and no longer will we allow this. And what's amazing, if it wasn't for the war with Hamas, this would be less possible. Israel was always afraid to hit Iran because Hamas had hundreds of thousands of missiles. Hezbollah had hundreds of thousands of missiles, and they were afraid if they hit Iran, Israel would be hit with tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of missiles. Israel destroyed most of those missiles from Hamas and Hezbollah, enabling Israel to take this action. And don't forget, in last year, Israel destroyed the defense capabilities of Iran. Yes, they destroyed S-300, S-400 defensive mechanisms.
Thank you, John.
That Iran doesn't have now. That's one of the reasons for not responding. And
I see a chat. It says, I hate the Zionists. You want to know something weird? Like, I am a Zionist insofar as if Israel wants to exist, great, do that. Pursue your own destiny. Where that you fine. That's every country has that right. My deal is, I think America shouldn't be involved. I think American taxpayer money should not be involved. That's my deal. Israel has a right to exist. They do what they want. They defend themselves. More power to you. Great. Okay. And I feel the same way about Sweden. I feel the same way about Germany and America and Guatemala. I feel the same way about every country. Okay. But I don't want to fund it. I don't want my money funding it. And I don't want young Americans dying for it. That's my opinion on that, I guess. I can't say that any better.
Been killed. 2 senior nuclear scientists have been killed. And this has been a clear and present danger. And Israel has taken historic action. This is going to make the world a safer place. The people of Iran have spoken, and they've said, don't worry. Israel is against them, against the mullahs. Israel is not against the people of Iran, and that is the truth. And this is being supported privately by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, by Kuwait. They are thrilled with this. This is historic. This is great for the world. This is great for America. Yes. It's great for Israel.
Morton Klein, thank you for those comments. Literally, a new day is dawning. You're right, in the Middle East, and live here above the sky there in Jerusalem as we hear about the successes that have happened in the evening hours, overnight hours there. We thank you as always. Ed, Ambassador Mike Huckabee is also there, posting that he is at the embassy in Jerusalem and closely following the situation. He will remain there all night. He says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And to what Mort was just saying, we just watched this historic trip, President Trump in the Middle East. There is a reshaping of the Middle East. There is a potential now, many say, for not exporting terrorism. You know, Saudis are sick of the proxy, the Houthis. We have Hezbollah weekends. We have a situation where food coming into Gaza, and the people are actually saying, you know, we want, help us. We don't want Hamas anymore. This opportunity, this window, obviously, there could have been another.
I swear I wouldn't super chat tonight. You missed so many important super chats. Big fan and agree, but read super chats. You German, Japanese, American. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I apologize. There's a lot going on. I'm trying to follow the news, and I'm looking for updates, and I'm reading super chats. I'm reading chat. There's a lot. I apologize if I ever miss a super chat. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot.
And you also have the air attacks as well. There's two prongs that we're learning here that went down.
Yeah, and so what we expect is that this is really the first wave of several waves that are going to happen probably over almost a week, maybe longer. And what today was about was catching the regime off guard, especially to hit senior leadership who otherwise would have been, you know, hidden away. This is about destroying the chain of command, about destroying some of the nodes so that they're going to have a strong, difficult time the first.
You know, it just occurred to me, folks, we have these No Kings protests scheduled for Saturday. Guess what? Now the No Kings protests, No Kings riots, they will also include pro-Palestinian stuff. That's what's going to happen. Now you're going to see a bunch of Mexican flags, but also you're going to see Palestinian, probably see Iranian flags also. So now they're going to be even worse. Now it's a 2-for-1. Because now all of this Middle Eastern drama is going to manifest on our streets. If you thought the illegal aliens weren't enough, did my internet just go? Hey, everybody say hello. Oh no, I think I'm still good. No, we are here. No, we're here. Okay, we're good. Sorry, my bad.
I think Israel's understood this for some time now. They've always had two plans: the plan with the United States and the plan where they would have to act unilaterally.
We are good.
They've prepared for both. This one's a little bit more difficult, but it's already seeing massive successes.
All right. And so, Gabriel, what's next for the United States? Because the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, made it clear a couple of hours ago that this is Israel acting unilaterally. But let's bring it back to President Trump. He's been up late in the night in the Oval Office meeting with advisors. And then,
folks, we actually have a breaking news update. This is from the glorious leader himself, Khamenei, the leader of Iran. An important message from the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Imam Khamenei, will be released soon regarding the Israeli regime's attacks against Iran. Okay? We have a massive update coming from Khamenei himself. Very, very soon. Big update, okay? So stick around for that. We'll see what that is.
Going to take to U.S. service members. Yeah. And what is the response that we are willing to do if Americans... And then the last one is really, what do we do to enable the continued wave of attacks against Iran? Intelligence sharing, whether that's other actual sort of direct activity like aerial refueling. As Israel's capabilities are degraded by Iranian responses, again, this is going to be something that President Trump and his cabinet are going to have to be actively and very detailed involved with. Not just this week, but again, the months that, that lead up and after this. I think we're headed into somewhat of a regional conflagration, even larger than October 7th.
Super chats real quick. Jay Fuzzybug, first off, thank you. President Washington personally led troops to suppress the Whiskey Rebellion in 1794. The first attempted diplomacy but failed. He then led 13,000 troops to enforce federal law. That is a true historical fact. Yep. Thank you very much for that super chat, by the way. Thank you very much. We have Genevieve. Thank you again. From you say, from the river to the sea will make the Democrats and the UN happy. Are y'all part of that? Really? I'm not. Listen, I'm not pro anyone other than America. Like, I'm just going to make myself very clear. I don't really care. Israel has a right to defend themselves. They do what they want. I'm over here in America. I think America should not be financing or funding any of that. That's my take. I think young Americans should not be dying in the Middle East anymore. I'm like generally anti that. I'm against that. I'm against American taxpayer money being sent to the Middle East when we have a ton of problems over here in this country. That's kind of my thing. I'm really America first. When a lot of people say America first, I mean it. When I say America first, I sincerely, genuinely mean it. As long as we have children going hungry in this country and troops or retired, veterans that are homeless, as long as we have an open border and millions of violent, illegal aliens in our country, that's the problem we need to focus on. When I say America first, I mean it. I am sincere about that. We have problems here. We handle those problems first. That's what that means to me, at least. America first. That means everybody else comes after. America first means they are last. We take care of them if, maybe, when we have taken care of our own issues. That's not the case. We still have a lot of issues. We have to take care of them first. That's what that means to me, at least.
Striking the entire nuclear program, destroying it, not just the technicians, etc. Or should we destroy their petrol, oil structure? We have been discussing with both of you for months and months that there could be a third way. And the third way is incapacitating the regime itself. That explains the first hours of the strikes, and we may see more of this. It's not just a program, it's actually the regime. With the head of the IRGC out of the way, this is a big deal. I don't know how the regime tomorrow is going to be acting if more strikes are going to occur in the next hours or tomorrow.
Ayatollah Khamenei is alive, and he has put out a statement, Waleed, saying that Israel will receive harsh punishment for the attack. Obviously, the bluster, and we would expect a statement like that. But to your point, they also, on Iranian state TV, are confirming the casualties to their top military.
Hold up, we have another update from Khamenei. That Zionist regime, the Zionist regime should anticipate a severe punishment. By God's grace, the powerful arm of the Islamic Republic's armed forces won't let them go unpunished. This is breaking news as of 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. They are going to retaliate.
It seems like that now is off the table. I mean, this is now to the point where Israel said we were at a point of no return, and to move forward would be the way to continue here, to reshape the Middle East, which many say we're on the precipice of.
It is going. You're right. It is going to be a very tough decision on the Iranian Islamic regime leadership. Why? On the one hand, they don't have everybody. Their own table of national security discussion is not complete. If the head of the most important organization, the RGC, is gone, you know what a gap that would be. But let's put this on the side. Their decision is going to be difficult because, on the one hand, they don't know how far Israel is going to go. On the other hand, they don't know if President Trump is still waiting for them. They may decide. I'm imagining that on that round table, there are the wing of those who say, let's call Mr. Witkoff now. Let's urge President of the United States to urge the Israelis to stop because they're afraid. And then you have the other wing basically saying, no, don't go that way. This will provoke a revolution inside Iran. We know that millions and millions of very young people.
We have another one.
And minority.
Another breaking news update from Khamenei. Ladies and gentlemen, Khamenei has gotten a hold of his computer, and he is just... this is probably AI. Yeah, I'm going to guess that this is AI, first off. Anyway, this is the breaking news update. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the great Iranian nation, Zionist regime has committed a crime in our dear country today at dawn with its satanic, blood-stained hands. It has revealed its malicious nature even more than before by targeting residential areas. I have a feeling that this guy is not the biggest fan of Israel. I think this guy is not a big fan of Israel. I'm piecing this together. I don't think he likes them a whole lot.
Extremely successful
Yeah.
precision strike that knocked out not just Iran's military leaders, but I think that the strike is trying to destroy missiles on the ground so they can't be fired against Israel. I've studied the Iranian nuclear program for a long time, and I'm noting the things they're attacking. They're attacking Natanz, where there are billions of dollars of advanced centrifuges. It's partially underground. If that can be destroyed, it will set Iran's nuclear weapons back.
Folks, another breaking news. Okay, Iranian retaliation against Israel is expected within the next 2 hours. Oh, man, it's already 8:30 p.m. Oh, folks, are we doing an all-nighter? Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I will stay up until midnight. If nothing has happened, I'm going to bed. I will commit for another 3.5 hours. If nothing has happened, then I'm going to bed. All right? We'll lock it in. We'll see how this goes.
May not be recoverable.
Jeez.
And Fred, I just want to ask
Get
too,
it
something
over with.
Waleed
Come
just
on.
hit on. And while it's fresh in our viewers, minds here, Iran right now, they're sitting around dead military leaders, and he said they don't know what President Trump's going to do. They don't know. Do they need to call Trump and say, tell Israel to stop? I mean, that is a fascinating part of this too, because President Trump.
I don't think Israel's listening to Trump at this point. I think they're just doing their own thing.
Dealing with these adversaries in a way that Joe Biden never could. Obviously, we know that. But in a way now that there has been, this is a moment where Israel went in and Donald Trump says, we were offering you a deal. Your take on just the current state of affairs when it comes to the fact that our U.S. President Donald Trump has been able to work this to a way now where perhaps they are so unsure that they actually call and do something that would be remarkable, obviously.
Mr. Gilberto,
Well, I think the
hey,
Iranians
thank you.
are counting on the U.S. not helping defend Israel if Iran counterattacks. I think we will certainly help defend Israel if Iran counterattacks. But behind the scenes, there's a
Well, I think it depends on what type of counterattack. Remember, Iran carried out counterattacks against Israel in April, and it was pretty much ineffective and nothing happened. So I think it depends on the nature of the attack. It depends on how endangered Israel is. If it's a little scratch, it's not much of an attack, then we won't. But if Israel is getting destroyed, if Israel is facing a doomsday crisis, then yeah, I think we probably will.
Fred, I wonder one last thing. What about oil prices? We're seeing a spike already. What's this going to do around the world? What's it going to do to our economy? What's this going to do to the global economy?
I think it's going to spike temporarily, but I think it's going to come back down. I think there are nations who will help with that. The Saudis are going to probably increase production, so there's not going to be a big effect on the price of oil because of this attack. Look, the Saudis support this. They do not want Iran getting nuclear weapons either. They're not going to say that publicly. But there are tools that can be used to.
You know, I have to say, folks, in the realm of politics, this is probably the most divisive topic that you can have. Is like what should America's role or involvement in the Middle East be? How should we as a country respond to situations like this? This is especially amongst the right, people on the right side of the aisle. This is a very controversial topic. It really, really is amongst people on the right. And so I really do, I'm not really holding back my opinion. I'm not lying to you guys. I say what I feel. And so those of you that are tuning in, we have 8,700 people tuning in on a Thursday night. And it's almost midnight on the East Coast. Guys, I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I really, really do. I really, really do appreciate it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Follow on Twitter. If you have not already. I appreciate it, folks. Thank you very much. We got to keep it real. We got to keep it America first.
We're not.
All right, Fred Flights. Oop. We certainly appreciate your time tonight. Fred, we'll be checking in with you a lot in the days ahead. Let's now turn, Bianca, to our friend Robert Wilkie. He is, of course, the former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, former Undersecretary of Defense. Secretary Wilkie, it's always great to get your insights. What's your sense tonight about how devastating a series of attacks this has been on the Iranian regime?
A couple of things, Ed, and it's good to see you. The
what struck me is just how unprepared the Iranians were.
That's right.
I mean,
True.
they had to know that the Israelis were coming, but to leave their general staff and their scientists as vulnerable as they
This is a good point.
The Israelis have ranged the entire country. The Mossad has been on the ground. The Israeli Navy is in the Persian Gulf, probably with its submarines. The Israeli Air Force has complete freedom over Iran. In fact, you and I talked about this over a month ago, that with just 4 or 5 planes, Netanyahu took out the entire Russian-built Iranian air defense system. But let's look at why this happened when it did. This was the window of opportunity. You and I know that the Israelis have hesitated.
Breaking news from Mr. Khamenei, the glorious leader Khamenei. He says, with this crime, the Zionist regime has prepared itself for a bitter, painful fate, which it will definitely see. And then you have all these people posting memes, AI memes down below. Okay. Anyway, hey, Khamenei here, he's not happy. Yeah, Mr. Khamenei is not happy.
Imploding a series of bunkers that were 15 stories below ground level. And third, Donald Trump's in the White House. And the Iranians know what happened to them the first time.
Thank you for tuning in.
Donald Trump was in the White House. So these things came together. Last thing, the Israelis, from what I gathered in my discussions, they really believe that the Iranians were within days, 15 days maybe, of being able to put the enriched uranium on missiles. And the Iranians did make the mistake of bragging to the world that the Chinese were giving them the guidance systems and the components to arm their missiles, which would, of course, be aimed at Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Secretary Wilkie, let's bring in Michael Oren. Of course, he is a former Israeli ambassador to the United States. And Ambassador Oren, it's pretty remarkable, historic night, obviously. Your sense, as we listen to Secretary Wilkie talk about how devastating this has been to the Iranian regime, and you have a prime minister who, as you know...
By the way, real quick, I am just kind of taking a look around, looking at protests around the country right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot. I don't really think that anything crazy is happening. So if you're thinking that we are missing out on something tonight, there's not really a lot going on. I hate to say, well, I guess I love to say.
Puts away back in 2012, twice during 2024, when Iran pummeled us with ballistic missiles, we responded in a very restrained way. This time, no. And I am persuaded, as Secretary Wilkie said, that the threat was imminent and existential, that Iran had amassed enough highly enriched uranium to make between 9 and 15 nuclear weapons. It had a ballistic system that could deliver those weapons to Israel, but not just to Israel, to Central Europe. And it had a warhead project. We don't know how far advanced that was, but we have to assume that it is more advanced than we know. Put that together with Iran's activity as the world's largest state sponsor of terror, the primary backer of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, who are still firing rockets at us pretty much nightly.
I have to say, for anybody who knows who this is, Hassan Abi is not going to be happy about this. Hassan Abi is one of these very large streamers on Twitch. He's a Turkish guy on Twitch. He has 20 or 30 or 40,000 live viewers every day. He loves Hamas. He loves Hezbollah. He loves the Iranian regime. He loves all of these. He loves the Houthis. And so he is, I just thought about him. He's not going to be happy about any of this.
That Iran has been paralyzed by a massive cyber attack as well, which has rendered the country largely defenseless, certainly from air attack. So I'm sitting here in Tel Aviv, in southern Tel Aviv, in my guarded room, my safe room. And we've been up now for 6 hours waiting for the Iranian response. We keep on getting messages on our cell phones that we are not to leave these rooms. And the response, we are told by our home command, is likely, not liable, but likely to be quite heavy, unprecedentedly heavy. But we haven't seen it yet.
Look at that.
And we don't know the degree to which
total aerial shutdown over
Israeli
the entire
forces
region.
have already
total shutdown.
Iran's missile capabilities struck the arsenals, the launchers? We don't know yet.
Absolutely, Ambassador, and hold that thought, because Secretary Wilkie, I'd like you to react to that, as well as a series of tweets, apparently.
Asmongold has exposed Hassan Anthony. You know what? Speaking of Jewish people, I think it's actually Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, got to give him credit. He has made Hassan look like a fool. It was Ethan, well, Asmongold too, but Ethan Klein, really.
Some of the generals who have been talking tough, Secretary Wilkie, in the last 24 hours are now dead, as we made the point a few moments ago. So I'm not sure how much power their words carry. But answer Ambassador Oren saying that they're wondering whether there will be a large response from the Iranians. And I remember, Secretary Wilkie, some months ago being on with you live on a night like this, when Iran was raining missiles down on Israel. And I'll never forget that you said their bark is bigger than their bite, because the Israeli defense systems largely repelled it.
Thank you.
What do you expect in the next 24 to 48 hours, Secretary Wilkie?
Well, first of all, it's always an honor to be anywhere near Ambassador Oren. If you can't see over my shoulder, there's half a shelf of his books over there.
He's written a lot of them.
He has. Well, look, I think the ambassador would agree that in terms of weakness, overall weakness of the regime, I think this is the weakest the regime has been since 1979, when they overthrew the Shah.
No doubt.
What you are seeing is
undeniably, I think we are witnessing, if not this, very soon, the end of the current Iranian regime. I think that has been happening since October 7th. They lost Hezbollah. The Houthis are weakened. Hezbollah is weakened. Hamas is almost entirely gone or weakened. All of Iran's sort of, terrorist proxy cells in the region across the Middle East are pretty much just getting destroyed systematically by Israel. That's just undeniable. And now Israel is just effectively taking the fight right to Iran's doorstep. Well, inside of their house, not the doorstep. Israel is inside the house, taking out nuclear bases, taking out key IRGC military leaders, all types of stuff.
They've put themselves in
they are crumbling.
This situation, and
it's true.
We'll see what plays out in the next few days.
Absolutely. Ambassador Oren, last thing from you. You're somebody who, as the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., among other important posts, knows this relationship well, our most important ally in the Mideast. And there have been media reports, and as
Drinky Crow. Wow. Dude, you have been around for a long time, 8-9 years. Wow, good to see you. Hey, behave yourself. Okay, you need to behave yourself. Okay, I remember you need to behave yourself, but hey, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much.
Days ahead, sir.
Well, I think the immediate thing they have to decide is whether the United States, and to what degree the United States, will intervene if Iran manages to launch thousands of ballistic missiles at Israel. We're talking about an arsenal of about 2,000 mid-range, long-range missiles. Some of them can pack a warhead of 2,000 pounds of TNT. That's a tremendous, that can take down not just my building, but can take down my neighborhood. And whether the United States will act as it did in October and April of 2024 in intercepting large numbers of these rockets, together with Israel's multifaceted anti-missile system, Arrow 2, Arrow 3, David's.
You know what nobody has said tonight? Man, I wonder what Ilhan Omar has to say about all of this. Well, folks, luckily you're tuning into the Matt Morse broadcast, because for whatever reason, I'm an idiot. I have now asked that question. I wonder what Ilhan Omar has to say about this. Here she is. Just as talks with Iran were set to resume, Netanyahu launches a strike and declares a state of emergency. He is provoking a war Americans don't want. We should not allow ourselves to be dragged into yet another conflict against our will by a foreign leader pursuing his own agenda of death and destruction. You want to know something? I am insane. I am insane. I 80% agree with what she just said here. I am on board with what she just said. 80%. Oh my God, I'm going insane. I'm going insane. I'm losing it. I have found myself kind of agreeing with Ilhan Omar. What is going on? What is happening?
Don't want any involvement in the Middle East, not so much in the Senate.
I don't know.
Of the United States, as the ambassador knows, but there are elements.
Anyway, she's getting deported. She is going to get deported, though. By the way,
be involved
gone
in this, and they're wrong.
Get her out of here.
Because if they're China hawks, I can make the argument that anything that weakens Iran and by also Putin weakens China, because it cuts off their avenues for mischief. And that's where I think we need to go back.
Gabriel Garcia,
as a global superpower.
You know, I think that's been handled very poorly. I tend to agree with you on that. Thank you a whole lot.
Fund and support these evil regimes.
Absolutely,
Amen.
Secretary
And,
Wilkie.
the American display of steadfastness here will reverberate around the world, and the Chinese will get the message, the Russians will get the message, and I think America and the world will be a safer place for this.
Amen.
Let's all hope and pray for that. Ambassador Oren, we're looking forward to your next book in the days ahead, obviously.
I know.
But more importantly, in all seriousness, in the next few hours and days, we hope you and your family stay safe there in your home. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. Ambassador Oren, Secretary Wilkie, and Bianca.
So, folks, by the way, if you were tuning in, we have heard from reputable sources that Iran is looking to carry out retaliatory strikes against Israel now within the next 90 minutes. So, you know, I guess the sources could always be wrong, but it is very possible that things pick up, they escalate going forward. I've decided I'm going to stay up at most another 3 hours and 16 minutes with you guys exactly. So you guys have me another almost a little bit over 3 hours. We'll see what happens. This is a special emergency broadcast. So, Magna, damn bro, we were playing WoW. Now look at you, look at us. Things have changed a lot. Things have changed a lot.
Here to his nation and the world.
Thank you.
Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed.
You know, I see this comment in the chat, something about Ilhan Omar, but do you believe Ilhan Omar is the comment from Lee? Have you guys ever had a moment where you agree with somebody else that you hate because you have both arrived at the same conclusion, but the way in which they got to that conclusion is for the wrong reasons? Like they arrived at the same destination you have arrived at, but they got there in a totally ridiculous way, and they almost got there by accident. And so, yeah, technically you agree with them, but not for any of the same logical reasons. Does that make sense? Sometimes you have a moment like, and so this is the situation with it's like, yeah, I guess we kind of arrived at the same place, I guess, but you're there for the wrong reasons, kind of. It's one of those moments, I guess. That's the best way to put it.
A better future. So too do the brave people of Iran. And I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you.
She married her brother.
Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again.
Thank you very much.
It's an incredible
I didn't know that.
thought there about a liberation in Iran, and historic evening. Thank you for staying with us.
Matt, do you know Asmongold? Yeah, I've met Asmongold probably 5 or 6 times in real life. I used to be very close. Now we're like, I think, distant friends, but we used to be much closer because we were both playing WoW together, and I've actually hung out with him on multiple occasions. In fact, I could probably find a photo for you guys.
State. A lot of discussion from folks are saying this harkens back to the success similar to the beepers, the pagers. The IDF has incredible intel. Tonight they chose in middle of the night to attack, and Iran may be blustering right now, but the reality is they are on their heels with the success of this attack.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they will retaliate, but the question is, what can they retaliate with? The Israelis have thought this through, Bianca. They've been very thorough. And I think it's great that you lead off with the...
This is a throwback from, I don't know, 8 years ago. Look at this.
It's a good choice.
See that? See that? This is a young, almost 7 years ago. I must have been 23. This is a young 23-year-old me. And there is Asmongold, long ago. Long time ago. It was a different era.
Last year, and I think they learned a lot from those attacks.
Right.
So a combination of using what they learned from that, what they understand the culture is within how the IRGC, you know, one of the targets they took out tonight was the IRGC. The IRGC in Quds Force was the primary expeditionary capability of the Iranians. If you've taken out that leadership, effectively, you have nobody to direct.
I'm looking for updates here, folks.
You have very little they can do to help Hezbollah or Hamas. So they could well have essentially limited all options that the Iranians have, except for potentially some sleeper cells, which we are definitely still worried about here in the United States.
As we have to be. Joe Biden opened borders for 4 years. Joe Biden appeasement, JCPOA deal. They maybe thought they were dealing with the Biden administration, but they are dealing with Trump 2.0. And what I really like about this and the way it's happened,
let's focus on the situation.
Saying, you know, do not even think about striking any military forces. But there is sort of this interesting triangulation with President Trump here. Even today, saying, you know, they just can't get a nuke. It's that simple. You know, Iran has to make a decision. Obviously, though, in a way, it's better for the world and better for the Middle East if this just continues on, because the head of the snake here has been running its proxies for decades. This is coming to an end.
You know, here's another potential blowback with this entire situation. What happened in 2015, 2016? It was a war in Syria as a consequence of all of the ISIS-based destabilization. What happened was millions of people from the Middle East and Northern Africa ended up flooding into Europe. They were refugees, is what they were saying. Also, a lot of them made it over here in the U.S. It is, guys, how many people live in Iran? Somebody Google that. How many Iranians are there? It is entirely, totally possible that if the Iranian regime comes crashing down and there are millions of people that are displaced as a consequence of that, their government has been toppled, guess what, folks? There will be millions, tens of millions, potentially, I don't even know, of Iranians that are trying to escape the Middle East, go to Europe, or come over here to America. It's going to happen again. 10 years later, it's happening again. Totally could happen.
The Saudis don't have any more love for the Shia leadership than the Israelis do. And this is a potential for the Abraham Accords and some other very strong things to come out of this to further isolate the Iranian leadership.
Yeah, and the Saudis are done with having the Houthis, you know, trying to terror. They had the 12-year-long civil war and, you know, wreaking havoc. They're in major international shipping lanes. Let's bring in your colleague, Newsmax contributor Blaine Holt, retired brigadier general, to widen out the conversation. I just want to reset, too, as we're talking about President Trump. We have his statements. I believe these were the ones from earlier today on where this may be going, the time frame of it. And obviously, here we are in the midst of the operation. Let's play this clip.
What is this here? Are we playing the clip? Okay, we have seen this clip 90 times now. Folks, we have breaking news here. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, AEOI, confirms that the Natanz nuclear facility in central Iran has suffered major damage as a result of missile strikes coming from Israel. So this is what what this site looks like before the attacks, presumably. So what's the name? Natanz. So we had a map here. Here it is. So this right here. So this is in pretty much central, right below Tehran, Natanz. Israel attacked Iran's main. This is Iran's main enrichment facility, is what that is. And once again, I want to say real quick, I'm just looking at the super chats. I want to say thank you everybody for the super chats. There were 10 gifted memberships from Larry. Thank you very much, Larry. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. You guys are, frankly, you guys are too nice. I don't deserve it. You guys are way too generous. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Israel has been carrying out strikes all over the place. I'm going to pull that map up again. Well, first, we've seen a complete and total shutdown of flights all over the Middle East, pretty much. Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Israel, Iran, no-go zones, Eastern Turkey. Over here, this is where Göbekli Tepe is, something over there. Anyway, no, but hey, you do not want to be in an airplane in this area of the world right now. No, you don't. I'm going to flip this back on here. What do we have?
Depending, obviously, on what Iran may or may not do.
And
but
I'm
we
looking
know
for more updates for you
preemptively they
folks.
were pulling U.S. staff out of the Middle East to protect some folks.
Thank you again.
So there were signals. We talked about this. And now decisions have to be made. Blaine, what do you think is being calculated into all of this?
Yeah, so I think the new calculus is going to really depend on what is the battle damage assessment. How we're looking at leader after leader in Iran that have been taken out here. We're just keep getting these reports. So then it's a new day. What are the opportunities that are ahead for us? The opportunities in an Israel-U.S. relationship where we are in a support role could be to help with an Iranian population that wants to revolt, that wants their country back. That'll be a very good effort. But also on the threats, we look at opportunities, but on the threats, we have to look here in our own homeland. As long as this regime is in place in Iran, they will always consider America part of this equation. And
well, it's funny he says that because we actually have a breaking update right now. Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, says the Israeli attack has been carried out with full knowledge and support of the, quote, wicked rulers in the White House and the terrorist U.S. regime. Folks, we are on the hook for this. America, whether or not it's right or wrong, we are over here in America. We are on the hook for this. They are mad. They're mad at us also. They will be seeking revenge against us also.
Okay, let's pick up on that and just put a finer point on it, Tony. That's valid, but Iran and the bluster, that's just talk, right? Like we also know, as you talk about assessing, what's the potential of them to actually target U.S. bases as they say they would do if a nuclear, if they attacked. That was the threat. So can it be reality here with the losses they've taken tonight, Tony?
Well, yes, because we didn't actually take out the rank and file to the level necessary to prevent that. That is to say that you still have Iranian militia who are out there. They're integrated in much of the national security elements of Iraq. That's one of the reasons we evacuated many of our personnel out of there. Right. Iraq is not a stable place. And so I think...
Real quick, here is another breaking news update. This is actually very curious. I want to show you this. Both the United States and the United Kingdom appear to be, can you see that? Yeah. Appear to be evacuating military aircraft out of Qatar, however you say it. So down over here where the mouse is, we had both the Brits and us Americans, we had military aircraft here in Qatar. We are now evacuating the aircraft away from Qatar, away from Iran, really getting them out of that area for fear that Iran would try to retaliate against our aircraft, even though they're in Qatar. So we are right now, we are just piecing out. We're out of here. Goodbye. Even a sort of neutral, a wealthy, neutral country like Qatar, we are out. Gotta go. We're dipping out.
Of the Israelis.
So many different avenues, all of them could be playing out depending on the next few hours, critical days ahead. And I appreciate you both. Obviously, a lot to get into, and we'll continue to be speaking with you in the coming hours and days. Tony Shaffer, Blaine Holt, gentlemen, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Bianca.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring back in my colleague, Ed Henry. Ed, it's fascinating because it is going to be the next few hours, day Tehran, there, folks, night right here. President Trump hard at work, though, we know, probably will be up all night before that 11 a.m. meeting as they're assessing a lot of this intel coming in.
I wouldn't be surprised, Dan. I think you're probably right about that.
Yeah, absolutely, because what the U.S. will do or not do in the hours ahead will be very interesting. I'm looking, as you were doing that great conversation with Tony and Blaine, at social media and see what the reaction is around the world. It's interesting. Will Chamberlain, who is one of those conservative leaders at the Article 3 Project, conservative legal.
Here is a statement from Trump as of 1 minute ago. I'm sorry, that's not it. Where was it? This is it right here. President Trump has just said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and we are hoping to get back to the negotiating table. You know, it's a noble pursuit, Mr. President Trump. Do you think Iran is going to go back to the negotiating table at this point, given what has just happened in the last 2 or 3 or 4 hours? Are they going to come back and try to work out a deal after these attacks? 0%. 0%. This thing has escalated. It is not going to get de-escalated. I think that deal is off the table.
They're our ally, but it's not the U.S. all in at the beginning.
So.
Russia and China are not getting all in. This is Israel against Iran, and a devastating blow in the initial hours. It looks more like a hit than a world war, and everyone will be watching. It's early, but it's very interesting that Iran hasn't reacted yet.
And probably that's because who's sitting in the Oval Office, I think, as well. You know, President Trump and his being unpredictable, Ed. Iran's not sure what he's going to do, how he's going to do it, offering them the potential for peace, and not playing games like Joe Biden changes a lot of the feeling here, I think, especially with the other folks in the Middle East who would love to see a weakened Iran, if not a decimated one.
Right. Right before October 7th and the terror attack, it was Joe Biden who removed the sanctions against Iran, to your point. And one would think if Kamala Harris was in the Oval Office right now, a Democrat administration would have been trying desperately to pull the Israelis back over the last few days.
This is a great talking point real quick that they're bringing up right now. We're talking about whether or not this entire situation with Israel and Iran is going to escalate and become a regional conflict, or even worse, a global conflict. China gets involved, Russia gets involved. Who knows who gets involved? With President Trump in the White House, the odds of that happening, of this entire situation escalating beyond just Israel and Iran, with President Trump in the White House, the odds of that go way down. The truth is, we have a strong leader in the White House. Okay, when you have a strong leader, the odds of these situations escalating beyond the immediate scope go way down. If we had someone like Kamala Harris, if we had someone like Kamala Harris in the White House right now, maybe then you do see a China get involved. Maybe then you do see a Russia get involved. Okay, absolutely. Guess what? We have a Trump in the White House. Not going to happen. Well, probably not going to happen.
Joining us here on Newsmax.
Fingers crossed.
It is midnight here on the East Coast. It is great to have you. I'm Bianca Della Garza, along with my colleague Ed Henry. Israel preemptive strike on Iran, and the early reports are incredible success. Military leaders, nuclear scientists have been wiped out and wiped off the face of the planet. Obviously, Benjamin Netanyahu addressing the nation, and so much reaction coming in. But the next few hours, we know, will be critical as we await to see what, if anything, Iran does in the next move here.
Yeah, it was interesting that former Ambassador Michael Oren was telling us just a few moments ago that he thinks one option may be that Iran has been hit so hard that maybe they don't react so strongly, and maybe they say...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news update right here from President Trump. President Trump has just now said the U.S. will, quote, defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. Quote, defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. Once again, I think what really matters here is the degree to which Iran retaliates. What type of damage is Iran going to carry out or inflict? What type of damage are they capable of inflicting? You know, like we saw in April a couple months ago, actually, I guess almost a year ago now or whatever, but Iran sent off a bunch of missiles towards Israel, and all of them were pretty much duds. They didn't even make contact with their targets. They did effectively no damage. I don't even know if Iran is even really capable of mounting a serious counterstrike. I don't know. I think it's yet to be seen. I kind of don't believe it at this point. I don't even think they can. I mean, keep in mind. So what type of facilities has Israel targeted today, just in the last 3 hours? They're taking out Iran's nuclear facilities. They're strategically targeting Iran's military leadership, head leaders of the IRGC. And also, part of this preemptive attack carried out by Israel was targeting Iran's retaliatory weapons, is the best way to put it. So we don't even know if Iran even has the capacity to retaliate, because Israel might have just blown all of them up. We don't know. I don't know. Time will tell. Now, that being said, we have heard from Iran that they will be carrying out retaliatory attacks At this point, check your watch, in the next hour, in the next 60 minutes. If something's going to happen, it's going to happen soon. That's the word on the block.
They started with hitting the personnel, hitting the decision makers, moved on to the nuclear sites, and then continued to these military assets all throughout Iran. Now, it's a big country. This is a lot of real estate you're dealing with, just slightly less if you were to add Alaska and Texas together. That's about the landmass you're going to get from Iran. So there's a lot place, a lot of mountainous terrain where some of this military hardware can be hiding. As we speak with Israeli IDF folks, over the course of this war, they know just as well as anybody that they don't have an exact location for every bit of military hardware that Iran has, but their intelligence has been doing remarkable work to discover the most critical points of this nuclear infrastructure, the elements of what to hit first, where it would hurt Iran as best it could, and it really does. Look like it has hurt Iran in an incredible fashion right now. We are still waiting to see some sort of proof of life from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian and Ayatollah Khomeini. They have not.
Every time I see images like this, pictures like this, I can't help but think of Alexander the Great. Imagine you're Alexander the Great. You're marching through Persia. You're conquering everybody. He's probably crossing this river right here. Why not? Totally badass.
I should say the apparatus behind Ayatollah Khomeini has issued a statement that reads in part that Israel has, quote, opened its wicked and blood-stained hand to a crime in our beloved country, revealing its malicious nature more than ever by striking residential centers. With this crime, the Zionist regime has set itself for a bitter and painful fate and will definitely receive it. So we certainly wait to see if there is some form of Iranian retaliatory response. We had been told by military leaders here in Israel that they thought Iran had a plan drawn up for the moment any sort of kinetic action or Israel striking Iran, that they would initiate and move their plan in motion and start to hit back hard. That hasn't happened. The skies here have been clear. There's still a state of emergency declared across the state of Israel, with the residents, all Israelis, told to stay in or near their bomb shelters. It has been a long night for Israelis who have moved pillows and mattresses into those shelters or stairwells, anticipating for some kind of retaliatory fire. But again, it just hasn't happened yet. And with each...
Okay, I do have a little bit of an update here. We're going to read through some things together real fast. Speaking earlier to Fox News, U.S. President Donald J. Trump says that he was aware of Israel's plan to strike Iran beforehand. Well, we knew that. He was talking about it this morning. But that the United States was not involved militarily. We also know that. That is the truth. With him adding, quote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we are hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in their leadership that will not be coming back. Now, you know what? I just said 5 minutes ago that, yeah, I don't think these peace talks are going to happen. I don't think that these nuclear talks are going to happen now that Israel has carried out these attacks. Well, hey, hear me out. What if it's actually the exact opposite? What if the peace talks pick up in pace? What if they are more willing to engage in these peace talks or denuclearization talks because now they have 17 fewer top senior ranking military officials, right? They just had all of their top brass assassinated and blown up by a bunch of Israeli airstrikes. What if that actually is the catalyst that brings them back to the negotiating table? They say, listen, okay, you know what? You killed all of our nuclear scientists. You killed 17 of our senior ranking IRGC guys, however many it is. Okay, you know what? We're gonna have a talk. I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell.
An Iranian attack would be on its way, perhaps speaking to the fact that they are in disarray, suffering from these massive, strategic, smart blows that have taken a large portion of their forces, their leadership out of commission. We know nuclear scientists have been killed, confirmed killed at this point based on Iranian state television. The IRGC commander killed, reportedly based on, again, Iranian state TV, and potentially an entire military leadership council either dead or unaccounted for. We'll have to, again, wait and see when the dust settles. But this is just truly a remarkable night, Bianca, Ed, that we will see reverberate throughout this region for years, for decades. This is the history-setting moment, and that's what the Prime Minister said tonight. This was a historic moment for the state of Israel.
Yeah, it certainly is, Zach Anders. We appreciate that reporting. Let's bring in retired Colonel John Mills, who's been standing by to bring us some analysis.
All right.
And Bianca and John, it's interesting because, Colonel, when you hear Zach report about these smart targeted strikes, we keep showing these videos of apartment buildings that in most cases, Colonel, are not completely brought down, but one apartment or one floor. And you can see in the middle there, it's just sort of one apartment. And what is being reported around the world is that these Israeli strikes were so pinpoint, they were going after specific either military officials in their homes or Iranian nuclear scientists, Colonel, who might have lived in apartment 602, but they didn't strike apartment 802. You're not seeing the whole. This is how specific they were in taking out the Iranian leadership. Your reaction to the video and the images we're seeing, sir?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Ed. Once again, the Israelis have demonstrated absolute escalation dominance and have just done an incredible job of all-source intelligence integration to precisely target the IRGC leader, Salami, the Armed Forces strategic leader, Rashid.
Really?
That would be essentially the one in charge of all the strategic rocket forces. And also Dr. Taranchi, the leader of the Iranian nuclear program. I mean, this is like the pager operation on steroids. Just absolutely incredible. I've just stopped keeping track of who the IRGC commander is. I don't even know why anybody would want to be the IRGC commander. I mean, your shelf life is, and your pull date is hours. I mean, this is just incredible. So this was an all-domain effort, which probably included cyber, probably included special operations, definitely included space, aircraft, missiles, maybe even submarines. The not well understood. The Israelis have multiple submarines with long-range capabilities that they do deploy out into that area. So the Israelis, once again, and the Americans, Steve Witkoff was about to meet on Saturday at Muscat in Oman.
Looking for updates here, folks.
Well, you just led me to where I kind of wanted to go, because we have the wiping out, eliminating of the military leaders. And then on parallel, there are the nuclear program scientists that are also being eliminated. One of them, we're hearing there's a report he might be in critical condition in a hospital in Tehran, but his name is Alid Shamkhani. He's the head of the Iranian nuclear program, senior advisor to Khamenei. And it's interesting because about a month ago, Colonel Mills, he was the one, and he's an advisor, again, to Khamenei, who was one of the most senior officials in these, rounds of talks, 5 of them, saying if Iran would agree to sign an agreement if those conditions were met, because at one point they were saying they would agree to enrich it only for civilian use. And he was involved in some of those. If he's dead, I mean, these talks, they have to be in somewhat, over, because
okay, we do have some breaking updates real fast. The first thing I want to say is Iran's atomic agency chief has reportedly told Iranian media outlets that the Natanz nuclear facility has been completely destroyed. The Natanz nuclear facility is a little bit south of Tehran. Central Iran is where it is. Now, there's another thing here. This was posted by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, about a half hour ago now. Declassified Iran's nuclear plans. This is from the IDF. Recent intelligence shows Iran is nearing the point of no return in its race towards a nuclear weapon. The regime is producing thousands of kilograms of enriched uranium alongside decentralized and fortified enrichment compounds, in underground fortified sites. This program has accelerated significantly in recent months, bringing the regime significantly closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime has been working for decades to obtain a nuclear weapon. The world has attempted every possible diplomatic path to stop it, but the regime has refused to stop. Okay, this is according to the IDF. They have a little video here also. What is this? It's like a little infographic video. Within a split second, the Iranian regime can decide to obtain a nuclear weapon, and they would have enough enriched uranium for 9 nuclear bombs. They've got all these updates. So that's coming from the IDF. Okay. Now I'm going to show this again because this is something that I learned like a year ago. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. This is kind of tangential, but guys, this is downtown Iran. Look at this. Iran. I always, like, up until about a year or two ago, I always assumed that Iran looked like Afghanistan or like Iraq. Everything is brown, like the buildings, everything is kind of dusty and desert-like. Iran actually is like a very wealthy country. At least Tehran is, not the entire country, but it's nuts. This was, I don't know, maybe I guess I was ignorant until about a year or two ago, but I don't know. They're pretty wealthy, I guess. Although they are not really putting up a defense yet. We'll see if that changes at some point soon. I don't know.
Israel is only getting started. This was, I think, a long time in the making. This is many, many months, if not years, of collecting intelligence, of preparing the battlefield on the ground, of Mossad agents establishing networks and identifying targets, and of course of the Israeli entire military.
I'm sorry, I just unmuted, but we have a breaking update right now, folks. This is confirmed. Both the leader of the Iranian Armed Forces and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, were both killed during last night's strikes by Israel. This is beyond militarily crippling for them. They lost both the leader of the Iranian Armed Forces and the leader of the IRGC as a consequence of these Israeli strikes. That is a big deal. That is a crippling blow. That is a big deal.
Sites have been struck all across Iran, and other military facilities, specifically locations where the Iranians fire ballistic missiles from, have also been struck, or at least.
I will say, folks, real quick, if you are tuning in and you are not subscribed, do me a favor, please subscribe to the channel. It helps a lot. It goes a long way. There's 8,000 something people here. Drop that subscribe. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. Also, if you're on Twitter, follow on Twitter. It also helps a ton. Those are the top 2 things, okay? I don't need your money. I appreciate it, but I don't need it. All I'm asking, humble, follow the channel and follow the Twitter. Helps a lot. It's free. Thank you very much. Okay.
And the relationship is much different. Talk to us about what you think the U.S. Can be offering, should be offering, and what may go forward, obviously, depending on what Iran may or may not do. But what would you like to see? As we know, the relationship is much different than Joe Biden, the frosty one, with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, you make a fine point. I'd say this is day 61 of the timeline that President Trump defined. He says he's going to give diplomacy 60 days for the Iranians to come to a deal, and they failed to come to a deal and agree to U.S. and global terms, and 61st day has come, and this is the consequence. I personally believe that there is tremendous and intimate coordination between Israel and the U.S. at all levels, military and political. And my assessment is that this was part of the plan, that the talk and the diplomacy, and especially statements made by seniors in America and Israel over the last days, were intended to instill a false sense of security for the Iranians while this was being prepared. So I think that Israel and the U.S. are coordinated on offense, and I think that we are also going to be coordinating defense. I hope that Israel will not need it, but if Israel will need it, I believe that U.S. will provide assistance, intel, perhaps if needed, missile interception. I hope that the Iranians will be wise and refrain from attacking U.S. troops or assets in the region. I think that would be a tremendous mistake by the Iranians.
I'll say it again. The stupidest, most incompetent thing Iran can do at this point is attack American soldiers. We have a couple military bases, installations in the Middle East still to this day, a couple thousand soldiers over there. If they start attacking American soldiers in the Middle East, then what have they done? They've given President Trump a direct reason to get involved and direct America they thought it's bad with Israel attacking them. Just wait till America gets involved. And we don't want that. Of course, we don't want that. It would be so incredibly moronically incompetent for them to give us a reason to get involved. And I hope they don't do that. And in fact, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy nut job. It would be almost unbelievable if Iran actually starts attacking American military personnel in the Middle East right now. It would be almost unbelievable. You know what I mean? It's like it would be hard to believe that they would be that stupid to do that.
Saturday. I think that the president alluded to it a few minutes ago, and he's saying, well, I hope that the Iranians come to negotiate, and I hope that they'll be willing to make a deal, understanding that they will not have a nuclear bomb. But I think this was part of it, yes.
Well, I don't know who they're sending because some of the top nuclear scientists are no longer on the planet. So we will see. Jonathan Conricus, the former IDF spokesperson who we have been speaking to for quite some time now, joining us on this historic night, the preemptive strike.
Okay, breaking news update right now, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just now released a statement placing blame on both Israel and the United States for the ongoing military action by Israel. Quote, the aggressive actions of the Zionist regime against Iran could not have been carried out without coordination with and approval of the United States. Thus, the U.S. government, as the main supporter of the Israeli regime, will be held accountable for the dangerous consequences of Israel's adventurism. Interesting word, adventurism. You don't hear that word every day. Anyway, so they're holding us accountable too. They're holding America accountable too.
Tonight, which is to try and cripple the Iranian nuclear program.
Yeah, indeed, Natanz is one of the bigger ones. A lot of them in the underground, hard to get to. But as we have been watching the images come in and hearing the reports, this was such a strategic, well thought out strike. And obviously with the intel that the IDF has, being able to use Mossad as well to take out some of the top leaders in their homes. We are continuing the conversation, continuing to get in these images of just the bombed out images from Tehran. I want to welcome back in Waleed Fairs, Newsmax foreign policy analyst, along with former Pentagon official and president and CEO of the Jewish Institute of National Security, Michael Miskovsky. Gentlemen, welcome into our special coverage tonight. We are getting word that Khamenei and Iran's Revolutionary Guards, they're blustering. They're saying the White House was aware. We just heard from Jonathan Conricus. He said maybe there was a sense of, letting them think there'd be more talks. I'll start with you, Michael, your reaction to what we're seeing now as far.
Once again, President Trump gave them a 60-day ultimatum. You got to work out a nuclear deal, otherwise things are going to get bad. This today is day 61. Now, President Trump, he's a nice guy, he's a lenient guy. He actually had, even though it is day 61, Iran has not come to an agreement with the U.S. in that 60-day window. Trump is nice. He was going to have another round of negotiations with them this upcoming Sunday, the 15th, 3 or 4 days from now. So that was what was scheduled. Israel is not echoing that same leniency towards Iran. Israel said, you know what, we waited your 60 days, we waited 61 days, and now we are dropping the bombs. And that is exactly what has happened. Now, we also have a little bit of a breaking news update here. We kind of talked about this earlier, but every single American and British ship in the Middle East is currently leaving. A lot of them were parked in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and central Turkey. They are all leaving. They are all getting the hell away from Iran. Every single American military aircraft. Also, this is NATO, US, UK. We don't know about these ones. But anyway, time to get out of town. They are piecing out.
Guard Corps and the senior military leadership inside Tehran have been wiped out. Is there another team in place to step in and come up with a counterattack? Is this going to take days? Are they crippled? What's your sense?
All of this together, because number one, the assessment in Iran now, in Tehran, and the fact that they don't have everybody around them, the heads of the intelligence, the Basdaran, so on and so forth, is about first question, which is how can we not stop the Israelis? I mean, we need to look at the results on the ground, where the Israeli drone shut down, plane shut down, all the layers of protection of Tehran, and I don't know about other cities, but I'm assuming, are now under the control of the Israeli Air Force and its assets. That is a huge, which means that they could do a second round and a third round and a fourth round. That's going to impact the command and leadership of the Islamic Republic in as much as it did with Hezbollah in Lebanon many, many months ago. But the most important for tomorrow is, okay, we're going to weaken, the Israelis are going to be weakening all these agencies, all these ministries, all these units to a certain point. What is that point that Israelis want to attain? I don't know. But what I know is that there is a set of eyes. There are millions of Iranians looking at the results, seeing that their regime is incapable of responding. We'll see about the wave of attack, counterattack against Israel, but basically unable to stop these attacks by the Israelis. It may be a signal, a trigger to many Iranians inside the country.
Michael, Benjamin.
Folks, right now, once again, we have heard that Iran is going to be carrying out retaliatory strikes at some point in the next 35 minutes, give or take. We're just kind of sitting here waiting. It seems like Israel has concluded their preemptive strikes, is what they're calling them. Now we're just kind of monitoring the aftermath and seeing if Iran is going to retaliate. That's kind of where we are at right now. This is a
Courageous move and a window of opportunity that obviously Netanyahu and the IDF has seized upon. But there's a bigger story playing out here for the world, for stability and for peace, if this is an ability to take out Iran finally here with the devastation and the proxies that they've terrorized so many with for decades.
Yes, so you bring up a very important point. I think the regime understands this point well. I mean, beforehand, there was a report in the New York Times.
Email address.
But we've been hearing about this for months, that the regime is very weak, very vulnerable. We've seen
staysafetv@gmail.com.
going on in the country. They've had to adjust the schedule of their schools and their government offices because
by the way, you can also send me a private message on Twitter. On Twitter or X, my messages are open, and I normally check those.
There's such the regime is not only evil, and has been misspending their money on as the proxies, as you point out, but and to enrich their own senior officials, but also they're just complete incompetence about managing the country. So there is a sense for months that this regime has never been weaker. And the regime understood it because there were reports that's why they engaged the talks with President Trump, because they were afraid if they don't do it and there's a military strike, it could undermine the regime.
Iran is down bad right now. Let's listen to what President Trump said when he called into Fox News about a half hour ago.
It's always kind of going back to Trump. On that note, let's bring back in the chief political anchor, Bret Baier. He joins us by phone. He just happened to speak with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Bret, what did he tell you?
Hey, Trace. Yeah, I just spoke to President Trump. One thing, the president was aware of Israel's action before it happened. There were no surprises here. But he gave me a quote. He said, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We'll see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back. Now, the president, I know, has spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu several times in recent days. The as I mentioned before, the Trump administration reached out to a key Middle Eastern ally beforehand to acknowledge this strike was going to happen, but that the U.S. was not involved in the strike, but the goal still to get Iran back to the negotiating table. There was this building frustration about what Iran was doing at that negotiating table with Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy. He was scheduled again for Sunday. Looks like, obviously, that may change the dynamic there, whether that moves forward at all. Depends on what Iran does in response. The president told me he's, looking to see what the retaliation may be. CENTCOM is on high alert. The U.S. will defend will help defend Israel if needed. And as I mentioned in the last time we talked, the Iron Dome has been replenished in Israel in recent weeks. So there's still this hope in the president's sense and the people around him that this changes the dynamic for Iran and that this does not launch into what will be a back and forth. But we just saw the post.
At this point, folks, if I had to bet money right now, I would bet that Iran isn't even capable of executing a serious, threatening retaliatory attack. I don't even think they can do it. I guess, I'm open to being proven wrong. We'll see what happens here, but I would be shocked if they actually. I'll put it this way. I don't think they are going to do any damage to Israel. I don't think they're even capable of doing it.
Post from
at this point,
the supreme leader saying that this is the beginning of a major retaliation, and that Israel, in his words, has sealed its fate. U.S. officials are confirming to us that a number of top Iranian officials, leaders, are dead after these strikes. But as far as the full sense of what the targeting looked like, Natanz, the nuclear facility, was struck, but we don't believe it was by the biggest of the penetrating bombs, but we will have to see come first light. And the U.S. military, and we've been saying this, was not directly involved in these strikes, but there clearly was an advanced knowledge and communication and knowledge of what was happening, and now we'll see exactly what the retaliation looks like.
It's always, or if there is a retaliation at all. Now, let me take a look at some of these super chats here. Karen Rosen said, by the way, thank you very much for the super chat. She said, California judge sided with Gavin Newsom, said what Trump did was illegal, and he must give control of the National Guard back to the state of California. So let's just, by the way, not surprising. I think we all kind of saw this coming. So we have another radically progressive judge in the federal judiciary out of the state of California that is now saying that the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military actually doesn't have the authority to command the U.S. military. This is going to go to the Supreme Court. This will get tossed out. This will get shot down almost immediately. This is absurd. So we're supposed to agree that federal judges, radically progressive, unelected federal judges, should have more say over how the U.S. military operates than the president, the commander-in-chief, that federal judges are, in fact, in control of the military. Yeah, give me a break. Give me a break, right? Okay, we're on the same page there. We have another super chat. By the way, thank you. If Westerners could only understand the intensity of hatred every Iranian man, woman, and child has for us, then they have all been permanently... you know what? I'm not even comfortable saying that. I disagree. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that every single Iranian man, woman, and child is just full of hatred for Americans. I don't believe that. I'm sure some of them do. But I think that's not right. I don't think that's the case. We have another super chat here. Oh, it follows up. Indoctrinated to wipe us out at any opportunity. Also, Iranians were given advance warning of this attack. They moved their enriched uranium. Most certainly, Iran knew about this in advance, because all of us Americans, everybody knew about this in advance because Trump was publicly talking about it last night. So that is the case. But yeah, I don't think that all of them unilaterally hate us with their entire essence of their being. I don't think so. But thank you, by the way. Another super chat here. The Ninth Circuit Court blocked the lower court already. Oh, so has that already been shut down? That ruling coming out of California? Okay, I haven't been following that today because we've been doing World War III watch, but not surprising. Not surprising at all. That makes a lot of sense. That's bogus. We have another one here. Thank you very much. Richard Nixon is the reason Israel still exists. We stood with them. We must stand with them now. Well, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. I'm gonna go back to the Newsmax live stream here.
Traveling to neighboring countries like Greece and Cyprus.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go nuclear. Listen, this notion that America has to stand with any foreign country, I don't agree. You know, we have strategic temporary alliances. That's fine. That's how it works. But this notion that America has to unilaterally stand with whatever country, Israel or whatever, forever, for always, regardless of anything else that's going on, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think, in fact, I'm gonna tell you what it is. That is an anti-American take. Our country was founded on the exact opposite of that. George Washington, in his on his farewell address after spending 8 years in the White House, George Washington, the greatest American of all time, he said explicitly, "Hey, future generations of Americans never engage in permanent foreign alliances. Never." And somebody says, "Sorry, I'm wrong." If you say I'm wrong, you're saying that George Washington is wrong. Was George Washington wrong about how America ought to conduct its foreign policy? Was George Washington wrong? Because this is what George Washington had to say with his farewell address. He's the guy that made the country. Was he wrong with how we should conduct ourselves? Never heard of him. This is in line with the Monroe Doctrine. This is manifest destiny, westward expansion as opposed to east. Stay out of the business of the old world. As an American, I love American history. I love our founding fathers. I love the guiding principles that they left for us. I fundamentally disagree with that opinion. I guess we're at a crossroads there, but here, in fact, I'll try to find something for you here.
Was that, Israel's trajectory was pretty clear. Destroy and degrade Hamas, destroy and degrade Hezbollah, which happened, the Houthis, and then focus on the ultimate.
George Washington, 1796 farewell address. You can feel free to Google this. You can fact check this if you want, I guess. "It is our policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world." And he has numerous other quotes just like this, where he goes into further detail, but this is probably the most condensed. Feel free to Google this. Feel free to fact check me on this. This is my stance. This is my America First stance. I agree. Temporary strategic alliances, sure, but alliances like NATO, let's talk about NATO, for instance. It's anti-American. These long-standing permanent alliances, it's really antithetical to how America ought to operate.
Agency confirmed Iran was at that point. But more so, it's one thing to have a nuclear weapon. It's another to be able to deliver it, to have the delivery capability. And I remember back in January reporting that Iran was working on actively, and this was based on U.S. intelligence reports, Western intelligence reports, our allies,
I'm looking for updates,
and also
folks.
Various think tanks and analytical research that Iran was developing a navigational system for an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic.
Read everything you said. I would bet my life that I have read more of what George Washington said than you have. I would bet my life on that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We have a breaking news update coming out of Saudi Arabia. Okay? Let me take a look at this. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Israeli aggressions against the Brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermine its sovereignty and security and constitute a clear violation of international laws and norms. While the kingdom condemns these heinous attacks, it affirms that the international community and Security Council bear a great responsibility to immediately halt this aggression. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so there's that. So Saudi Arabia is not happy about what has gone on over the last 4 hours or so. They condemn it. They're not happy about this. And this is what we're talking about. We are concerned that this entire situation erupts into a regional conflict and America is directly involved. Saudi supporting Iran. As we know, Saudi Arabia has a strained relationship with Iran, but is Saudi Arabia still closer with Iran than they are with Israel? Most certainly. Are they best friends with Iran? No, of course not. They have some really fundamental differences. But if they have to pick a side, Iran or Israel, which side are they picking? They're picking Iran. There's no doubt about that. Let me see here. Our country was founded on Christian beliefs, and standing for Israel is as Christian as it gets. God outranks our founding fathers who gave me the right to say that. You know what? I'm not going to argue with you. America first. America first. Okay. If you are telling me that in order to be a patriotic America first American, that I have to give my undying loyalty to a foreign country, then we're at an impasse. I fundamentally disagree with you, and I have the founding fathers on my side about that. Okay, the people that built this country, they are on my side. I take pride in that. Okay, it is my job as an American to perpetuate the ideas of the Americans that gave this country to us and built it from nothing. If you're telling me that in order to be a patriotic American, I need to give my loyalty to a foreign country, whether it be Israel or Singapore or Mexico, or Sweden, I don't care what country it is, I'm going to disagree with you. Just out of principle, out of America pride and America first principle, I disagree with you. Regardless of your belief in Christ or whatever, okay, whatever your theology is, as an American, I disagree. That's how I feel sorry. Also, I don't want to have a whole theological debate with you about this, but that is one interpretation of the Bible, and I have a different interpretation. Okay, but I'm not going to get into the theology of this.
We saw there's really this push. They don't want anymore to be exporting terrorism. They want business deals. They want a new generation here where they can be involved with U.S. trade in a very big, meaningful way. But you have Iran and you have ties to North Korea, to China, to Russia. Back in March, Keith Kellogg said this didn't exist during President Trump's first term. You know, the ties were greater. But in another way, the Middle East was much different, and there's a reshaping going on. So when you have Israel's preemptive strike tonight, talk to us about the opportunities that this has going forward for more stability in the region, more peace for the region.
We have an update. Hold up. We have an update here, folks. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So this guy is the senior advisor to the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, and member of the Expediency Discernment Council, has now died, following reports earlier that he had been critically injured by an Israeli airstrike last night on his home in the Iranian capital of Tehran. There you have it. We're seeing numerous key figures get taken out by these Israeli airstrikes. Numerous.
The UAE, for example.
Numerous.
And you have two conflicting visions of what a regional order could look like. One, quite literally trying to use their national resources to target the only Jewish state, and then the other actually trying to build bridges, political and economic and even security bridges with the Jewish state.
Israel is cleaning house today.
Today's operation by the Israelis,
there's no doubt about that,
depending on where you are, operation by the Israelis has been reported as a unilateral operation. If this is
Listen, I'm gonna I don't know. I'm gonna make something perfectly clear. And if this bothers people, I guess that is what it is. I am undyingly America first. My sole and exclusive priority is to this country that my ancestors built for us. I view it as my responsibility to perpetuate this country and make it great and keep it great. Okay? That is my sole and exclusive priority. I don't have undying allegiance to any other countries. I am exclusively and uniquely American, and that is it, period. Whatever is good for America is good. My morality is what is good for Americans, that is good. What is bad for Americans, that is bad. I am America first, you could say to a fault, until I die. That is all that matters to me. Now, it is my opinion that sending another generation of young Americans into the Middle East to die and get blown up and get PTSD and mental illness and cancer and all of the other terrible things that are consequential of war and wasting another 10 or 15 or 20 trillion dollars on foreign wars that we don't need to be involved in, I think that is bad. I think we should not do that. I don't think that is in the interest of America or Americans. We have so many domestic problems in our country, illegal alien invaders, drug use, whatever, so many issues. How in the hell, how can you even try to make the argument that we should send more young Americans into the Middle East to die? How can you make the argument that we should send another $1 trillion of taxpayer money when we have homeless veterans on our streets and drug-addicted Americans in our streets, and we're combating an illegal alien invasion in our streets right now? Have you seen over the last week? How are you going to look at me in the eye and tell me that we should send money, American blood and American money, into the Middle East while our country rots away and deteriorates? If we keep doing this, we are not going to have a country in 5 years from now. I'm sorry. This is very important to me. Some people said I'm repeating myself. This is very important to me. This is a hill that I will die on. This is very important to me, folks.
State sponsor of terror maybe has been decimated. And then there's Saudi Arabia, which, as I see, has just put out a statement in the last couple of minutes saying the kingdom expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of what they call blatant Israeli aggression.
We are not chosen, that's why. I disagree. God's chosen people are Americans. How about that? God's chosen people are the American people. That's how I feel. If that bothers you, too bad. God's chosen people are the American people. That is my belief. That's my stance. America first. America first. By God's divine prosperity, America first. Americans are God's chosen people. I'm an American supremacist. I'm an American chauvinist. America first. I mean it until the day I die. America first. We are the chosen people. Americans are the chosen people.
That's really like the crown jewel of the GCC. That's the Gulf Cooperation Council, or many of the Arab states of the Persian Gulf. These folks have really been hedging for many years now on the Iran issue. Frankly, because Washington, they felt, on a bipartisan basis, hasn't had their back since the fatally flawed Obama-era nuclear deal that sunk us deeper, with respect, into this mess. And they believe that as Washington waffled and played partisan politics, and the Biden administration came back in again, and even the Trump administration in term one didn't necessarily have their back when it came to Iranian missile strikes on Saudi territory, let alone some Houthi missile strikes on Saudi territory. This is what you do when you live in a crazy neighborhood. The Saudis, unfortunately, normalized diplomatic relations with the Iranians in 2023. We're still here now in 2025. They are yet to normalize diplomatic relations with the Israelis. Much of that now, vis-a-vis the Israelis, has to do with the post-October 7th Middle East and the Arab.
Breaking news, folks. Okay, check this out. Reports that a large number of Iranian air defense operators abandoned their posts last night following the initial few waves of strikes by Israel. Look at that. Reports that a large number of Iranian air defense operators, they abandoned their posts, they dropped their posts, they fled. They peaced out. And so as we all saw over the last couple hours, there was no anti-air. Coming out of Iran, there was no anti-air at all. At all. You have kept on explaining yourself instead of reporting on what's going on in breaking news, all old news. Listen, then don't watch the fucking stream. Then leave. Hey, listen, then leave. If you're mad, then leave. I don't care. I'm up to here. If you're upset with the way I'm running the show, or the way I'm running, or what I'm talking about, or the rate at which I'm talking about the news, then get the fuck out. I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing this for free. You get to watch the show for free. It doesn't cost you a thing. Imagine being so entitled you're watching a free broadcast. You don't have to pay a damn thing, and you're complaining about it. Are you really that entitled? Then leave. I don't know what to tell you. It's getting unbelievable. The entitlement is up to here. I don't like the way, man, that was actually breaking news as of 2 minutes ago, and you're covering it 2 minutes late. Then maybe you should have your own broadcast. Maybe you could do it better. Why don't you go do it? some of these people, man, the entitlement is sickening.
They target those countries.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
This is a dicey neighborhood.
It sure is, and your comments well laid out there, and also that breaking detail that there is a U.S. official not named, but saying they hope to hold nuclear talks with Iran on Sunday, according to Washington. We will see. So much remains to be unfolding. Behnam Tablu, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Really good to have you with us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's bring in former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, former Undersecretary of Defense, Robert Wilkie. He joins us again. And Mr. Secretary, there's some video floating around social media. We're still trying to confirm all this that suggests that maybe not just military sites and nuclear uranium enrichment sites were targeted, but the oil refinery at Tabriz may have been destroyed as well. And I think that would be significant because of its economic impact on the regime, number one. But number two, isn't there an interesting contrast? Because I seem to remember Joe Biden in the last U.S. administration pulling Israel back, not just from attacks on nuclear sites, but saying, don't go after the oil refineries. And now it appears that Israel maybe did that as well.
Well, remember, he also did it with the Israelis and the Houthis. Don't go after the Houthis' source of income. And Netanyahu blew right through him and destroyed the Houthi oil refineries. Yes. But let's look at the American side of this. The one thing that was one hallmark of the first Trump administration was the unleashing of American energy on the world market. It broke the Russian economy. It broke the Iranian economy. It made America much more prosperous. And that's what's going to happen again. It's actually already started. That was one of the first executive orders the president signed to get us off of the green climate change engine that Biden had us on. That would have reduced us all to bicycles in the next 20 years if he'd gotten his way. So that's another element of this that plays into the Trump hand. So yes, I'm sure the Israelis not only targeted that, they targeted the electric grid. They're trying to.
All right, we are back. No, listen, I guess maybe some people are a little bit confused. I am not representing a multi-million-dollar news agency. I don't have a production team. I don't have people telling me what to say. I don't have a research team. I don't have an editor. Everything I do on this channel is entirely on my own. Okay, it's my thoughts, it's my opinions. I am not an unbiased news source. I don't even try to be I have my bias. I have my opinions. In fact, my entire channel is full of nothing but my opinions. This is the Matt Morris opinion channel. Pretty much is what this is. This is the Matt Morris bias channel. I have my bias. And so it's one of these things, if you are looking for unbiased news, if you don't want to hear my opinion, if you don't want to hear what I have to say, there are literally like 10 million other channels that you can go watch. Kind of the point of the channel here is that I just give my opinion, and we're talking about, as everything is happening, I'll let you know, and I'll read what you guys have to say, and we have a conversation back and forth. This is I'm not a multi-million-dollar production news channel. Okay? I'm not. I'm a guy with a webcam, and I have a lot of opinions, and that is what it is. So if it, maybe it's not for everybody, it doesn't bother me. It's fine. Those of you that do tune in, I appreciate that. I can't appeal to everybody. I'm not for everybody. I don't even want to be for everybody. I am what I am. I believe what I believe. I have my opinions. If you disagree, if what I believe or what I have to say is so intolerable to someone, then I guess you have to unfollow, and no hard feelings. Everybody has different beliefs or opinions, and it is what it is. So that's the way that it is. All I can do is be me. All I can do is be unapologetically me. And everybody that does tune in, everybody that does watch, I appreciate it a lot. I really do. It means a lot. I'm very thankful. I'm very fortunate. But, the show is what it is. That's all you can say. Let me take a look at these super chats here. Thanks, Matt. The vast majority of us appreciate you find the news. Some people are rudely entitled. I think I try to be an understanding guy. I think maybe some people are new to the community. They're new to the show, and maybe they are expecting something that the show is not. And so maybe there's a little bit of shock, some culture shock when they show up. Okay, all right. You know, you have to adjust. Maybe my show is kind of different than other people's broadcasts. All right. Okay, that's fine, you know. But thank you. I appreciate that. Pro Design, screw the trolls. You shouldn't have to explain yourself to them. You're doing great, and we appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. You know, it's a little bit unrefined sometimes. That's the way. That's how it is. Wouldn't change a thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot also. Salty Balls. Nice name. Nice name. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you a whole lot. Thank you very much. You're being overrun by rioters and haters. Something is up. I've been a fan for a long time. This is odd. Don't pander to the fools. You know, I feel like maybe responding to some of these guys in the chat is worth it sometimes if it's kind of funny. Do you guys agree? If we see a hater comment in the chat and it's kind of funny to respond to them, if we can make a joke out of it, then maybe it's worth responding. I'm going to see what these guys are playing here or saying here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Defense, technology, energy, trade. I don't see Putin wanting to get involved in any of this now that we've seen such a strategic and successful preemptive strike. Blaine, I'll let you get first dibs on this.
Yeah, if you go back to when the incident happened with the drone strikes on the Russian bombers, and then President Trump and President Putin talked, they talked for an hour and 15 minutes, and very, very little was released out of the call, except for one key thing that Putin said he could be helpful with regards to Iran. Well, helpful in this case could be, I'm going to turn my back and look the other way and let that whole thing happen, and I'm not going to get involved. China has such internal problems. We don't even know if Xi Jinping is fully the leader in China anymore. They are going through an amazing time in transition, and they're looking at each other. They can hardly have a minute to be looking at Iran. So Tehran is really isolated, especially without those three proxies. The geopolitical board is not in their favor right now.
Absolutely. Tony, your thoughts about this big emergency National Security Council meeting at the White House tomorrow morning will be one of the big things we'll be covering here, of course, at Newsmax tomorrow. And you'll have the president, the vice president, all of the top.
Okay, this is not breaking news really, but this is a little reminder here. Okay, folks, this was April 11th, 61 days ago exactly. Trump told Iran, make a deal or it is war. That is a quote from Trump. He gave them 60 days to agree to a nuclear deal or face military action. Today is day number 61. 61. And so, of course, the U.S. is not carrying out these bombing strikes. Israel is. Israel is carrying out these bombing strikes. Israel was patient, I suppose. Israel waited. They waited their 60 days, 61 days. And now they're going in. As we have seen, now they're going in. Now, we were told that retaliatory strikes would be carried out about an hour ago. That has not happened. We have not seen any retaliatory strikes at all. I would speculate right now that Iran is not even capable of carrying out these retaliatory strikes. I don't even think they have it in them right now.
Areas such as the Mediterranean and Red Sea.
Doubt it.
These things are probably already there and ready to be used. And I think the next thing would be, what do we do to secure the lines of communication, lines of trade? Iran does have one ace they can play, the Straits of Hormuz. They can muck things up there, Ed, and create some real havoc in the oil market. That's what happened back during the Reagan years. So I think those are initially the three things I would be looking at relating to just responding immediately to the.
Okay, if Iran really wants to lock down the Strait of Hormuz, it's right here. They would try to lock down all of the oil coming out of the Gulf and the Persian Gulf coming out right here. Strait of Hormuz. I misspoke earlier and was talking about the other one, but this is it right here. If they really tried to lock down the Strait of Hormuz, I don't even think they could successfully do it. I think we would just bomb the living hell out of them. If Iran tries to do this, if Iran tries to lock down the Strait of Hormuz, I think we would just bomb the living hell out of them all over in this area. They could try. I don't think they'll be successful for very long. Let's put it that way. It might be successful for a day or two. Long term, I don't think so.
Going to be extensive. And some of it while they were sleeping in their homes. That's part of some of the operations that Mossad carried out as well.
I have one. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what I learned from that is it's not just that they had this incredible decapitation strike where they took out all these generals. By the way, Bagheri's just been replaced by an admiral, which means their army is in real trouble because they couldn't find an army guy to be in charge of it, which is typical. But the real coup here is the amount of intelligence that Mossad has on the ground that they can identify by name who's dead, who's not dead. And right now, the top advisor, the one who was the lead negotiator in the nuclear talks, Shamkhani, I think I'm butchering the name, but he was deceased also. He was found dead. And so we don't know what the status is of the Ayatollah right now, but...
Misty Dawn said, Trump will not send troops. Bank on that. I think you're right. I think, okay, let's say America does want to get involved. We do want to step in and try to help protect Israel. To what degree does America get involved? I think the odds of, I think you're right. I think the odds of Trump sending American boots, deploying American boots on the ground, young American military personnel, boots on the ground, I would put that at 0 or 1%. If Trump does want to get militarily involved, directly, kinetically involved, I think we're talking air raids. I think we're dropping bombs. We're using B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, whatever. We're doing flybys. We're dropping bombs. I think that's what we do. We've done that with the Houthis just in the last couple months, right? Trump knows if Trump actually gets us involved in another American boots on the ground war in the Middle East, like we had about a decade ago, it would kill his legacy. Trump is a legacy guy. Does Trump want his legacy to be, hey, I'm the guy that got America involved in another war in the Middle East? Is that the legacy that Trump wants? No, of course not. He knows it would destroy everything he's been working for. And by the way, it wouldn't only destroy his personal Trump legacy, it would destroy the America First, Make America Great Again legacy. Any type of America First, Make America Great Again movement would be dead on arrival because it would be forever associated with war in the Middle East. He's not going to let that happen. We might see some bombs being dropped, but he's not going to do that. Also, remember, keep in mind, during the Bush era, President Trump, well, at this point, he was businessman Trump. Businessman Trump during the Bush era was always very outspoken against the war in the Middle East. Trump was a big, massive critic. In fact, this is a great conversation to have. Trump was a massive critic of the war in the Middle East during the Bush era. In fact, let's rewind to 2016. Trump had an absolutely defining moment during the Republican primary of 2016. Let's all rewind. In fact, we could probably find the video if we wanted, but I'll just go ahead and describe it for you. It was the first Republican debate of the Republican primary in 2016. And it was done. There were like 9 of them up there. It was Marco Rubio. It was Jeb Bush. It was Senator Ted Cruz. It was Donald Trump. A lot of these guys. And Donald Trump was the one guy on the stage that broke the ranks. He deviated from every other Republican on that stage. You know what he said? He said something that changed everything. Donald Trump said something that fundamentally flipped the entire script up on its head. Donald Trump was the first Republican after the year 2001, to come out and publicly say, we shouldn't have gone to Iraq. Iraq and Afghanistan, that was a freaking mistake. We shouldn't have done that. And he said that to Jeb Bush, the brother of the guy who put us there. He said it to Jeb. You remember? And the entire crowd went silent. It was like, oh, can he say that? What? This is the Republican debate. Is a Republican allowed to say that? Can a Republican say that? What the heck? Donald Trump had the balls to say that. And going forward, that was one of these moments where it's like the days of the rhinos, the days of the neocons are coming to an end. Okay? Ron Paul's a libertarian, different type of thing. Of course, libertarian Ron Paul's going to say, he was saying that in 2012. Different style. Okay? This is Donald Trump tearing down the Republican Party and rebuilding it in the image of America First, rebuilding it in the image of Make America Great Again. Okay? Donald Trump was the first, and he said it on this crowded stage, and you could tell it's like, is he allowed to do that? What the heck? Can people say that?
You'll tell me there's many cases.
It was awesome.
These are high-profile cases. New Yorkers know about them, and you don't?
What's going on here?
Wow. Utter disgust. The New York governor said it herself, friend.
So, you know what, guys? Newsmax is, I think, moving on from their coverage of this. Yeah, TBN Israel shut down. Guys, we are losing this evening. We're losing all of our coverage of this ongoing situation in Israel. Newsmax has moved on to talking about Kathy Hochul and Attorney General Pam Bondi. I'm looking at Twitter here. I don't think there are really any breaking updates going on at all. Folks, never mind. We do have a breaking update. Folks, breaking update as of 1 minute ago. Well, you're not doing breaking news because that got posted 67 seconds ago. Okay, sorry, folks. I'm late on this by 67 seconds. Anyway, here we go. Iran has just launched 100 drones toward Israel, according to the IDF. Okay, so Iran has now retaliated. So I'm going to try to find a live stream. Iran-Israel. Do we have anything that is live here? Live. We have the Hindustan Times. We have Wyon. What is this?
Retaliation aimed at the U.S. forces in the region, saying, quote,
not really a fan of that one, to be honest. CNN.
Trying to pursue diplomacy, Israel had other intents.
We can do this, folks.
Over the course.
I apologize. We're doing CNN. I apologize.
Closely, and now ultimately making the decision to carry out that strike here, at least from what we understand, without U.S. involvement and without U.S. assistance. There is normally a tremendous amount of cooperation, especially on the intel and preparation side of these. But here, it doesn't seem like there was that level that we have seen in the past. Perhaps.
Real quick, is this actually live? It says 3:21 a.m. Where is it 3:21 a.m.? Folks, I don't think this is actually live. We have all this Hindustan news. It's going out here. Let me take a look here.
Market experts predict more price pressure if the tensions between Iran and Israel escalate. While risk premiums in the futures market are rising as investors.
Yeah, I feel like I'm calling into a customer service hotline. I'm going to be honest. Okay. Okay, did somebody have a channel? Let me take a look here. Yeah, I think that's not live. Somebody said CIANN. Okay, good one. Agenda Free TV is live and has both cams of both countries. Well, you know, like I don't want to just copy or not copy, but I don't want to restream Agenda Free TV because he's kind of doing his own independent broadcast here. You know, he's having dinner. You know, I'll tell you what though, if I could myself find these live broadcasts, then we can do it that way, okay? So let me try to find Tel Aviv live. Let me try that, okay? One moment here. Steve is eating. Greg. Greg says, Matt, your channel is top shelf and I really enjoy what you do. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate it. You know what, Greg? Can I show you something? I meant to show you guys this a little bit earlier today. And we were just maybe having some inter-Republican bickering going on, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure, but I want to show you guys something here. We're going to turn maybe what was kind of a negative conversation, in a way, into a positive situation. Let me show you something here. I saw this article. It came out earlier today. Look at this. There is more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left. Shocking, I know. Although they pride themselves on being open-minded, liberal thinking actually coalesces around a very narrow set of opinions, whereas the right diverges widely. And I think we all know this is true, folks. Think about how many different types right now, just right now, think about how many different types of Republicans or conservatives there are at the moment. What are your thoughts on Israel? What are your thoughts on abortion? What are your thoughts on America First? What are your thoughts on foreign intervention? What are your thoughts on Ukraine? We have all these different opinions and beliefs inside of the Republican Party right now. You've got people like Rand Paul. I don't like the big, beautiful bill, the budget, the deficit. You have all. And so really, you know, there's no monolith of thought amongst the Republicans. There's all these little micro beliefs in our side of the aisle here. And I think we all know that's, in fact, we were just seeing that in the live chat a moment ago. You know what? And so the topic of the night is of the evening now is, what should America's involvement in this situation be? And I guess in a way, the silver lining here is the fact that we are even having that discussion or that debate or conversation right now in this situation. It speaks to really how much ideological diversity we have over here on the right as opposed to the left. And I'll give you guys a point here that I think you're going to like. I'll tell you why we have all of this diversity, ideological diversity over here on the right. I'll tell you why. If you condense the ideology of the left, of the progressive left, what are they trying to do? They're trying to destroy society as it is. Okay, their goal is to tear down the establishment as we have it. Okay, if you really condense it, they don't actually have a plan or agenda how they want to build the country. Their entire purpose and objective is to tear down the country. Every tradition, everything that has made this country great, tear it down, destroy it. They don't even have a plan how to rebuild it. They just want to destroy it. Okay, over here on the right, what are we doing? We are building. We're trying to build the country. We're trying to build something. Okay. And so if you want to go further down that analogy here or this metaphor, imagine you're trying to build a house and all of us are sitting over here. Well, how do you want the window panels to be? What type of carpet do you want? You know, what color should the roof be? What type of shingles do you want? What type of nails are we going to use? If you're trying to build something, you have to have these conversations. How do you build it? And there's a million ways to build a house. There's a million ways to build a car. We're going to have red paint, blue paint, green paint, right? Do you want a sunroof? Do you want a big trunk? Do you want a truck? Right? There's a million ways to build something. And we over here, we're trying to build something. There, of course, they don't have much ideological diversity over there because they're just trying to tear it. Their one thought is just destroy everything. We're trying to build. So yeah, we have more diversity, which leads to some of these conversations that we're talking about, and things get heated, I guess, a little bit sometimes, but really, in a way, there's a silver lining. Maybe it's a good thing. And so once again, Greg, thank you for reminding me of that. Thank you very much for the super chat also. Thank you a whole lot. Thank you very much. Are we back here? What do we have here?
Campaigning, or not that I can recall other than that.
Okay, so this is totally unrelated. Oh, that's right. Okay, I was going to try to pull up live streams of Haifa and Israel and see what is going on. That's what I was going to do. Okay, so give me one moment here, folks. 110 drones inbound. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Look at this. We do have something here. We have Sky News, the Australians.
First.
Yes. In the middle of the night, we woke up to explosions, and we saw that in our neighborhood and other neighborhoods, the Israeli regime used missiles.
And real quick, before we play that, 2 more super chats. I love disagreeing with you guys here, all of you. Sometimes I learn something. The left is not into discussion. They act like we are heretics if we disagree. I know, and that's why the left is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. It's because they just outcast and ostracize everybody that doesn't have their very small, rigid worldview. That's 100% true, and thank you very much. We can have these discussions, Anthony, disagree with each other, and yet still respect our fellow countrymen's opinions. This is how things should be. And same response to you. This is the problem with the left. You're right.
When they
and thank you.
support daily murders in the West Bank, there's not going to be much sympathy for the women and children lying on the streets in Tehran. But the Iranian response will be devastating, and it will be something that the Israeli regime will regret.
The Iranian response will be devastating. Guys, I really doubt that. I doubt that. I don't think they can even do that.
Know that much of the world's oil and gas comes from the Persian Gulf region. And if the bases, U.S. bases, are in countries on the other side of the Persian Gulf.
One moment here.
If the United States attacks Iran.
Okay, folks, breaking news as of 34 seconds ago, 39 seconds. I'm sorry, I'm late to this one. I apologize. What do we have? These are Iranian drones flying towards Israel right now. Okay. And so they have sent how many of these? 100. The IDF has announced that Iran has launched approximately 100 drones targeting Israel. The IDF is actively working to counter. Well, folks, here's the question. Hold up. How long does it take for a drone to get from Iran to Israel? I got to pull up a map here. This is going to take like an hour or 2 or 3 to fly all the way over there. What is this? This is when the Iranian nuclear facility got blown up. Yep, there it is. Yep. Okay, well, folks, now this is the official waiting room for the Iranian military response. They're firing off drones now. So we're going to keep an eye on these drones. Oh, look at this. Great. This is exactly what we like. All right, what do you say? Wait, is this live? Are we live? Now we are live. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, give me 60 seconds here. Real quick. And I will say, in this quick little break, if you guys are new to the stream or the YouTube channel, go ahead and drop a follow. Subscribe to the stream, really is what I mean to say. Thank you all very much for tuning in today. Listen, hey, I'm getting old. I'm 31. It's past my bedtime. It's 1 hour past my bedtime. I'm getting irritable. I'm getting hungry. My wife is an immigrant. She barely speaks English. She speaks German all day. She's yelling around the house at speaking German. I'm getting tired. I don't know. Listen, hey, it's tough. So hey, if I'm getting a little bit cranky sometimes, I don't know. Give me a break here. Okay. I need to edit my title here. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is our live feed. Okay, so hey folks, any second we might see a bunch of Iranian drones fly into. But you know what? Here's what I want to know. Check this out. Grok. Okay. Look at this. How long does it take to, chat, hold up. Okay, first off. How fast does a weaponized drone fly? First off, real quick. We're gonna figure this out, folks. Uno momento, por favor. Ein Moment, bitte. Im Deutsch. How fast? Okay, let's call it 150 miles. Okay. So, okay. If you fly at a rate of 115 miles per hour from Tehran to Tel Aviv, how long would it take? I'm trying to figure out how long is it going to take these drones to fly from there to here. 8 hours. 8 hours and 25 minutes. Are you kidding me? This is their epic response. This is the response from Iran. We're gonna get you in 9 hours. I'll see you in 9 hours, Israel. News is saying 100 drones. Yeah, 100 drones, and they're gonna be there in 9,000 hours. Daniel is saying 2.5 hours. You think they're going faster? They're going faster than that? Okay, all right. Can I go back and look at that other comment? Hold up, or this Grok thing? Wait, advanced military drones, unmanned aerial vehicles. I don't know. My math is based on the tactical military drones, man. I don't know. Gosh. I mean, okay, well, folks, even if they go 2 times as fast, it's still going to be 4 hours, right? I think that math makes sense. No. Oh, come on, man. Unbelievable. Okay, well, hey, listen. While we wait for the drones, let me take a look at this super chat. We have a couple super chats here. Whoa. I'm 55 and it's 114. We are all here with you, brother. Well, you know, I'm spiritually 97, so that maybe is a part of it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I will tell you guys, I can look on my YouTube video analytics, I can see what is the average age of my viewers here on YouTube. The average Matt Morris TV YouTube viewer is a probably 57-year-old American man. And I'm not kidding, that if you average. Some older, some younger. 57-year-old American man is probably about, that's what it is. That is what it is. And we love it. We love it. That's good. Okay. We have a massive super chat from Greg. He says, I totally agree with you here. The Democrats have zero ideas for the USA. Democrats keep the same shit going. They failed. The only idea was bring in the illegals for vote. Show the wife, the last name. It's all great. It's all great. Hold up. Adomit? Probably Adomit. Greg, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, no, listen, like if you really take a good look at really what is the policy, what is the agenda of the radical left, all they want to do is tear down every establishment, every tradition, everything that we have, every form of structure that we have built in this country to make this country what it is in the first place. Their objective is to destroy it. Flip it upside down, do the opposite. That's all. And as a perfect example, Greg, here is something as basic as man, woman, asexual binary. Men have male gametes, female have female gametes, XY, XX, whatever, okay? Even something as basic as that, we have to deny it. Even something as basic as biological sex, gotta deny it. We're destroying that. We're ripping that apart. That is the degree to which they're trying to do what we're talking about here. And thank you again, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay. Dustin Tunget, newsflash, they launched the drones from a proxy state. Oh. Yeah, what if they launched the drones from Syria? Or from Iraq? Good point. Or from inside of Israel itself? Who knows? Probably not that, to be honest. But, you know, you're right. Good point. Fair point. Fair point. Good point. Toy Painter says, if you think law enforcement and the military have their hands full with the anti-ICE crowd, just wait till the Palestinian supporters hit the street. You're totally right. I tweeted something like that last night. You're totally right. You're totally on point. 100%. That is what is coming. Saturday, maybe. Saturday. Wouldn't be surprised. And Greg again. Greg again. Thank you. And thank you very much. And thank you very much. Oh, hold up. Do we have a confirmation that these drones have been launched from Yemen? Do we know that, or are you guys speculating here? Yemen. Everybody, I'll trust you guys. You guys are saying Yemen. Okay. Let me take a look at Twitter and try to figure out what is going on here, folks. Also, I saw you guys were all posting your age. I was doing super chats. Can I scroll up here and take a look at how old everybody is? 57, 67, 68, 60, 47, 38. All right, hey, you know what? I'm cool. I'm cool with the older crowd. I'm cool with the retirees. All my friends, all of my friends are retired. Okay, let's go. All of my friends order from the senior menu at the restaurant. When I go out and get breakfast with my friends, they all order from the seniors menu, 55 plus. Okay, they get a discount. That's how my friends do it. There we go. Let's go. Well, you know, thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in. Okay, let me take a look. Iran has launched 100 drones. That's true. Need to reload my feed here. So we have a little bit more of a detailed What am I looking at here? The Israel Defense Force reports that Iran in the past hour has launched over 100 drones against Israeli territory, and that efforts are being made to intercept them before they reach Israel. The drones could take up to 7 hours to cross Iraq and Syria and Jordan before eventually 7 hours. 7 hours. This certainly beats playing World of Warcraft. You know what? I'm thinking, if we're going to have to wait 7 hours for these drones to show up, maybe we should just sit here and play World of Warcraft. Maybe while we wait, we should sit here and boot up World of Warcraft. We can go we can go slay some dragons. Or something. 7 hours! We could all go take a nap and wake up and still have time to spare. 7 hours. Man. Jeffrey, hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, good point, good point. Oh, man. I am 127 years old and I am collecting Social Security. That's my tax dollars. My tax dollars at work. Let's go. Good. That's good. Who is the oldest American? I'm gonna ask Brock. Who is the oldest living American? Who is that? And how old are they? The oldest living American is Naomi Whitehead, born in 1910 in Georgia. She's 114 years old, almost 115. Wow. Can you imagine being 114 years old? What? What does she look like? She's got to be like a zombie. Sorry, that's super rude. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But really though. But seriously. This is her here. Wow, there this woman is 114. There she is. Wow. Oldest woman in the country, 114. Goodness gracious, Naomi Whitehead. Okay, that's too bright. Get that out of here. Goodness. I don't think she looks a day over 95. I think she looks great. She looks great for her age. Not a day over 110. Okay? She looks great. What is she eating? I don't know. What is she not eating? Honestly, probably what is she not eating? Study her. Yeah, put her under a microscope. Okay, I'm taking a look here at Twitter. I'm looking for breaking news updates. This is from the IDF 20 minutes ago. We can now confirm that the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, Commander of the IRGC, and the Commander of Iran's Emergency Command were all eliminated in the Israeli strikes across Iran by more than 200 fighter jets. So Israel sent out 200 fighter jets. Iran is sending back 100 drones that are going to be there in 7 hours. These are 3 ruthless mass murderers with international blood on their hands. The world is a better place without them. Okay. That's from the IDF. Slow-mo drones. Yep. They're moving in slow motion. Looking for more updates here. Watching Iran response is the dial-up version of Pong. Remember that old noise? When you were booting up your dial-up? I'm just barely old enough to remember that. Oh, guys, we have some footage of the drones flying overhead here, actually. Take a look at this. This is it. This is new. This is new here. Yeah, they are... Man, like, you could pop one of those out of the air with an AR-15 with a shotgun. It's like you're duck hunting. This is it? That's it. Okay. There it goes. There it goes. It's got a little cute propeller on the back. Yeah, you see him. You see him flying over. Astounding. Astounding.
Hypocrisy, and it just shows such intellectual laziness by the Western media to not see what is going on here.
Yeah, it definitely seems lazy, or it seems intentional. It seems like they've chosen sides, and they don't really care what the truth is. They just they want to continue, you know, this propping up Hamas, and they want the division. It's really a sad thing. Fred Flights, sir, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening. I really appreciate
what's going on here.
Good to be here.
Friends, we'll be back with more updates on the attacks as new details.
All right, I think they're taking a commercial break. Never mind. Back to the commercial break. Okay. All right, well, folks, this is now just kind of a hangout stream. Frankly, we're just kind of hanging out. It is getting late. Folks, we still have 7,500 people here tuning in tonight. Wow. What do I say? Everything I say, there's almost 10,000 people hearing every word I say. Well, hey, I had a good day. Hope everybody had a good day. I had a good day. I went for a walk. I was walking in the woods for about a half hour. Every day I try to walk in the woods for about a mile. Go for a mile little walk. About a walk. I ended up not reading my book today because World War III started. I was going to read my book this evening. I haven't read today because World War III has started. So guess I'm not reading my book tonight. Yeah, we need to come up with 7 hours of small talk. So, nice weather we're having today. Nice weather today, everybody. How's the family doing? Good? Great. That's great. Love to hear that. Got a good family. How about that sports game? You guys watched the game the other day? Yeah, well, I can't believe they scored a goal like that. That's nuts. You guys see that movie that came out recently? What a twist. What a twist at the end, right? Wow.
So Sally has become a member.
No protest. No, there weren't really any protests tonight. I think the protests are kind of on pause until, you know, tomorrow's Friday. I think we're kind of waiting till Saturday. I am going to do another live stream tomorrow, Friday night, and we'll be covering World War III, whatever's going on, and also maybe if there are protests. But I think Saturday is when things are really going to go crazy. Things are going nuts on Saturday. Right now, it is the calm before the storm. Outside of World War III beginning right now. Yeah, climatics, I think you're right about that. Pull up the drone specs. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Why don't we? Maybe I can find something here for you guys. Take a look at this. Well, oh yeah. So folks, we can watch a little video about this. Look.
The kamikaze drone from Iran, called the Shahed 136.
This is exactly
with a
it.
Russian designated name Geranium-2. Now let us look at why is this a big.
This video is AI. This is an AI video. This has almost 6 million views. Oh, the name of the channel is AI Television. Okay, I guess it's all AI. Everything is AI.
Shahed 136.
Okay.
It is more or less a low-budget cruise missile with a reported price tag of just $10,000 to $20,000, depending.
$20,000 for one of these. Wow.
On variants.
That's expensive.
While the average price of cars here in America is around $40,000.
Uh-huh.
When launched in swarms, These are a menace in this modern battlefield. But in this content, we will look at how this drone works.
You know, I don't need to see an entire 20-minute video or a 7-minute video here, but I just want to see kind of how they work at least.
To overwhelm the enemy air defense system. Step number 5. The drone will be loitering at extremely low altitudes, which would make them difficult to shoot. The UAV drones would be operating in a swarm.
So the goal is they just send so many of them towards Israel, pretty much. They try to overwhelm the Iron Dome.
Stinger missiles, but the cost factor comes into play.
Wait, is one Stinger missile 175? One Stinger missile is $78,000. Are you freaking kidding me? Wow, so it's like, it's not even worth it to shoot these drones out of the air. You're just losing money.
Factor comes into play. 5 kilometers.
Man.
The second cheaper version is the Soviet Union anti-air.
Wild. Yeah, you need a bunch of duck hunters out there with shotguns. That's all you need. That's the best way. Me and my son are drinking a whiskey and Coke while... Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds cozy. That's good father-son time. You know, personally, I don't know. I have a problem. I cannot stand hard alcohol liquor. I guess maybe I'm lucky in a way, because then it makes, you know, helps you not drink. I guess that's good, but I just can't stand it. Anything over like 5% alcohol content, can't do it. Cannot do it. Me, you know the best beer? It's a nice Stella. A nice Stella Artois. Wow. And I'll tell you a funny story. I have a real, like, redneck uncle. He's a cowboy. He's a Marine. He was a police officer. I have a real redneck, real American uncle. And we were having a family barbecue. And I showed up to the family barbecue with a 6-pack of Stella. You know, you normally bring some drinks for everybody. So I brought this 6-pack of Stella to this family barbecue. And my uncle, he looked at me and he said, "What are you, a gay?" He said, not are you gay? He said, "What are you, a gay?" And I'm like, no, listen, there's nothing wrong with Stella. There's nothing gay about drinking Stella. It's a good beer. What are you, a gay? Drinking Stella doesn't make you gay. That's ridiculous. It is a good beer. Blue Moon, I like Stella. What are you, a gay? What's wrong with you, boy? They say Stella is like one of the oldest beers. They've been making it since the 1300s or something, like 700 years. Okay, maybe it's a little gay. I don't know. Maybe 1% gay. Well, any day these Iranian drones are coming in, or not, or never, or every single one of them gets intercepted. You're right. It is Bud Light. Drinking Bud Light makes you gay. That's right. That's true. Oh, actually, folks, 43 seconds ago, we do have breaking news. Take a look at this, folks. United States and British fighter jets have just scrambled to intercept the Iranian drones heading towards Israel. That is a big update. So the US and the UK are getting directly involved. We are going to go shoot these drones out of the sky. So here's what I want to know. Can I pull up a flight tracker here? Can we track the jets? I would assume that military jets, they don't, we can't track them, but I don't know. I'll take a look. Can I see something here? Flight radar. So, you know, I would assume that we can't track fighter jets. Probably for good reason. What are these? Can I click this guy? These are in Lebanon. I don't even know how to find these. What is this guy here? What's this? This is a Dubai Air, an RJA 613. What is this? Royal Jordanian. Yeah, we probably can't. Well, you know, maybe they would be drones on the bottom. Gosh, I just have no idea. I never used this this website. No fighter jets. Their transponders are off. Yeah, that's what I. That makes sense, right? So that, you know, people can't track them. Andrew. Okay, Andrew is going to check. All right. Okay, Andrew's on top of it. Andrew's got it. Gosh. The transponders are flipped off. If you're looking for fighter craft, look for voids in the radar. Okay, listen, hey, you need to keep in mind you're speaking to an idiot. I don't even know what that means. Let me reopen the website here. I'll bring this back over. Okay, I am now looking for a void in the radar. I don't know. So this is curious on this website, probably unrelated, but you can see this. What is the most tracked website, most tracked airplane in the world? This one has 10,000 people tracking it. Look at that. What is the? Okay, so why, folks? There are 10,500 people tracking this flight coming out of Israel, flying into the Mediterranean. Why that one? Why are we doing that one? I don't know. 10,500 people are looking this one right now. I have no idea. This isn't radar. Beep, beep. Well, I don't have a radar unit. Yeah, this is a cool website anyway, though. Okay. My wife says, what happens when U.S. fighter jets get shot down? Yeah, then we're invading Iran. Probably is what happens at that point. Israel airspace is open to commercial traffic again. They don't really seem that worried. Yeah, I mean, you can see that, I suppose. Yeah, look at that. Good point. Good point. They've reopened Israeli airspace. Well, at least a little bit. Some of these planes are flying out. This is flying from Tel Aviv to Frankfurt. Deutschland. They're flying to Nice in France. Tel Aviv Air. What else do we have here? Frankfurt. Where are you going? Not available. Yeah, so this one... So, by the way, This is the flight we were looking at that has over 10,000 people monitoring it. It's the most monitored flight in the world right now. We don't have a destination. Who is on this airplane? Where is it going? Do you guys want to get a little conspiratorial here? Who is on this airplane? Why are so many people tracking this airplane? Why do we not know the destination of this airplane? I don't know. I don't have any answers. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't know. Bibi? Mr. Netanyahu himself? I don't know. Joe Biden? I don't know. What about this one here? This one's going to Liège. In France. Yep. Tel Aviv Yafo. Huh. You know, it is crazy to look at the map over here. I think this sea right here, what is this, the Dead Sea? This is where Jesus Christ, they say he walked on water, right? This is where Christ, the storm, the boat was out there. Jesus walked on water. It was here. This is where he did it, right here. You do have all this crazy history, all this crazy old stories, crazy history. It's a very, very historically rich place. There's no doubt about that. Right? I think that's the spot anyway. Wild. Oh, no, it was here. No, I'm sorry. Nope, it was the Sea of Galilee. Little bit north. It was up. My bad, sorry. It's the Sea of Galilee, I think, is where he walked on water, I think. Sorry, it's been a while since I have been to Sunday school. My bad about that, sorry. I think that's where it is. Anyway, let's take a look at these, I'm gonna close this for now. It's like lagging out my computer. Okay. The Sea of Galilee, sorry. Yeah, folks, there are 100 drones headed towards Israel right now. The United States and the British have scrambled fighter jets to intercept the Iranian drones heading towards Israel. There are 100 drones, though, on the way. Now, the drones are very slow moving. They're going to take between 4 and 8 hours. Between 4 and 8 hours. Oh, folks. Hey, guys. Is this the airplane that we were just looking at? Breaking news, Zion Wing escorted by fighter jets. According to a special report from I-24 News, the Zion Wing aircraft is currently airborne, accompanied by 2 fighter jets. That might be the plane we were just looking at that didn't have a destination. And so I'm going to guess presumably Zion Wing is like the Jewish version of Air Force One, I think, or the Israeli Air Force One. So this plane actually probably does have Netanyahu on it. That's probably what is going on here. I'm going to pull up the flight tracker again. Zion Wing, that's probably Air Force One equivalent. Flight radar website. And so that makes sense. That is why 10,000 people are currently looking at that flight. Now it's all coming together. Now it's all making sense. Where is that? This is it right here. He's just flying away. Peace. I'm out of here. Can I see anything about this? They're roaching out. They're dipping out. Yeah. Yep. A lot of the info here is on lockdown. That's got to be what it is. That's got to be. Iranian drones inbound. This plane has 4 engines. The one you looked at only has 2. This plane has 4 engines. The one we saw only has 2. Well, what if it's mislabeled? What if the flight radar here? What if this is an inaccurate image on the website here? I don't know. I don't know how they populate this information. I'm not sure. I don't know. To be honest with you, I have no clue. If I'm being honest, don't know. Yeah, I could be a stock image. Could be. This is Wild Man. I'm high as fuck. You know what? Good for you, I guess. I'm not sure. I said this yesterday and nobody believed me. My wife is in the chat. She can back me up. I have never been high in my life. I've never smoked marijuana in my life. I grew up in the Portland, Oregon area. I think I'm the only person from the Portland, Oregon area, or maybe the entire West Coast, to be honest, that has never smoked marijuana ever. Not even once in my life. I've never done it. 100 drones isn't a threat. Well, it is a threat enough, I suppose, that now the US and the UK have scrambled fighter jets to blow them out of the air. They're trying to blow these fighter jets out of the air, or blow the drones out of the air with the fighter jets, sorry. They're trying to blow them out. There are like 15 choppers up south of Kuwait. Can I see that on a flight radar? Let me take a look here. This website is so laggy here. Right, yeah, here's Kuwait. The Gulf War, Desert Storm. This is where it happened. Oh yeah, wow, very curious. Good catch. What are these guys doing down here? Not available, not available. That is a little bit weird, don't you think? Honestly, to be honest, I have no idea what is weird and what is not weird because I never look at this website. So maybe this is totally normal. I don't know. This could be totally normal, I guess. Maybe this is a normal thing in Kuwait. I don't know. But anyway, wow, that is so weird. Wow, that is just very weird. Look at this, folks. Mesopotamia, right here. This is where the Babylons were. This is where it all happened. In fact, a lot of people make the argument that this is where the Garden of Eden was. Have you guys heard that theory that there are 4 rivers here and where they intersect somewhere around here in this area, that this is where the biblical Eden was located? Right in this area, but I don't know. I saw a YouTube video about that one time. But really, I couldn't tell you. Allegedly, they are oil helicopters. Oh, okay. Oil helicopters. Yep. That's right. Those are Aramco helicopters to water oil rigs. Are they, or is that what they want you to think? Are they really just innocuous oil helicopters, or is there a grand conspiracy and they're being piloted by alien reptilians and they're trying to overthrow the world? You need to ask these questions. Someone has got to get to the bottom of this. There was a big super chat here. Chris Condren, thank you. First off, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So glad you are live streaming, finally done with work and can watch the stream. Bless you and your family, Matt, and you beautiful souls in the chat. Everybody, hey, I like that at the end. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good day at work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, as a little bit of an update for anybody here that is tuning in. So as of about half hour ago, Iran has officially retaliated. Their retaliation is they have sent 100 drones towards Israel. The drones are going to take 4 to 7 hours to get from Iran to Israel, so it's going to be a while. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing here, to be honest. I don't know how long we're going to be here. I'm not sure. But also, while we're talking about the drones, the U.S. and the United Kingdom have scrambled a bunch of fighter jets to blast these drones out of the air. So now the U.S. and the U.K. are getting directly involved, and we're going to go shoot these drones down. So that is where we are at. But right now, things are kind of happening very slowly. We are in the slow lane, and thank you again for that big super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If Israel has the planes to do a bombing campaign, why do they need hours for the drones? Yeah, good question. I don't know. Yeah. The report we heard earlier today is that Israel's bombing campaign involved 200 Israeli planes. So, you know, presumably Israel, if they wanted, could shoot these drones out of the air. You know, one maybe plausible explanation here is that, you know, let's do a little bit of a breakdown here. So Israel is over here. Israel is here. Iran is over here. It could be the case that these British and USA fighter jets were positioned somewhere in between the two. So they were already preemptively in a better position to intercept these drones, and that's why they're doing it. But I'm not sure. Shot in the dark. Shot in the dark. Could those drones carry dirty bombs? Oh, I would be shocked. I think probably not. Maybe, hey, who knows? Maybe. I would doubt it, though. I would doubt it. You know, I don't know. Hey, let me ask Grok a question, okay? Let me see. What is the smallest dirty bomb that Iran would reasonably put together? And while that populates here, 5th caliber. That's a massive super chat also. Thank you very much. First off, he says, Amazon could deliver those drones faster than Iran. You're probably right. Second off, you should watch the Fat Electrician's Proportional Response video when the U.S. screws Iran's Navy in 8 hours. Yeah, maybe we can watch that later. When the U.S. screws Iran's Navy in 8 hours. That seems about right. I would guess that that's about right. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you very much. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. This is a massive grok response here. Jeez. Thank you. Big time thank you. And Benjamin, they are baiting the defenses. You know, okay, so hold up. So you think it's possible that these 100 drones are being sent into Israel to overload the Iron Dome. Meanwhile, simultaneously, as the Iron Dome is overwhelmed, the Israelites, what's the word? The Israelites are freaking out about the drone attack. Then there's a secondary secret attack that is the real attack that's going on as the Iron Dome is being overwhelmed. Could be the case. Could be the case. Time will tell. That could be. It's not a bad idea. You know. Could be the case. Israelites. That sounds very, very Old Testament. Israelis? Yeah, you're right. That's right. Israelis. The Israelis. You're right. Not the Israelites. The Israelites. Yeah. And Moses came down from the mount and commanded the Israelites. Okay, my bad. That's a little bit old school. My bad. Okay, so we were going to, oh, I was going to take a look at that grok response. Can I just tell, like, okay, make this concise. Make this more concise. Okay, so Iran could assemble a small dirty bomb weighing 5 to 10 kilograms in total. Deliverable by drone or by hand. Okay, so listen, hey. Back to that question about whether or not these drones could deliver a dirty bomb. Guess what? Hey, the answer is, yeah, technically, yeah. According to Grok, at least Grok thinks Iran could put together a dirty bomb that weighs 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms is what, like 4 pounds, right? Something like that. Hey, totally possible. Totally possible. According to Grok, at least. Yes, they wait to launch ballistic missiles until drones overwhelm. Well, it's gonna take, I want to say, like 10 to 15 minutes for a ballistic missile to get from Iran to... How long does it take for to get from Iran to Israel? Sorry. Okay, my bad. I'm fried. Listen, guys, I'm fried. Hey, listen, everyone. Things I can't do right now. Basic arithmetic. I can't read anything. I can barely speak English. Everybody, patience. Patience is a virtue. It is 11 p.m. Everybody, give me a break here, okay? All right. Ballistic missiles fired from Iran to Israel. A distance approximately 1,000 to 1,500 miles. Yeah, okay, hey, I was right about this. 12 to 15 minutes. I was actually on point on this one. I nailed this one. I totally got this one right. 12 to 15 minutes. Ballistic missile from Iran to Israel. 12 to 15 minutes. So you know what? Hey, you're right. When these drones pull up, we might see some ballistic missiles. Totally possible. Totally possible. It's also getting a little bit hot in here. I need to see. Okay.
Taylor Clayton has become a member.
Taylor Clayton has become a member of this stream. Yep, Publius, I think you're right. My name is Matt. I'm not fat, but I do wear a hat. I see a rat. It's running across the mat right by the cat. I threw my hat, but the cat just went back and sat. Damn rat. I feel like that rhymes. That probably rhymes. I feel like that rhymes. 100 drones is a lot of targets. The US and UK scramble fighters because Israel jets probably low on fuel and aren't armed for taking down drones, at least not enough for 100 targets. You know, I don't, okay, here's another question for Grok. Good thought. You're probably right. Let me Grok a question here. How many drones is Israel's Iron Dome reasonably capable of intercepting at once? How far can we push the Iron Dome? $60 to $80 before needing to reload. 60 to 80. Okay, so here I was kind of thinking to myself, 100 drones is maybe not really that much. It's not that much, but actually it is. It actually is. That is enough to maybe reliably overwhelm the Iron Dome. At least until I have to reload. Hold up. Some of you guys are saying 10,000, 400. Rock says 60 to 80. So there's that. I don't know. Oh, is this like per... Oh, individual battery. Like I said, I can't read. It's getting late. Each Iron Dome battery has 3 to 4 launchers, with each launcher holding up to 20 Tamir interceptor missiles, allowing a single battery, okay, to engage up to 60 to 80 targets before reloading. Okay, folks, 100 drones, really? That's nothing. 100 drones? That's like you just need a fly swatter. 100 drones. That's nothing. Really? That's all? That's the best Iran is going to do? Can you read my previous super? You know, I want to, but I don't know if I can. Can I do that? I think I can. Here. Let me figure this out. I think I can. What makes you think you know how many drones were set? This is information from the IDF. The IDF has set 100 drones. So, I guess we're just taking their word. Could be more, could be less, I guess. Yeah, you know, I don't think I can see it, actually. I need to figure that out. If I ever want to go back and see an old super chat. I don't think I have the functionality set up. I hate to say. I need to fix that. Who keeps honking their... Yeah, good question. Who's honking their horns? You know, I'll tell you, over here on the West Coast, at least up where I live, it's very rude to honk your horn. Nobody honks their horn ever. Honking your horn is totally taboo. Nobody does it. Now, I feel like over on the East Coast, you go live in New York or Boston or whatever, Philadelphia, everybody is honking always. It's non-stop honking. Over here, nobody does it. Different culture. We have a different culture over here, I guess. Do you think the U.S. is going to get involved? Well, you know, in a way, technically we already are. The U.S. has just scrambled several fighter jets to go intercept a bunch of all of these Iranian drones. It's actually the U.S. and the U.K. about 20 minutes ago scrambled fighter jets to go blow these Iranian drones out of the air, out of the sky. According to the IDF, there are 100 Iranian drones currently on their way to Israel. They are en route. So, kind of, in a way, we are involved. Here's what I will say. I think Trump really does not want to be involved. Trump definitely does not want to have American boots on the ground. And by the way, I think, if I had to make a prediction here, I think things are going that route. Well, I think things are going the route where there will not be American boots on the ground. And the reason I say that is because I don't think in this situation China or Iran are going to get directly involved. I don't think so. I don't think this will escalate into World War III, I hope, I think. We gotta see. He told them not to strike. Yeah, we do have that. We do have that information. President Trump on Monday told Israel not to strike. They decided to anyway. What is this here? Happening now at LAX. El Al Flight 6 to Tel Aviv has returned to Los Angeles after a total of 6.5 hours in the air. El Al Flight 6 to Tel Aviv has returned to Los Angeles after a total of 6.5 hours in the air. So, okay, it was en route to Tel Aviv and then turned around and landed, I think, back in the U.S., maybe?
561 LA Tower, runway 2 by right full length, line up and wait.
25 right full length, run point,
Okay. If other rivals take advantage of the situation, World War III is possible. Yeah, I think you're right. You're totally right about that. I think they won't. I think they probably won't. Here's what I think. I think that the Iranian leadership has been so effectively weakened post-October 7th. Many of their terrorist proxies throughout the Middle East have been totally destroyed or drastically weakened. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis are weaker than ever. Iran's control over the Middle East and capacity to do damage to Israel has been totally neutered. And now, not a killing or fatal blow, but Israel has really done a lot of damage to Iran over the last 4 or 5 hours. The leader of the IRGC has been killed. Various other military leaders have been killed. Numerous Iranian nuclear facilities have been blown to smithereens. You know, probably not all of them, but a lot of them. Numerous nuclear Iranian. I can't speak English. Numerous Iranian nuclear scientists, good grief, have been killed also in the last couple hours. And so I think Iran is just pretty much screwed at the moment. And so if Iran is really thoroughly screwed, and it seems like they're very weak right now, is Russia or China going to want to come to bat and get directly involved and risk their countries and put their well-being at risk in order to help stick up and defend Iran, which is maybe on its deathbed right now? I think not. I think probably not. I think not. Acid burn, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I think what we are witnessing right now is pretty much a slow overthrowing of the Iranian regime at the moment. I think they will not be around for very much longer. That's my guess. They would be freaking idiots to do that. Yeah, I think so. I think so. You know, like maybe if Iran was stronger and it seemed like Iran was capable of putting up a fight and they had fight in them still and they were capable of acting on that, then maybe you have a different conversation. I think Iran is just not looking good though. I think the Iranian leadership right now is kind of terminal. They're not going to be around that long. That's my suspicion, at least. Time will tell. Time will tell. What can Iran do? Well, let's just put this into perspective here, okay? This is what has gone on in the last 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. Israel sent over 200 fighter jets all the way from Israel over to Iran. They bombed the living hell out of numerous Iranian military facilities, nuclear refinement enrichment facilities. They bombed Tehran, the capital city of Iran. They took out really important key military leaders and also a bunch of nuclear scientists. Iran just suffered a catastrophic blow. Okay, what is their response? What is their epic retaliatory strike? What are they doing in response? They're sending 100 little drones over to Israel. The drones move relatively slowly. It's going to take them 4 to 8 hours to fly over there. They're probably going to get shot out of the air because now the US and the UK have scrambled their fighter jets to blow them out of the sky. This
Krista
seems...
donated 10 Australian dollars through Super Chat. Fantastic coverage. Thanks at DD Cyprus. One click, red heart emoji, blue heart emoji.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it. This seems like a relatively weak response. That's what it seems like. So, I don't know. Like, if this is Iran's big epic response, then I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. We'll see what they have planned. I sent you a link on Twitter of an article of when 300 drones were launched in 2024. Let me see here. Did you privately message me that or what? I'm not sure. Is this it here? I'm sorry. I actually have like 50 private messages on Twitter I'm seeing now. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'm not going to see that. Maybe I'm not going to see that. I apologize. What I am going to do is take a look at some Twitter posts and try to find some breaking news updates. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, hey, speaking of nuclear scientists in Iran that have been killed, no less than 10 top scientists working on the Iranian nuclear program are believed to have been killed by Israeli strikes last night and this morning against Iran include, I don't think I need to read all of these names, but it says no less than 10 of Iran's top nuclear scientists have been blown up in the last 5 hours or so. So there's that. One-man show. It is a one-man show. This is a one-man show. Iran is no joke. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I'm scrolling through Twitter here, seeing if I can find updates. The IDF, as of 10 minutes ago, has released a picture in Hebrew. It's in Hebrew of... Oops, my bad. Of many of the top Iranian officials that have now been blown up. So, you know, we can't read the names here, but I guess you can get an idea. These are all, in the last 6 hours, senior-ranking Iranian military leaders, military officials that have been killed, assassinated. They're taking them out. So you can, it's a big blow. And this is on top of all of those nuclear scientists. They all look like the same guy. You know what? Every time I look at Iranians, this is a crazy thought. Not all of the Iranians, but a lot of them. I'm thinking, if you shaved their beard, put them in a flannel shirt and a pair of Levi's blue jeans with a baseball cap, they would look like your average white American. Like this guy right here. You know, what's even funnier than that is, like, look at the leader of Iran, Khamenei. Can I find him? Okay, folks, tell me I'm wrong. If you took off the turban, shaved the beard, put a baseball cap, put him in a flannel, put him in Levi's blue jeans, okay, put him in some cowboy boots, he would look like your average American guy. He'd look like an average white American dude. He would. He seriously would. A different life. Duck Dynasty. You look like a Duck Dynasty guy. Okay. Oh, boy. What a day, what a day, what a day. I'm looking for updates. U.S. and U.K. joint strike, 100 Iranian drones inbound as sirens are flaring in U.S. bases in the Middle East. American and British fighter jets are now actively intercepting Iranian drones alongside the IDF as air raid sirens sound at multiple U.S. military bases in Iraq. IDF spokesperson Brigadier General Effie Defrin confirms in the last few hours Iran has launched more than 100 drones towards Israel, and all the defense systems are acting to intercept these threats. The operation scale so far is massive. 200 Israeli fighter jets struck over 100 targets in Iran, and now 100 Iranian drones are inbound. U.S. and U.K. fighter jets are scrambled to intercept them. American bases are under alert in Iraq. President Trump had originally told Netanyahu that they were on their own if Iran were to retaliate. That seems to not be the case because we are scrambling jets now. Israeli media says, hold that thought. Okay, Israeli media says, Israeli strikes damaged some of Iran's nuclear capabilities, but failed to damage the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility near Isfahan, located 90 meters underground. We should all expect new and sustained attacks on Fordow very soon. So Iran's top enrichment facility is 90 meters underground in a bunker in the side of a mountain. And Israel is not done yet. They want to take out that facility. Gonna need some bunker busting bombs. Gotta break out the bunker busters. Yeah, that's right. And folks, as a reminder, hey, if you are tuning in and you are not subscribed to the channel, well, hey, you should consider it at least, maybe. Does Israel have bunker busters? Okay, I don't think so. You know who does, though? The U.S. So the U.S. has the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, which carries the biggest bunker busting bomb in the U.S. arsenal. I talked about this in one of my videos like 2 months ago. I'm trying to remember all the details though. Here, let me get some information for you guys on the bunker busting bombs. Okay, I'm looking for information here. And by the way, okay, real quick, before I talk about this, what is the B-2 stealth bomber? You guys have probably seen this before. The B-2 stealth bomber is this bad boy right there. This plane, it's actually much bigger than it looks. It looks maybe not that big, but this plane is massive. And so there's that. Okay, so the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber is uniquely capable of carrying the GBU-57AB massive ordnance penetrator called the MOP, the MOP, which is the most powerful non-nuclear bunker-busting bomb in the U.S. arsenal. Here are some key details. It weighs 30,000 pounds. We're talking the bomb itself. It weighs 30,000 pounds. It is 20 feet long. The bomb. It is designed... Oh. Problem. We have a problem here. It is designed to penetrate up to 200 feet or 61 meters of Earth to destroy its targets. Folks, this Iranian enrichment facility is 90 meters underground, buried in the side of a mountain. 90 meters is larger than 61 meters. That might be an issue. And by the way, remember, this is the largest bunker-busting bomb in the world. Yeah, you might need to double up on it. Send in 2 of them. It is a GPS-guided precision strike missile. Or bomb, whatever. It carries around 5,300 pounds of high explosives. A single B-2 Spirit bomber can carry 2 of these bombs, of the MOPs. 1 in each bomb bay, allowing for sequential strikes to deepen penetration into a target. There you go. Okay. There you go. And so, some of you might remember that have been paying attention. Do I still have Google Maps open? Yeah, I do. Okay, folks. This is Iran. This is the country in question, and there's little Israel over there. U.S., we here in the U.S. have a military base. It's called Diego Garcia. It's an island right here. Very small island in the Indian Ocean. South of India, you can see. So I'll zoom in on it. So, about 3 months ago, President Trump ordered a bunch of these B-2 Spirit bombers to go and hang out in Diego Garcia. So, you know, you can't see that right now because this is Google Maps, but right now, probably there are multiple B-2 Spirit bombers. In fact, I would actually bet that right now the U.S. has B-2 Spirit bombers flying over Iran at this very moment, waiting to drop a bomb if they need to. What do you think? Does the U.S. right now, this very moment, have B-2 Spirit bombers flying high over Iran in case they're needed right now? I would not be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Okay, but anyway, yeah, about 3 months ago, President Trump said, we're going to relocate a bunch of these B-2 bombers to Diego Garcia. And the reason why Diego Garcia specifically, as opposed to anywhere else, is because Diego Garcia is just beyond Iran, the Iranian strike range. Iran doesn't have anything in their arsenal, allegedly, that can do any damage to Diego Garcia down here. So they're just hanging out of reach, vacationing. You know, if you're a pilot, you know, imagine being an Air Force pilot, and you're hanging out here for 3 months on Diego Garcia, waiting to see if things kick off. It's probably not a bad deployment down here, chilling on the beach, hanging out, tropical weather. It's probably not bad down here in the military base. It's probably not that bad down here. Anyway, oh, it is not a loitering air. Really? Okay. I kind of assumed it was. Hold on. Let me ask Grok. I'm asking Grok, how long can a B-2 bomber loiter? Okay, so the B-2 has an unrefueled range of approximately 6,000 miles. Loiter time, which involves slower speed to conserve fuel, can extend to 15 to 20 hours. Okay, so, you know, it can hang out over Iran for a little while at least, you know. Optimal loitering occurs at very high altitudes, 50,000 feet, where fuel burn is minimized. So, you know, if you're flying in a passenger jet, you're flying from New York to LA or whatever. Passenger jets fly at, what, 30, 32, 33,000 feet. The B-2 flies at 50,000 feet when it's looking to loiter and hang out. When it's hanging out. That's high. 50,000 feet. That's really up there. I don't know, like, if you're looking up in the sky, can you even see something up there at 50,000 feet? Maybe, but barely. Absolutely barely. One of these bad boys. These are nuts. And by the way, you know, the U.S. only has like 10 of these in their arsenal. We don't have a lot of these. How many? I remember how many B-2 bombers does the U.S. have? We don't have an infinite number of these. We have 20. Okay, we have 20 of these. Everybody says, no, absolutely not. You cannot see them up in the air. Okay, well, folks, we have 20 of these. So there's that. That's what this says always. It says, originally there were 21, but one of them was lost at Andersen Air Force Base in Guam in 2008. It crashed. So now we only have 20 left. Frick. Darn. That we know. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. You're right. Allegedly. Check out the new weapon called Dark Star. Okay. Okay. Dark Star. Let me Google that. I feel like this is a superhero. Like a... Yeah. You know what I got? Look at this. Dark Star weapon. This is a Warhammer 40K Space Marine. This is some video game thing. USA. Finally, okay, US. Oh, here, this. Okay, let me pull this up.
When we first heard about the SR-7,
this is something.
But the more information came to light, the many times more efficiently than bare metal of the device. For example, the main sections.
So it's like an upgraded. What are these called? I forget the name. What are these called? Anyway, it's like a modern upgraded one of these. Ooh. So, you know, presumably because he's not actually showing any pictures of it, we actually don't have pictures of it. Is that the case? Because I notice he doesn't actually have any pictures of this thing in the video. Blackbird. Yeah, you're right, Blackbird. I always think of the X-Men movies when I see one of these things. This was the X-Men jet. B-2 bombers can also refuel mid-air, so in theory, as long as you have a Stratotanker refueling plane nearby, they could loiter infinitely. Yeah, I guess that's true. They would probably have to, like, come down to a lower altitude and link up with that, though, right? Probably. Nuts. Dark Star lost contract to the Boeing F-47. Oh. Let me Google that. Boeing F-47. Oh, yeah, I saw this. They had a big announcement for this, right, a couple months ago. Yeah, this is our new super jet. Yeah, this is the new deal. Everybody's talking about these things these days. Reports of drones spotted over Syria. Okay, hey, Syria is getting pretty close there. Let me see if I can find anything on Twitter. Enough of the jet talk, of the fighter jet talk. Can I tell you one of the stupidest things I've ever done in my life? When I was 16, 17, 18, I really wanted to be a pilot, like a fighter pilot. And I had somebody on the internet when I was 17 tell me that if you're I'm 5'11". If you're 5'11", you're too tall to be a pilot. And I believed them. I was so stupid. I believed them, and I said, well, I guess I'm not even gonna ever. I guess my dream of becoming a pilot is over because I'm too tall. I'm too freakishly tall. I'm 5'11". I'm too tall. And so I just like immediately abandoned my dream because I heard on the internet that you can't be a pilot if you're 5'11". What a mistake. What a dumb mistake. I could be a fighter pilot right now. Man. I could be a fighter pilot right now if I wasn't so dumb when I was 17. Where's my There it is. Okay, I'm looking for the news about Syria. You can be a bomber pilot at any size. Oh. I see this from Jackson Hinkle. Maybe that's what you have. Okay, Iranian drones are crossing from northern Syria toward occupied Palestinian territories.
طيران مسير من قباق العصالح. طيران مسير من قباق العصالح.
Well, these are Iranian drones. You know, whether or not Hinkle is correct about this. Let me see if I can find another source on that. It's got to be true if you read it on the internet. Yeah, I mean, what type of person would just go on the internet and lie? You guys think people do that? Do people really do that? Just lie on the internet? I don't think people do that. Yeah, that Jackson Hinkle thing is the only thing I'm seeing about these Syrian drones. I don't know. Rip Joe Rogan. Okay. Okay, I am I'm looking around Twitter to try to find what is going on here. Iranian state-run media reports that Iran will not participate in Sunday's nuclear talks with the United States in Oman. All right, folks, officially, Iran is pulling out of the nuclear talks. Iran is pulling out of the nuclear talks that were scheduled for Sunday. Acid burn. Matt, did you hear that President Trump announced that we have teleportation for our troops? They can teleport enemy troops off the field. What, by killing them? By blowing them up? Is that what you mean? Trump personally announced unbelievable technology close to 2 months ago. Do you mean that we can teleport them into the afterlife by blowing them up? Maybe that's what you mean. Otherwise, I haven't heard about it. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. In other news, this is a photo of Hakeem Jeffries from earlier today. I don't know exactly what the context is. I'm not sure why he thought it was fitting to bring Elmo to Congress today. I don't really know why, but he did anyway. Live updates. Well, we saw that a couple hours ago. Saudi Arabia has come out and condemned Israel's strikes on Iran. Seeing what's going on here. Iraq closed its airspace. Well, this is 5 hours ago. But anyway, Iraq closed its airspace 5 hours ago. Folks, I hate to say it. Well, I don't know. Maybe I love to say it. I don't know. I don't know how to look at this right now. But right now, we are just waiting for these Iranian drones. This entire situation seems to just be at a standstill as we wait for these Iranian drones. And it is entirely possible that all of them just get intercepted. It is entirely possible. Taking a look here. Matt, Elon doesn't scrub the Supreme Leader off X, lol. Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't know. Do you think you should? I don't know. I think it's fine that Supreme Leader Khamenei is on X. I think it's fine. I mean, hell, I think the freaking Taliban are on X. I think we still have the Taliban on. I think we have the Houthi pirates on X. Everybody's on X these days. I heard about the teleporting soldiers on Benny Johnson. He interviewed some regarding that subject. It's mind-boggling. I don't know, man. I'm super suspect of all of this, like, super space age military technology. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably wrong though. I don't know. Hakeem Jeffries is a Diddy party going cuck. Okay, can we talk about this? I've heard numerous times that Hakeem Jeffries attended Diddy parties, but I have never actually looked into that. I've heard people say it numerous times though. Is that actually true? Now I'm looking it up. Did Hakeem Jeffries actually attend Diddy parties? I have no idea. It's too cold. There was no credible evidence that House Majority Leader attended Diddy parties. It says it's a rumor circulating from Facebook comedian Jonathan Gregory, claiming that Jeffries was linked to the, quote, Communist Party freak-offs. Okay. I don't know. Hey, it's inconclusive. I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. The Communist Party freak-offs. I don't know what to think. I'm confused. The verdict is out still. According to Google AI. I'll tell you, man, I don't even use Google anymore. I am a 100% Grokker. I use Grok 400 times a day. Still, it's force of habit. Sometimes I open up Google and I'm getting ready to type something in, and then I think to myself, what am I doing? Google sucks. Nobody uses Google anymore. And then I open up Twitter and I use Grok instead. Grok is just, like, infinitely better than Google. Google is dead. Google is dead to me. The days of Google are over. Where are the drones? So, the drones are expected to take anywhere from 4 to 7 hours. I guess they could arrive sooner than that, depending on where they were launched from. But okay, let me kind of clue you in here. So, we did the math on this. The type of drones that Iran has sent. Sorry, let me zoom in. The type of drones Iran is using, they would take about 7 hours to travel from Western Iran over to Israel. 7-hour travel time, because they fly relatively slowly. But we don't know exactly where they launched from. If they launched from somewhere in Syria, then I guess it wouldn't take as long. So maybe they launched from Yemen. Well, you wouldn't want to launch them from Yemen. Yemen is about equidistant, maybe a little bit further even. So we don't know exactly where the drones launched from, is what I'm trying to say. But I think our first report about these drones came in about 2 hours ago now, probably. So we are just kind of waiting. See what happens. Let me check the IDF page, because this information comes from the IDF. So it might have been a different IDF page, because they have numerous. Okay, folks, where is the source of this information? You know what? I'm gonna ask Grok. Source of the Iranian drone attack. Let's see here. I want to find where this story originated from. the drones are just a decoy. We had that conversation too, where the drones might just be fired in order to overwhelm the Iron Dome. At which point, Iran also fires off ballistic missiles. Could be the case. Okay, I have something here. Okay, I think we can find the source on this. This is I-20. This is an Israeli news source. Okay, so it was 10:11. Okay, it was about 90 minutes ago. What is that? Okay, so almost exactly 90 minutes ago, Iran launched around 100 UAVs toward Israel. And so, presumably they were, a couple minutes late to report the story because they had to get the intel in the first place. Yeah, it's... Oh, hold up. Wait, I just read the second half of that. It said the first drones may enter airspace within 30 minutes. Oh. Well, that obviously has not happened. That has not happened. So, yeah. I'm getting pretty hungry, man. I need some food here. Also, folks, hey, I hate to say it, but I don't think I'm going to have any videos for you guys tomorrow because I am staying up way late. Tomorrow might be kind of a... Tomorrow, no videos, but I will go live again in the evening. How about that? No videos, but I will do another live stream. That's my problem. Do you guys want to see something kind of crazy? Can I show you something here? Here. Yeah, no, this is... Okay, look at this. This is a text document, 745 pages long. Every video I've made in the last probably 4 months, I have typed out in this document. Every single video I hand type. Every video is about 4 pages worth of text. And so most days I write about 8 pages worth of video text. All of them. Every video I've ever made, I've got the video scripts. And so, hey, it takes a little bit of time to do that. You got to type it all up. It's a real pain in the butt sometimes. I'm almost at 800 pages. 800 pages. That's like the dictionary. Waste of time. Well, I don't think so. Oh, hey, folks. Oh, folks, breaking news. Hey, pay attention. The Israeli Air Force has begun to intercept the roughly 100 drones launched by Iran against Israeli territory over Saudi Arabia. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, you know what that means? So right now, the drones are in this area. I was thinking, okay, so Saudi Arabia comes up this far here. So right now the drones are somewhere in here at about the halfway mark, probably. Halfway. And they're just beginning to intercept them now. By the way, TJ Orr, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you. How are they being intercepted? So let's talk about that here for a minute. We heard about 45 minutes ago that the United States and the United Kingdom had scrambled their own jets to intercept, to blast these drones out of the sky. But this report here, as of 5 minutes ago, says that the Israeli Air Force is doing it themselves. So I don't know if the Israeli Air Force is taking credit for what the US and UK are doing, or if they are doing it themselves genuinely, or what exactly. But anyway, they're starting to get blasted out. Yeah, and then as Turbo Based in the chat points out, this means that either Saudi Arabia has allowed Israel to use their airspace and operate within their airspace, or Israel is flying through Saudi Arabian airspace without the consent of Saudi Arabia. I don't know. keep in mind, a couple hours ago, Saudi Arabia actually issued a public condemnation of Israel in defense of Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia called Iran their brother country, something like that. So anyway, they were effectively expressing their support for Iran and their condemnation for Israel's unjustified attacks on Iran. So I would guess that Saudi Arabia has not given Israel their permission to operate in their airspace. That would be my guess. There are a lot of things going on, a lot of things happening here. This should help a little. Hey, thank you, Lenny. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also Acid Burn. Acid Burn is out here gifting memberships too. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Goodness. Goodness. There's a lot going on. If the U.S. and U.K. answer to Israel's prime minister, then aren't they simply co-opted at this point, Matt Morris? I don't know if it's exactly like that. I'm not sure if it's exactly like that. We don't know exactly how that order was given, right? Or what compelled the UK and the US to intervene and try to blow down these drones. Who knows exactly? There was much confusion in war. Yep, that's right. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has just issued a statement, security alert. It's in the West Bank, yeah. As a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. This is provided for your information. Excellent. Excellent. Grok has said this is the 7th World War threat this year. Yeah, you're probably right. And since 1945, this is probably the 9 millionth World War III threat. We've had a lot of almost World War IIIs in the last 80 years. Almost. Almost. No matter who you vote for in the U.S., you get Bibi. You know, I'll tell you this. Do you folks think that Bibi would have had more control over Kamala Harris than Donald Trump? Because I most certainly do. I personally do. Most certainly. I think that. Every time I say this, people always push back on this. I'm not really sure exactly why, but I think on numerous occasions, Bibi and Trump have butted heads. I think that they are, on a personal level, not exactly the best of friends. And we've also had, we have also had numerous articles over the last couple months coming out of Israel, not coming out of America. This is coming out of Israeli media saying that the relationship between Bibi Netanyahu and Trump, the Trump administration, is strained, or there's, like I said, kind of a butting of heads here. This is the Israeli media saying this numerous times on multiple occasions over the last couple months. I think as far as Bibi Netanyahu is concerned, I think that he wanted to do what we're seeing today months ago. I think Netanyahu wanted to carry out these attacks, these strikes against Iran months ago, and Trump said, "Hey, no, pump the brakes. We are the official, geopolitical strategy of the Trump admin here is to pursue a plan of peace and diplomacy with Iran. We're going to try to have nuclear talks." And so Trump gave them a 60-day notice. You'll notice this is day 61. Trump's 60-day notice I'm sorry, I'm totally incoherent right now. Trump gave Iran a 60-day window to create a new nuclear deal with the U.S. That 60-day window came to an end yesterday. This is day 61. 61. What happened on day 61? The first day out of that window?
RC has become a member.
Israel is carrying out these attacks. So Israel waited for that 60-day window to come to an end, and now they're just going ahead. Now, we also have a report saying that Trump on Monday, 3 days ago, told Netanyahu, hey, listen, don't attack them. We know you want to attack. Don't do it. We are still pursuing these talks. Israel went ahead and did it anyway. As you all know, Trump had another round of nuclear talks with Iran scheduled for Sunday. Now those Sunday nuclear talks are off the table. Iran has officially withdrawn from those nuclear talks because of these attacks 6 hours ago. So it seems to me like Netanyahu has been wanting to carry out these targeted strikes in Iran for months now, and Trump said, hey, no, pump the brakes, not yet. Pump the brakes. Am I sleep talking? Yeah, it's about at that point. We're getting there. We're getting there. Anyway, I'm looking for more updates. Where is Trump's condemnation of Israel then? Well, why do you think he would do that? Why do you hold up? That doesn't even causally make sense. Just because Trump didn't want Israel to carry out the attacks before they carried out the attacks does not causally or necessarily mean that he would issue a public condemnation after the attacks. I don't even think that makes sense. That's not something he has to do. I don't think that makes sense at all. In fact, actually, of sorts, now that I think about it, we actually, I want to show you Marco Rubio's statement after the attacks went out. Why not? Let me show you something. Let me show you something here. I want you to pay attention to this very interesting statement that Marco Rubio made immediately after these attacks. Okay, take a look at this. This is within 30 minutes of these attacks being carried out. This is what our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had to say. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe the action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. So this is not a condemnation. It's actually something else entirely. What Rubio said 30 minutes after Israel carried out these attacks was a public message. Hey, everybody, the U.S. is not involved in this. Hey, everybody, by the way, these attacks Israel just carried out, we have nothing to do with this. Okay? That was the Trump administration's official message. So you're asking for a condemnation. This is something maybe even a little bit more. This is, hey, those attacks, Israel did that. The US, we had nothing to do with that. Okay? So maybe that's what you're looking for. That's a pretty strong message right there. We want no part in that. And also, he issued a direct message to Iran. He said, Iran, do not attack our military bases because we had nothing to do with this. That's what he said. That was all Israel. Okay, by the way, Matt Morris, hello to your wife. She netted herself a good man means she's got a good head and shoulders. Yeah, you're right. My wife is super smart because she married me. That's a good point. My wife is so smart because she married me. Yeah, true. That's so true. I'm gonna tell her that. Next time I see her, I'm gonna tell her that. Sweetie, you are so smart for marrying me. Okay, I'm looking on Twitter again. I'm looking for updates here. You know, we met I don't know, 5.5 years ago, something like that. Playing World of Warcraft. We met playing World of Warcraft. In fact, our very first date, if you can call it that, date, was in World of Warcraft. We online dated for, I don't know, three or 4 months, and then I flew her out. Am I AI? Yes, I am AI. I am artificial intelligence. If I was artificial intelligence, I would probably be more intelligent. I'm not really that intelligent. Okay, folks, we have a breaking news update. Jordan has reportedly opened its airspace to the Israeli and U.S. Air Forces, allowing them to intercept drones launched by Iran against Israel. All right, folks, back to our map. Jordan has said, feel free to use my airspace. Come on in, Israel and Americans. The airspace has been opened. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Excellent, Jordan. Did you kill her character? When we first met, listen, you want to hear a very romantic story? For those of you that don't know World of Warcraft, it's an online MMORPG. It's a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. And I was a warlock, and she was a priest. There are two teams in World of Warcraft, the Horde and the Alliance. And the Horde and the Alliance, they don't like each other. They're killing each other. They are at war with each other. Much like Iran and Israel in many ways. And the problem here is that my wife, she was on the Horde. And I was on the Alliance. And, you know, so we met in game, and we're, you know, sort of like a forbidden love Romeo and Juliet story. We were, you know, we're not supposed to get along. But we hit it off in game. She was Horde, I was Alliance. And after we talked one night, and I said, listen, hey. You know, we had a great first time talking. It was we were in a voice call talking to each other in voice. And I said, listen, hey, we had a great first kind of online date here, but if you wanted to, I'm not kidding, I gave her an ultimatum. I said, listen, hey, if you ever want to talk to me again, you need to come over and play Alliance. You need to stop playing the Horde. I don't talk to Horde people. I don't like Horde people. Horde. You need to come over here and play on the Alliance. The very next day, she had an Alliance character. The very next day, she started leveling up her Alliance character. And then it was history. And then before you know it, we were married. Like the next day, the very next day, we were married pretty much. And then we started popping out kids. It's beautiful. Match made in heaven. And actually, you know, I have a really funny story for you guys here. The story gets even crazier. I'll tell you the next part. You're not going to believe this. We started online dating during early COVID. It was early 2020. And right now, at that point, there were COVID lockdowns, okay? There were COVID travel restrictions. And she's a German woman. She was living in Germany at the time, and I'm over here in the US. And so we had been dating for a couple months online, and I said, hey, listen, you got to come over here to the US. This whole online dating thing, okay, it is what it is, but you know, you gotta get your ass over here. You gotta come over to America. The problem was, there were these early COVID travel restrictions, and the rule was, if you had been in Europe at any point in the last 14 days, you weren't allowed to hop on a plane and come over to America because of this COVID stuff. And I'm like, man, how am I going to get my cyber girlfriend over here to the US if she's a German woman in 14 days? I need to get her out of Europe. Well, guess what? There was no such, this is how dumb this is. There was no such travel restriction for Mexico. And so I hatched this genius plan. I said, hey, hear me out. What if I put you on an airplane and I fly you from Germany down to Mexico? I park your ass in Cancun for 2 weeks. And then after you've been in Mexico for 2 weeks, then I fly up with you back into the US. Okay, yeah, sure. That seems fine. And by the way, this was totally legal. There was nothing wrong. Like this is just how stupid the COVID travel restrictions were. And so the first time I actually met her was in Cancun, in person, in Cancun, because I flew her down there for 2 weeks to get her out of Europe. And then we came in the US, and then it was history. How dumb is that? This is how dumb these COVID travel restrictions were. So the first time we ever met was in Cancun, Mexico. Chris Condren, Soul Link, Siphon Life, Warlocks were almost OP as Death Knights in the arenas. Yeah, in the Burning Crusade, the TBC, yep. They're pretty good. Thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. Well, you know, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not these drones ever actually make it to Israel, or if they all just get intercepted by American, Israeli, and British fighter jets over Saudi Arabia and Jordan. And then, even if they don't get intercepted, they've got to make it past the Iron Dome. I honestly, guys, I don't think a single one of these drones is going to actually do any damage in Israel. I seriously doubt it. I don't think it's happening. Don't think so. Does she have a sister? No, only child. My wife comes from a very, very small German, countryside German town. Has like 2,000 people. Very small, middle of nowhere. So, I'm going to take a look at Twitter here. Did you travel outside of Cancun? No, we stayed in Cancun exclusively, and also keep in mind this was early COVID. Cancun was a ghost town. There was nobody else there. There was imagine Cancun if you've been there, but it's a ghost town. It was crazy. There were COVID lockdowns, everything. We were, I kid you not, we were the only 2 people in the entire city. Like it was eerie. It was creepy. We would leave our hotel and go and try to get a burrito across the road, and just like the entire city was, and there was nothing to do. Everything was closed. So really, we pretty much just stayed in the hotel room the entire time and watched TV, and we did nothing else other than that. We just stayed in the hotel room and watched TV all day and did nothing else. And that's all. Now, I'm looking for some breaking news updates. I want to know about these drones. Looking for drones. Looking for drones. That's all I'm looking for. Yep. And this is as of 28 minutes ago. U.S. and UK fighter jets are helping intercept and shoot down Iranian drones sent by Israel. So now we have UK, U.S., and Israeli fighter jets that are blowing these drones out of the air. Yep. So you snatched up a Euro girl, you pay tariffs on that? Yeah, right. But the answer is yes. Yeah, they're very expensive. Does your wife still play WoW? No, these days, she's just taking care of our 2 kids. I'm down here in the office working, and we've got a 4-year-old daughter and about a 2-year-old son, almost 2-year-old son. And so she is just busy taking care of the kids all day. Pretty much. Well, one of the Twitter pages that I have been checking in on for updates here has just posted 4 minutes ago. I have stayed up all night trying to update you regarding the Israel-Iran strikes. I'll keep doing so in the morning. I'm going to bed. Okay, well, One of the news sites is going to bed. Okay. Let's see if I want to watch this video. Fat electrician. I'll take a look.
Than bare metal. Additionally, it reduced.
Yeah. You know, I saw that. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at the Sky News live coverage and see exactly. Maybe they have some updates here. Try to pronounce it. It's a German name. It's probably Adamite. Adamite is my guess, if it's German. Adamite. Ooh. Thank you, by the way. Thank you.
Enrichment facility at Natanz, where the International Atomic Energy.
Okay, so folks, we actually have some news here coming out of Australia. Why don't we take a look at this, okay?
Launched
And
more
thank
than
you.
100
Thank you.
drones towards Israel in the past few hours. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin
Take a look at this.
Netanyahu says it launched the strike because Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to the country's very survival.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction.
Is she a legal citizen, or did you? No, what I had to do, I paid a Mexican coyote smuggler. I strapped her. I used ratchet straps to attach her under the side of a truck, and then we drove it across the border. Pretty much is how we did it. No, I'm kidding. No, when she came in, yeah, we got. It's very expensive. I paid $7,000 for an immigration attorney. To make sure that we did everything legally. And so, yeah, no, she has a green card. She's got a green card.
Here and present danger to Israel's very survival.
Well, let's take you live to Jerusalem and our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. Alistair,
Bunkle?
Benjamin Netanyahu has called it a decisive moment in Israel's history. Just how significant would you say these strikes have been?
I think they are very significant. They are targeting Iran's nuclear facilities. They've been targeting other aspects of Iran's military, like its ballistic missile capabilities. And perhaps most significantly of all, targeting some of the key figures within the Iranian regime. Eliminating, we're told, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the head of the Iranian military, the head of Iran's emergency unit. All these figures very close to the man at the top, to Iran's supreme leader. So they have been and are continuing to be extensive strikes, multiple waves, and this will continue, we're told, over a number of days. What we're waiting for now is Iran's response. We understand they've launched 100 drones at Israel. They are now being engaged by the Israeli military and possibly others as they are en route to Israel. Israel now has pretty good freedom of movement over the skies around a lot of the Middle East. They can fly pretty much without impunity across Lebanon, across Syria, possibly even across Iran if they have sufficiently eliminated Iran's air defenses. So they are working now to bring down those drones as they make their way here and to try and eliminate them before they enter Israeli airspace. I suppose the question is, are those drones just kind of the first wave of an Iranian retaliation designed to kind of suck up Israel's defenses, and will they follow up with a barrage of ballistic missiles?
Well, yes, and what next from Israel too, who said this could go on for days?
I'm sure it will.
That is what we're being briefed. This is not a one and done. This will go on.
Listen, yeah, Israel has wanted this for a long time. Israel has wanted to kind of put an end to the Iranian threat for a long time. Israel, this is it. This is they're going for it, right? They're not just going to tickle Iran a little bit and then stop. They're going to continue until they are satisfied, until they have satisfactorily from their point of view, pretty much taken out the Iranian regime. That is what's going on now. They're going to keep doing this. That's my bet. They're going to keep this going until they have dismantled the entire Iranian apparatus. They're not just going to poke a little bit and then withdraw and call it off. This is it. This is the big show here.
If Iran finds it's unable to respond to Israel, then I think we'll find waves of Israeli attacks over Iran over a number of days.
OK, well, we will watch for any future developments, of course, Alistair, and I know you'll keep us up to date. For the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, the US has denied any military involvement in the attacks. Our correspondent David Blevins has more on this from LA.
Well, the response so far has been fairly measured. Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing the strikes on Iran as unilateral. So keen to emphasize that this was Israel's decision and Israel's alone. But of course, there are potential implications, especially for US personnel in that region. They are right now the #1 priority for the Trump administration. We know that the White House was
Do you think we need to worry about domestic terrorism more now? The answer, regrettably, is absolutely yes. Iran has released numerous statements over the last couple hours saying that they don't exclusively hold Israel responsible for these attacks. Obviously, they hold America responsible also. They view America as collaborators for these attacks. They hold us responsible as well. As you know, this is what I'm looking out for. As you know, this upcoming Saturday, we already have these No Kings riots and protests planned. Folks, on Saturday, stay home. I would say do not go out in public. Do not go to the shopping mall. Do not go to the county fair, whatever is happening. On Saturday, I'm saying stay home. Stay home. I think Saturday is not going to be a good day. Okay, that's my advice. That's when stuff happens.
Strikes has been on Israel's terms. And the big question right now, I suppose, is will the strikes push Iran towards agreement with the United States in relation to its nuclear capability, or have these strikes dashed any hope of that completely?
Well, Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency has released a statement attributed to the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It reads, "This regime must await severe punishment. By God's will, the powerful arm of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not let it go unpunished." In the enemy's attacks, a number of commanders and scientists were martyred. Their successors and colleagues will immediately continue their duties, God willing.
We do have a breaking report here as of 4 minutes ago. Sky News actually, that's what we're watching right now. Sky News reports that the British Royal Air Force is currently not assisting with the defense of Israel against drones launched by Iran, though this could change with additional forces potentially being sent to the RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. Okay, so we had heard a report about 90 minutes ago that there were British planes helping shoot these drones down. That has ended up not being the case, okay?
The reports of these strikes are concerning. We urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Stability in the Middle East must be the priority. We are engaging partners to de-escalate. Now is the time for restraint, calm and a return to diplomacy. So I think the message there is very much that the UK is reaching out to its allies in diplomatic efforts. I think it's interesting that the message is to all parties. This is very much a message to Israel and Iran. It's not just a message being critical of the Iranian nuclear situation here. David Lammy echoing very similar message in his statement. The Foreign Secretary, he says, stability in the Middle East is vital for global security. I'm concerned to see reports of strikes overnight. Further escalation is a serious threat to peace and stability in the region and in no one's interest. This is a dangerous moment, and I urge all parties to show restraint. I think what's quite interesting here is that previously, when we've had those attacks last year where Iran attacked Israel, Israel retaliated and so on, we very much heard the UK government repeatedly making the case that Israel has a right to self-defence. Now, of course, this is quite a very different situation, but we're not really hearing that expression of solidarity with Israel as we've heard previously, of course.
By the way here, folks, these are the drones that Iran has sent. So you can fire them off of a flatbed truck here like this, Each of these drones costs around $20,000, and they've fired 100 of these. Okay, so that's the deal. 100 of these right now are inbound. We heard a report about 20 minutes ago that some of these are now getting shot down by the Israeli Air Force over Saudi Arabia in this region. Must be in this region. We also heard that Jordan has opened up their airspace to Israel. So Israel has all of this to work with effectively to start blowing down these drones. And then if the drones do make their way past the Israeli Air Force, then they've got to make it through the Iron Dome. And I'm sure you guys have seen the Iron Dome in action before. The Iron Dome is very effective. It seems to work very well. I want to show you kind of what that looks like. Iron Dome in action. This is how it works.
By Israeli firms Rafael Advanced Defense Systems and Israel Aerospace Industries, the Iron Dome air defense system became operational in 2011.
Yep.
Israel is protected
Hey, Buzzy.
by
Hey,
10
thank you.
Iron Dome batteries,
Thank you.
consisting of 3 to 4 stationary launchers,
Yep.
20 Tamir missiles, and a battlefield radar. These batteries can each defend up to nearly 60 square miles. So, how does it work?
Now, this is what Iran has tried to do in the past. What they will do is fire dozens. In this case, we have 100 drones inbound to Israel. They will try to overload the Iron Dome. And then as the Iron Dome is firing down all of these kind of cheaper drones, Iran will also fire ballistic missiles. And so they will preoccupy the Iron Dome with these cheaper throwaway disposable drones, whatever, and then they'll send in ballistic missiles as well to really do some damage. That might be what we're going to see here pretty soon. I don't know. We got to see. But potentially that is the idea.
Fact that of that notice that Iran in breach of its obligations as well. So clearly this is something the UK government is very concerned about, but in terms of getting involved directly at the moment, it's very much a message of diplomacy and de-escalation.
Okay, yeah, interesting to see if we hear anything more from the Foreign Secretary later in the day. Thanks very much indeed, Amanda. Thank you. Well, Israel's President Isaac Herzog has released a statement on X saying the attack was a targeted operation to neutralise an immediate and existential threat. He goes on to say the international community has seen how over the last decades...
Hey, Matt, how are you? Not tired? I am tired. I'm very tired.
...has continued to radicalise and destabilise the region with its proxies while working relentlessly to advance its...
Oh, we actually have some more breaking news here, folks. Mossad agents and commando teams are reported to have infiltrated Iran several weeks ago, installing precision-guided munitions near surface-to-air missile batteries and constructing explosive drones near cruise and ballistic missile launch sites, all of which were utilized at the start of last night's air campaign against Iran. These covert attacks are believed to have crippled key defensive systems across Iran while preventing them from launching an immediate retaliatory strike against Israel. Like I said, Israel's just running the show. Israel is running the show. Israel is making Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis, everybody, Gaza. Look, I don't know. They're just... Israel is totally outclassing and outperforming all of these other groups here in the Middle East.
Facility for Iran's
It is the
nuclear
case.
capabilities. It's buried deep under a
Undeniably.
mountain and would require bunker-busting bombs to hit. And it's the kind of weapon that really many analysts believe only the Americans have. And the talk I've been getting from analysts I've been speaking to is that for Israel comprehensively to set back Iran's nuclear program, they wouldn't be able to do it alone, even now, and that actually it waits to be seen. And obviously, this is day one of the operation. By how much they are able to set the program back, there is a concern that actually this strike might just accelerate the Iranian intent to develop their nuclear facilities. Of course, Iran has always denied ever wanting to build a bomb. As well as that, the Israelis have gone after key military leadership, as you've been hearing from Alistair Bunkle, killing the top 3 commanders of the Iranian armed forces. And that is going to be a massive impact on Iran's ability to command and control and come up with its response. And, obviously we're waiting to see the retaliation. Everybody expects Iran to fight back. How effective Israel's campaign over the last year or so at degrading Iran's air defences and other military capabilities. They've been striking into Iran on a number of occasions already. By how much that will erode Iran's ability to fight back, that will be something to watch. Also, allies. Are allies going to be helping when...
We have another breaking news here. Israeli state media says an Israeli official has said that the military operation against Iran will continue for at least 2 weeks. Israel is going to continue attacking Iran for 2 weeks, we just learned.
Has a key base in Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri.
We're just getting started, folks.
Will the Americans maybe put pressure on the British to allow that base to be used to facilitate aircraft, other military assets involved in any operation to defend Israel's skies? Will the British be asked directly to help? Of course, the UK has limited capabilities, but it has capabilities. And for Israel to be seen to have allies, that's also an important signal. Really interesting, important questions. You can expect one final thing, I imagine, to see reinforcements of some kind being sent by the UK to Cyprus to help bolster defences there. Clearly, it's also in range of Iranian missiles, should Iran be looking to strike not just at Israel, but at other allies in the area.
A lot to watch. As you say, some important questions to be answered. Deborah, thanks very much indeed. Well, earlier we heard from nuclear expert Professor Matthew Bunn, who said this attack may motivate Iran to produce nuclear arms.
This will make Iran even more determined that it needs to move directly toward producing nuclear weapons. My guess is that it will try to rebuild its program at secret locations. And if I were betting, I think, unfortunately, that the odds of Iran actually having a nuclear bomb in hand 10 years from now are probably higher as a result of this strike rather than lower. I think Iran will be more determined. They'll probably kick out inspectors. They may pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and then proceed at secret sites.
I seriously doubt that. I actually think that as a consequence of these attacks, that they are more willing to come to the table and come to a denuclearization deal. They have just gotten completely blown out. They have gotten destroyed in the last 7 hours.
Few years with Israel making peace treaties with some of those long-standing Arab states. That was shattered when Israel was attacked in October in 2020, a couple of years ago, on October the 7th. And in doing so, that also shattered what was peace talks between Israel and some of its long-standing opponents in the region.
What am I? Yo, listen. Keep in mind, as a consequence of this attack, they have had numerous military facilities blown up, nuclear enrichment facilities blown up. They've had at least 10 nuclear scientists killed. They had the leader of the IRGC killed, the leader of the Iranian State Guard killed, and numerous other random military leaders. They have suffered a catastrophic blow. They have taken a lot of how many nuclear scientists do you think Iran actually has? Right? In order to execute and create a nuclear bomb and have an effective nuclear weapons program, you need highly specialized, very talented, very intelligent people to do that. Right? You have the right people, the right training, the right expertise, and you need a lot of them. You don't just have an infinite number of these people, right? Losing 10 nuclear scientists, that is a big problem in a country like Iran also. Beyond having a lot of their infrastructure blown up today, they're losing a lot of top level human capital. Top intellectuals in the country are being killed. That's a big problem.
as well. That's not where the Israeli government is. They want to, that's not their view of Iran. They want to, I think, in the long term, have a peaceful existence with the people of Iran. But it's very difficult when you've got regimes in some of these countries who are not interested in that. I think it's about what we should be doing as much as possible is working to provide stability and try and bring people together. We've seen some of those peace talks with the Americans recently in the region as well. I want to see us doing more of that and lending support to that wherever possible.
Iran has always maintained that its nuclear program is for civilian purposes only. How concerned are you about...
Dude, you underestimate the Persians. Listen, man, the Persians haven't done anything ever since Alexander the Great dominated them into submission. The Persians haven't done anything of note since 2,300 years ago. Okay, let's just call it like it is. Alexander the Great put them back in their place, and that was the end of it. Nothing. Nothing.
What I think we want to see right across the board, though, is moving towards stability, calmness, de-escalation of the situation, because only via doing that can we move towards, which I think is in Israel's interest and everybody else's interest, certainly the people of the region, is to a peaceful Middle East.
We've been getting a similar message from the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary this morning, the need to de-escalate. What role can the UK play now in some kind of diplomacy that might take the heat out of the situation?
Well, I think there's, the UK and actually our major allies can have a big role in that. We've got very good relationships with a lot of the Gulf states. We've got a very good working relationship with Israel, certainly have traditionally. I was out there myself a few months ago, earlier this year. I think we do have a role that we can play within that broader.
You know, I see this. This is actually a very curious and interesting screenshot here. Michael Knowles over at the Daily Wire conducted a public survey here asking two questions. The first question being, should the United States go to war with Iran? And everybody overwhelmingly says no. 89% of people say no. And also keep in mind, the people that are voting in the Michael Knowles survey, these are all these are American conservatives that are tuning into Michael Knowles. So 89% of people said, no, we should not go into another war with, into a war with Iran. He then asks another question. He says, should President Trump allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon? And everybody also says no. Everybody says no, overwhelmingly no. 89% similarly. And so this is a little bit of a conundrum, because then you have the problem, what if Iran refuses to stop developing a nuclear weapon? What if Iran says, well, we're just going to develop a nuclear weapon anyway? Then you're in a little bit of a snafu. Then the situation becomes a little bit problematic. And so maybe that's the point that we're at now. Big problem. Something's got to give. I almost hate to say this. It might actually be possible that Israel carrying out these strikes actually is, in a situation that is rotten all around, might actually be the best option. Although that is only the case if this situation does not blow up into a full-scale regional conflict, and then it's World War III, and America is then dragged into the situation. I'll say this. If Israel is able to actually carry out these strikes and dismantle the Iranian nuclear weapons program, and it does not blow up into a wider regional conflict, and America does not get pulled in, then maybe that is the best case scenario. But that's a lot of ifs, but, if, right? It's all very risky. It's all very, very risky. That's a lot of ifs. You understand what I'm saying, right? Let me double back to this here.
Targets. Benjamin Netanyahu promised the mission, dubbed Operation Rising Lion, would continue for as many days as it takes, saying Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to Israel's very survival. Well, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, vowed a harsh punishment in retaliation for the attack, saying Israel has brought a bitter and painful fate upon itself, and it will certainly face it. The strikes, including on the capital Tehran, have killed the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Major General Hossein Salami.
Why does North Korea have nukes? North Korea never had a nuclear like enrichment development program. North Korea was given nuclear weapons by China. They never made their own nuclear weapons. Iran's situation is a bit different. Iran is trying to make their own nukes from scratch, enrich the uranium up to weapons grade uranium levels. It's a very complex, expensive process. North Korea doesn't have that, and they never had that. They were given already existing nuclear weapons by China a long time ago, by the way, in the 1950s.
Natanz nuclear site was also targeted in the attacks,
so,
while Iranian media is reporting 2 of Iran's top nuclear scientists were killed. And this is where strikes have been reported so far. In the capital, Tehran, where Iranian state media is reporting residential areas have been hit and civilian casualties are reported. Khorramabad in western Iran, which is home to a large missile base, and Iran's main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, where the International Atomic Energy Agency is now closely monitoring radiation levels. And the Israeli military has confirmed...
Okay, we have another little update here. The Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen have released a statement condemning Israel's attacks on Iran, not surprising, with them stating, "We strongly condemn the Israeli attack on Iran and support Iran's full and legitimate right to defend itself and develop its nuclear program." So the Houthis have chimed in. Thank you, Houthis, for the input. Appreciate that.
On the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people.
We have another update. The Chinese have chimed in here. China says it is, quote, deeply concerned about the dire consequences of the Israeli attacks on Iran. China is, quote, deeply concerned. Keep in mind, much of China's oil actually comes from Iran. China gets a lot of its energy, its oil-based energy, from Iran. So they have a vested interest in this as well.
Well, our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest from Jerusalem.
They're targeting not just Iran's nuclear sites, but also their ballistic missile program, and as we know now, key leaders in the Iranian regime, the head, the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, the senior political advisor to the supreme leader, and potentially others. Multiple waves of Israeli strikes over the last few hours. More than 200 Israeli aircraft involved in the operation, we're told. They've struck more than 100 sites in and around Iran, the length and the breadth of the country. This is designed to, if not totally eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities, at least to severely degrade it and push it back many, many years. But it is more than that. It is striking at Iran's wider military.
This is something that must be said, and this is a big curiosity or a suspicion of mine. We had a conversation about this like 5 hours ago. I personally don't think we can trust any single intelligence agency that is talking about how close Iran is to having fully functional nuclear weapons. And the reason why is because we have been hearing for at a minimum 30 years about how close Iran is. 2 more weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. They're within 48 hours, even 48 hours of having nuclear weapons. We have been hearing that for 30 years. And so, you know, all of these attacks are predicated on this idea that Iran is super, super close to having nuclear weapons. 2 weeks, 48 hours, whatever. We've been hearing that for my entire life, even longer. I'm 31. And so, you know, given we've been hearing that for so long from so many intelligence agencies, I'm kind of a little bit suspicious. So we're being told right now, we've been hearing this all day, that Iran is right now 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons, and that's why we had to attack them, or that's why Israel had to attack them. Is that true? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I'm suspicious of that information at a minimum, because we've been hearing that same narrative for decades, right? I don't know. Of course, you can't help but think back to the information that led us to get involved in the Iraq invasion in, what was that, 2003, we had weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake, Saddam Hussein is developing nuclear weapons, WMDs. All of that ended up not being the case. That was totally false, right?
I think we've known for some time that Israel was preparing possible strikes against Iran. It was showing signs of impatience with the US-Iran negotiating track on the nuclear issue. I think the question in people's minds was whether Israel could be restrained until those US-Iranian negotiations were complete and it had either led to success or had failed. The fact that Israel has not...
Okay, we have breaking news out of Iran happening right now, folks. Iran is officially raising the red flag of revenge, is what they're doing. I'm not going to play the music. I don't want to get... But anyway, I guess this red flag means that they are pissed. The red flag of revenge is going up. Holy shit. Oh my God. This changes everything. This changes everything. Okay.
That would be useful were it to take such a decision. So that sense of urgency is not necessarily shared by everybody. I think another factor, though, was the sense that last October, when there was an exchange of strikes between Iran and Israel, Israel had degraded Iran's air defense system to a significant degree, and therefore felt that Iran was in a weaker position today, which might be remedied over time. And of course, that Iran has undoubtedly been weakened by the loss of some of its closest partners in the Middle East. Lebanese Hezbollah, of course, was pretty heavily decapitated by Israel last year. The Assad regime in Syria was swept away by internal action, and therefore part of Israel's calculation will have been that Iran is in a weaker position to respond today than it would have been in the past and might be again in the future.
Do you agree that it is in a weaker position? What do you expect in terms of response from Iran?
Well, I think it is undoubtedly in a weaker position, in as much as in past years when I've been dealing with such subjects, one of the concerns has been that if Israel came to blows with Iran, then Lebanese Hezbollah would have the ability to launch massive missile strikes from Lebanon at much shorter range than Iran can do from its own territory. And that is no longer such a risk today. So I think that that is certainly true. That does not mean that Iran has no means of retaliation at its hands, as your correspondent was.
So what's up with these drones? We're talking about the Iranian retaliation. I'm checking my live cams here. Does anybody see any drones? I don't see any drones. They sent 100 of them, allegedly. I don't see them. Maybe they're all getting shot out of the sky by the Israeli Air Force. I don't know. They haven't showed up yet. Nothing has happened yet.
To an Israeli attack that could lead to mass casualties. So the potential is certainly there for...
Hi, Matt. How are you doing? Great question. I'm tired and I'm getting irritable and I have to pee and I'm hungry and nothing ever happens. And yeah, so anyway, that maybe that answers your question. Maybe that answers your question. I don't know. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's okay. I'm all good.
We've heard from the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that the US was not involved in these strikes. I mean, what do you expect the administration to have known about these strikes and what will their view be of them?
Well, I think the
Matt in denial over APEC. Dude, are you... Do you think that I, like, don't... Come on, like, really? Really?
For Iranian retaliation. So that much is clear. I don't doubt, though, that the United States did have a substantial amount of information about Israeli intentions in the last few days. We have seen only a couple of days ago the US drawing down some of its staff in its quite vulnerable embassy in Baghdad, where there are militia groups aligned with Iran, and also trying to encourage dependence at US military bases in the Gulf.
You know, this is how long have I been live here? This stream has been live for what, like maybe 8 hours, something like that. Back in my prime, back in my World of Warcraft video game streamer days. This is probably 5 years ago. One time I did must have been a 37-hour stream, no sleep. I sat here one time playing World of Warcraft for 37 hours. No sleep, no break, no nap. 37 hours. 7 hours? 7 hours? Nothing. That's easy. How about 37? How about 37 hours? Back in my prime when I was a young man. Not anymore.
What do you think will happen next? How is this going to play out in the weeks ahead?
Yeah, I think as you're...
Matt, I fell asleep 3 hours ago. Did I miss anything of importance, or has it been the same old, same old? Great question. Lenny, you have missed out on absolutely nothing. Yeah. In fact, you could probably go to bed. You could probably take another nap for 10 hours, for 100 hours. Probably, maybe 1,000 hours. And you also probably would not miss anything. So, hope you had a good nap. Good morning. Good morning there. And I appreciate the massive super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot.
But until we know how deep that damage has gone, it's difficult to predict how long this will go on for.
Thank you.
We must also expect, as we've just discussed, Anna, the Iranian response to it. One of the things which the Iranian regime always fears is that it looks weak. Because they believe that if they look weak, that weakness will be exploited by Iran's enemies. So they will have to respond quite stiffly. The scale of that response, we don't yet know. So I think this will go on for a number of days. We also have to watch to see whether a risk of expansion of the conflict takes place. If, for example, Iran were to take action
this is
in the
Sky
Persian
News,
Gulf
by the way.
disrupt oil supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, that would be the sort of thing which would cause further alarm. I think that is probably against the odds for now, but really we're in uncharted territory, so I don't think any of us can make really confident predictions.
Okay, well, Sir Simon Gass, really interesting to get your take and your response to this news overnight. We really appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed. And just in the last few moments, we've heard from the Secretary-General of NATO, Mark Rutte. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, first a question for both of you, and that is, how can the international community work to bring this back to the negotiation table, the situation in the Middle East, and can you estimate the chances of that happening? And then I have a question for the Secretary General.
The Swedes.
And that is 5% is what the U.S. President Donald Trump has been talking about. If you decide on 5% in The Hague.
Okay, that's about some tariff economic bullshit. Okay, this is a breaking news update, massive breaking update, maybe. The Israeli Defense Force has announced the completion of a large-scale strike against air defense systems and radars in western Iran. Over the past few hours, Air Force fighter jets under precise intelligence guidance from the intelligence branch completed an extensive attack against air defense systems in western Iran, resulting in the destruction of dozens of radars and surface-to-air missile launchers, improving freedom of aerial action for the Israeli Air Force over Iran. Okay, so why does Israel blow up all of their radars and surface-to-air missiles? It's because they want to be able to fly over Iran with complete and total impunity. It's because they want to be able to fly all around wherever they want without any problems, without any issues. Okay, so that's the first thing you're going to blow up. Let me take a look at some of these videos. Take a look at this. This is an Iranian surface-to-air missile setup here. And you don't want to be that guy. Not a good day to be the truck driver of the Iranian surface-to-air missiles. Not a good job. We have another video here. What's this? Okay, this has no audio here, but... So all of these... Okay, all right. Radar, surface-to-air missile. Yep, okay. Okay. This is in Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew. I need my English subtitles. All right. So Israel lifted off, and they took them all out. Yep, there they go. It's over. Damn, they did it. They really did it. They really did it. They really pulled it off. This is a bunch of Iranian tech, presumably, and they took them out. They took them all out. They just walked on in there and did it. They just did it. They pulled it off. Insane.
Saying what the US was spending on defense, that they want this settled now. So they are totally committed because the US knows that for their security, a secure Atlantic, a secure Arctic, and a secure Europe is key. Jonas Sture, the Norwegian Prime Minister, was in the White House and he showed the American president.
Yeah, I just don't need to hear a bunch of Swedish people talk in their weird Swedish accents. I just don't need to do that right now. Okay. Well, I'm going back over here. Mr. Donald Trump, you know, he's doing... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So here we have 4 different live cams from all over Israel. Bethlehem, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa. We have... You know, the one problem I have with Israel is that everything is brown. Everything is just like this sandy shade of brown. It's not really visually inspiring. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I guess the architecture and the color palette, it doesn't really get me going. It doesn't really speak to me. It doesn't really inspire me. Anyway, okay, it doesn't matter. Whatever. They work with what they have. That's fine. Okay, desert. Yeah, they've got the whole desert look going on down there. You know, whatever. Okay, this is a cool video. This is from a couple hours ago. We saw this, but I'll play it again. This is a little clip of all of the airplanes in the area clearing out. Come on, bro, you live in a forest. Yeah, bro, the forest is the best environment out of all of them. Yeah. If you're not living in the forest, what are you living in? You gotta live in the forest. You gotta live in the forest. Living in a desert. You'd never catch me in a desert. I'm not living in some desert. No way, buddy. That is actually pretty astounding. So this is right when the attacks popped off 7 or 8 hours ago now, I guess. You're never catching me in a desert. I don't think so, man. Unless the Swedes are female, 25 and blonde, yes, I'm still living in the past. Yeah, I don't think I think Swedes are becoming less blonde as time goes on. There are fewer and fewer blondes in Sweden these days, I think. The times are changing up there in Sweden. Okay. Sorry, I'm scanning around on Twitter here. And by the way, hey, thank you for that super chat. Thank you very much. I don't want to gloss over that. Thank you very much. I'm looking for some more breaking news updates. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. seen any Sasquatch lately. No, I saw some beavers yesterday. Every day I go on a walk in the woods. I saw some beavers. I saw a big heron down at the lake the other day. I saw some little bunnies hopping around. No Sasquatch lately, though. Sasquatch are pretty rare. You know, I've seen one, but they're pretty rare up here. You don't see them every day. They're very elusive. Sorry, I'm just over here looking for breaking updates here. Looking for updates. I think things really have just kind of died down, folks. I think so. Seems to be the case. Do I see many elk? No, I've never seen an elk up here. Ever. I don't even know if... I don't know. I don't even know if we have them over here in the woods. Maybe we do, but I've seen a lot of deer, but never elk. I've seen, we have a lot of cougars, a lot of, black bears. I see a lot of black bears. Black bears are also, like, totally not scary at all. I've seen a lot of black bears. Cougars, you don't want to walk up on a cougar. You don't want to be anywhere near a cougar, but black bears, not really that scared of black bears. Sasquatch, I'm not kidding. I have seen one Sasquatch in my life. You want to know exactly where? Here, I'll show you exactly where. If you want to see a Sasquatch, I'll show you where I saw one. This is Oregon, right over here. I saw a Sasquatch in these mountains right here. Just southwest of Ashland, Oregon. No, you haven't? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I have in person, I have seen a Sasquatch. And now, I'm going to tell you something very curious that I actually had no idea. So I saw the Sasquatch, I was 18 years old, about 18. I actually discovered about a week ago, incidentally, about a week ago, I discovered that the old Sasquatch video from like the 1970s or whatever, that was actually filmed somewhere in here in Northern California, somewhere in this area. And so I saw a Sasquatch right here, just like very close actually. So hey, I'm telling you folks, this is Sasquatch country. And I had no idea until about a week ago that old Sasquatch video that everybody has seen, you know, the one where he looks over his shoulder, that's actually filmed in this area in Northern Cali. I saw one right here, right down here. Southern Oregon. I'm telling you, wouldn't lie, but I swear on my life, I swear. I swear. Folks, listen. Listen, guys. I think this is pretty much dying down. I think right now things are pretty much over. It is almost 1 in the morning, guys. For me, at least. So, I think it might be about time to wrap it up. It might be about time to call it for the day. So, I hate to say, I have been awake for so long that maybe I won't even have a video for you guys tomorrow. I hate to miss a day and not upload a video, but I think tomorrow I might not have a video. However, tomorrow evening I will go ahead and do another live broadcast. So at a minimum, there will be a live broadcast, but maybe no video. If you are new, do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. That really does help. It means a lot. And beyond that, if you have not followed on Twitter, that also really helps a lot. That super duper helps a lot. So follow on Twitter, subscribe to the channel here. There have been a lot of super chats, a lot of new people tuning in, so thank you all very, very much. What a great day. I mean, other than maybe World War III breaking out, although I don't think this is going to implode into World War III. I don't think so. Not a good situation regardless, but is it a World War III situation? I don't exactly think so. So, I am out of here. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great morning. Have a great whatever time it is, wherever you are. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I can't, guys, it is 1 in the morning on the West Coast, 4 in the morning on the East Coast. We still have over 5,000 people tuning in right now. You guys are crazy. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you guys? You guys are out of your mind. You guys are up way too late. So, hey, let's do it again tomorrow. Maybe. Anyway, I'm out here. Thank you guys very much. Have a good night. Have a good morning. And I am leaving. Now I'm out.